Chapter 64. Heavenly Repair Platform. Mysterious big formation. The morning sun pierced through the mountains and rivers, swept over the outer gate city, and countless disciples were flying in and out, busy and oppressed. In a mansion, Chen Zuanjin's nascent soul floated inside the hall. He lowered his head, full of tension. In front of him, a man sat on the high seat, dressed in a dragon-patterned black robe, his face young and handsome. However, the majesty between his eyebrows gave him a sense of oppression that did not match his appearance. His long hair was coiled under a silver crown with Qilin carvings, exuding an air of supremacy just by sitting there. Your brother was killed by the demon cultivators of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Now you are seriously injured by the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. Do you think Sui Yijian's master might have something to do with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? The black-robed man spoke slowly. His tone was calm, as if talking about a trivial matter. Chen Xianjin quickly raised his head and said, "It's possible. It's not uncommon for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to place spies in the Supreme Sect. Didn't you say that the high levels definitely have spies from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Now one of them has emerged. Offending Sui Yijian would certainly bring endless trouble. If he could overthrow Sui Yijian's backer, Chen Xianjin would not fear Sui Yijian." The black-robed man squinted, his eyes falling on Chen Xianjin, scaring him into lowering his head quickly. The hall fell silent again. After a long time, the black-robed man said in a deep voice, "Prepare the formation, just in time for the recent disturbance from the demon cultivators. After this, the blame can be placed on the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Chen Xianjin hurriedly said, "But in my current state, I'm afraid. This time, I'll handle it personally." "What? No, it can't be done. Whether this plan will succeed is still uncertain. The Dao Tian sect is also waiting for us to try it. Nothing in this world is guaranteed to succeed. The path of immortal cultivation is one that treads through thorns. This plan has been in the making for 100 years. The Supreme Sect must proceed. We cannot let those in the shadows sabotage our grand scheme. You need not persuade me further." Hearing this, Chen Xianjin could only suppress his worries and agree to the matter. On the other side, Mystic Valley. Guan was leading the disciples through practice. The commotion of the previous night had left them restless, so they were chatting in small groups. Tang Yu asked, "Master, why are you back so soon?" The others looked at Guan. Guan snorted, "Didn't you feel the disturbance last night? I returned quickly because I was afraid something might happen to you." Upon hearing this, all the disciples felt ashamed, thinking they were too weak and always worried their master. Xiaofan anxiously said, "Senior brother, why don't you go to the Inner Sect's Medicine Valley? We could disband and find our own ways in the outer gate. That way you'll be safe." He was not afraid of death. He just did not want Guan to be too overworked. Guan had already reached the Foundation establishment realm, with a future they could not compare to. Why should he be constantly worried for their safety? Guan said, "If you want to go to the outer gate city, you are free to go, but I must remind you, the outer gate isn't necessarily safer than Mystic Valley. Disciples often go missing in the city. This is neither a threat nor a hint. I respect your choice, whether you stay or leave. The bond of Mystic Valley remains." He spoke from the heart. He pursued longevity and was prepared to face countless partings in the future. He had long since prepared himself not to concern himself with others' fates. Unless someone truly made him reluctant to part, he would follow his heart. Hearing his words, the disciples fell silent, looking at each other. Wuxia hesitated to speak but held back. Why leave? Becoming servant disciples elsewhere, who will make elixirs for us like the master? Mystic Valley doesn't need so many servant disciples, but the master still took us in without reducing our benefits. We must not forget our gratitude. Tang Yu was the first to speak. His greatest regret was not rushing to the front like Su Han during Qiu Qianli's chaos. In those days, Su Han chased after him. Now Su Han had reached Foundation establishment, while he still didn't know if he could ever reach it. This gap began at that calamity. Tang Yu did not resent Guan, only felt ashamed. He vowed to perform well and regain Guan's favor. As he spoke, the other disciples chimed in, the atmosphere becoming lively, not as oppressive as before. Guan smiled and then called the disciples to continue their exercises. After they had just finished, Yilan came. Confirming Guan's safety, she quickly left. Guan stood by the window, looking towards the direction of the outer gate city. There were still great cultivators flying occasionally, but not as many as the previous night. Gu An's divine sense could easily span thousands of miles, peeking into the outer gate city, which was far from the limits of his divine sense. He saw the huge array platform being accelerated in construction. Some disciples had even started transporting spirit stones. He silently watched, unable to discern what formation the array platform was for. The matter of the sinking spiritual energy caused turmoil within the supreme sect, and the tense atmosphere lasted nearly 10 days before easing. Guan was affected. Several outer disciples were relocating their caves, losing him channels for collecting life energy. These outer disciples were clearly fleeing the outer gate city. Guan was not disappointed. He now had 3 pieces of the Medicine Valley, with increasing life energy in the future. He was even preparing to expand the 3rd Medicine Valley. He was now just waiting for the matter of the outer gate to end quickly. As long as it did not threaten his mystic valley or the few people he cared about, he was disinclined to meddle in the Supreme Sect's schemes. As Shen Zhen had said, even the top sect of the Great Yu dynasty, the Daotian sect, was engaged in such activities. Why should he force interference? He did not have such a strong sense of justice to save all. The world had too much suffering. Could he save it all? Besides, such matters were difficult to manage. If he forcefully disrupted the Supreme Sect's plan, and later the Supreme Sect faced a great calamity with demons impossible to withstand, he would be blamed. Everyone in the Supreme Sect would hold him accountable. After all, apart from the sacrifices, others were beneficiaries. Even those saved might resent him, thinking they wouldn't have been sacrificed without his intervention. He couldn't keep saving groups of people endlessly, shouldering the mission of rescuing the world. Just thinking about it tired him. Time continued to pass. That day, Guan went to Tianya Valley, first harvesting the matured medicinal herbs, then leading 3 monkey demons to sow the seeds. Luo Han walked over from behind and said, "A month ago, the Earth's spiritual energy sunk, many great cultivators from the Supreme Sect patrolled everywhere, and someone even passed over Tianya Valley. What exactly happened in the Supreme Sect?" Guan casually responded, "It seems there was an invasion by demon cultivators. By the way, Li Ya was injured by demon cultivators earlier and is now recuperating in the inner sect." Luo Han frowned deeply at this news, then turned and left, walking into the mountains and forests. After that, Gu An's divine sense saw him casting on some talisman paper. Once his spiritual power poured into it, the talisman paper burned into ashes quickly. Guan, already at the unification realm, could sharply detect a trace of Luo Han's spiritual power fleeing towards the sky, moving at an incredible speed. It seemed Luo Han was informing Li Xiandao. Guan didn't think much about it, continuing his sowing. After sowing was done, he gave some instructions to the 3 monkey demons before leaving Tianya Valley. He cared more about the construction and development of the Medicine Valley rather than those schemes. Directing his efforts here was the main task. Thick clouds covered the sky, and the outer gate city was crowded. Su Han and Zhen Qin stood before a stone stele. Su Han read, "Heavenly Repair Platform." Following Zhen Qin's gaze, they saw an imposing array platform dozens of miles long and wide ahead of them. Statues of ancient immortals stood at the edges in various postures. In the center of the Heavenly Repair Platform stood a 100-jong-high stone pillar, square and engraved with complex veins resembling human meridians, exuding mysterious signs. "Senior brother, what is the purpose of this Heavenly Repair Platform? Why did the sect summon all the outer disciples back, and why must we gather on the platform tomorrow?" Zhen Qin asked, her brows furrowed with dissatisfaction. Su Han looked at the Heavenly Repair Platform, speaking softly, "I don't know either. It might be related to the spiritual energy sinking a month ago." The streets behind them were bustling with people. Many disciples stopped to discuss the Heavenly Repair Platform, equally perplexed. Many disciples witnessing it for the first time were amazed by the size of the platform. How strong would the formation be if such a large array platform were activated? Unable to get an answer, Zhen Qin turned her head in another direction and briefly saw a familiar figure. But upon closer inspection, she saw no one, as if she had mistaken. "Strange," Zhen Qin muttered. Not far away, in a crowd of people, Jiang Qiong walked forward in a blue dress, her eyes sideways towards the Heavenly Repair Platform, expressionless. A hunchbacked old man walked beside her, leaning on a cane, only reaching her shoulder. "Miss, this array platform is not simple. There might be a major event tomorrow. Should we stay?" The hunchbacked old man asked. He was not the only one. Many disciples around were worried, with various speculations. Jiang Qiong remained expressionless and replied, "Indeed, it is not simple. The restrictions within the array platform are exceptionally complex. It would take decades to deduce. But since we are here, we must see it tomorrow." The hunchbacked old man looked at her, sighing, "Miss, you have changed a lot. Do you not have any attachments in this supreme sect?" "I do, hence why I asked you to come." "Haha, looks like these old bones of mine will be tested again." They chatted casually, without mentioning the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, so no one suspected their identities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the heavenly repair platform, in a 9-story pavilion, 2 figures stood by the building edge, both appearing young. One of them was the black-robed man, Chen Zuanjin's backer. The black-robed man looked down at the heavenly repair platform, eyes deep, lost in thought. The young man beside him asked, "Master, most of the outer gate disciples in this city should have returned. Should we also gather servant disciples from nearby medicine valleys, beast fields, and mines?" That voice was indeed Chen Xianjin. He had seized the body of a young disciple. The black-robed man said softly, "No need, having too many servant disciples would dilute the purity of cultivation." Chapter 65. Demon Suppressing Umbrella, Qinghong's Trembling. One night passed, and by dawn the next day, more and more outer disciples entered the outer gate city. Disciples of the Demon Extermination Hall and Law Enforcement Hall began to guard each city gate, checking the identity cards of every disciple entering the city. Many disciples were already sitting in meditation on the heavenly repair platform, waiting. Su Han and Zhen Qin stood at the edge, looking out with furrowed brows. "Senior brother, I feel something is off. Should we leave?" Zhen Qin whispered. She had been cultivating a technique taught by Jiang Qiong, making her keenly perceptive. The Demon Extermination Hall disciples standing at the edge of the heavenly repair platform made her uncomfortable, triggering a primal urge to flee. Su Han also sensed something was wrong, so he nodded and led his junior sister away. The two moved against the flow. It wasn't just them. Some other disciples also sensed something amiss and wanted to leave the outer gate city, but most chose to trust the supreme sect. They made their way to the city gates, only to be stopped by the Demon Extermination Hall disciples. Today, entry was allowed, but exit was not. Su Han glanced at the large flags standing along the city walls, frowning again. These flags hadn't been there when they entered the city yesterday. "Junior sister, I'll distract them, and you prepare to escape," Su Han said using the sound transmission skill. Zhen Qin instinctively looked at him upon hearing this. At that moment, Su Han suddenly drew his sword and dashed towards the city gate. "How dare you!" The disciple guarding the gate shouted angrily. Without needing a command, the surrounding Demon Extermination Hall disciples immediately took action. Zhen Qin wanted to support Su Han but saw that he was surrounded. If she helped now, she would surely be captured along with him, which would only waste his efforts. She immediately made her way towards the gate, but nearly 100 Demon Extermination Hall disciples were in front of it, with more on the walls, making escape difficult. Zhen Qin rushed towards the area with the fewest people. At the same time, other disciples attempting to leave the city also began to act, creating chaos in front of the gate. The weakest of the Demon Extermination Hall disciples were at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment Realm. Su Han was quickly pinned to the ground, unable to move. He struggled to raise his head and saw Zhen Qin injured and on the ground, making his eyes redden with anger. The one who had hurt Zhen Qin was a female disciple dressed in the black robes of the Demon Extermination Hall. She walked in from outside the city, blocking the gate, and coldly scanned the crowd. "Today we're investigating Demon Path spies. Anyone who tries to leave proves they're affiliated with the Demon Path." Upon hearing this, the anxious disciples visibly relaxed. It turned out to be an investigation of Demon Path spies, which explained the grand setup. They were only worried that the Supreme Sect might be up to something else. If it was just about catching demon cultivators, they had nothing to fear and were confident in their innocence. Su Han, Zhen Qin, and the other disciples who had acted were sealed with talisman papers that blocked their spiritual power and then escorted to the heavenly repair platform by Demon Extermination Hall disciples. By noon, all city gates of the outer gate city were closed. A resonant bell rang out, and a commanding voice echoed throughout the city. All disciples must immediately gather at the heavenly repair platform. Disciples from various streets began to head towards the platform, where tens of thousands were already standing. The news that the outer gate was investigating demon path spies had spread, giving peace of mind to those who weren't spies, and some even continued their qi absorption cultivation on the platform. Yi Lan arrived at the edge of the heavenly repair platform with disciples of the law enforcement hall. Just as she was about to step onto the platform, she noticed a row of disciples kneeling on the ground from afar, held down, and recognized Su Han and Zhen Qin, both with disheveled hair and blood-stained mouths, clearly having just fought. She did not act rashly but withdrew her gaze, pondering how to rescue the two disciples. After much thought, she reluctantly acknowledged that Lu Jiujia was her only possible ally. The law enforcement hall had been entirely suppressed by the demon extermination hall. Even the hallmaster couldn't take anyone from their hands. Yi Lan couldn't help but worry about Gu En, hoping he hadn't entered the city. She felt that today's events involved more than just catching demon cultivators. As a law enforcement hall disciple, she couldn't simply flee due to suspicion. Deep down, she still held some trust in the Supreme Sect, believing that such actions by the demon extermination hall could only occur in secret. In the distance, Jiang Qiong and a hunched elder stood at a window in a pavilion, alongside some inner sect disciples who did not head to the heavenly repair platform but were curious about the outer gate's actions. Last night, a powerful divine sense swept the city. Its cultivation level is likely beyond the divinity transformation realm, the hunched elder spoke with a heavy tone, frowning. Beyond divinity transformation? Jiang Qiong squinted her eyes. The hunched elder continued to ask, "Miss, can you tell me why you are here?" Jiang Qiong looked toward the distant heavenly repair platform and said, "To kill a traitor." "A traitor?" The hunched elder looked puzzled. Time continued to pass. When the number of disciples on the heavenly repair platform exceeded 100,000, it still seemed spacious. Lu Jiujia stood at the edge, scanning the disciples on the platform. The murderous intent in his brows grew stronger, giving off a dangerous aura. Yi Lan approached, and upon seeing her, Lu Jiujia frowned. "Su Han and Zhen Qin were captured by your people. Can you let them go?" Yi Lan asked softly. Though she had already severed ties with Lu Jiujia, she had to lower herself for the two juniors. If she were the victim, she could choose death, but those two were Gu An's disciples, and she couldn't abandon them completely. Lu Jiujia's frown deepened upon hearing this, but he still nodded slightly. "Thank you." Yi Lan turned to leave after speaking. Lu Jiujia watched her departing figure, wanting to say more, but ultimately only sighed and went to look for Su Han and Zhen Qin. Half an hour later, he brought Su Han and Zhen Qin back to where he was standing. Zhen Qin cautiously asked, "Marshal Uncle Lu, is this really just about catching demon path spies?" Lu Jiujia nodded lightly without speaking. Zhen Qin sighed in relief and said no more, while Su Han observed Lu Jiujia, feeling something was wrong with him. Suddenly, a red umbrella rose from behind a large building on the east side of the heavenly repair platform, quickly flying to the center above the platform, drawing many gazes. The red umbrella opened, releasing white jade beads that dangled on thin threads, swinging and clattering against each other, producing a clear sound. With a boom, the red umbrella erupted with powerful spiritual power, a faint golden light spreading and quickly covering the entire outer gate city, connecting with the flags on the city walls. Everyone in the city looked up, some curious, others fearful. A figure appeared out of thin air beneath the red umbrella, a man in black robes. "I am Chu Xian, an elder of the Supreme Sect's main city. I am here to cleanse the outer gate of demon path spies," the black-robed man named Chu Xian announced. As his words fell, the vast void-crossing realm aura enveloped the entire outer gate, letting everyone feel his immense power. Yi Lan looked up at the high and mighty Chu Xian from the crowd, her eyes full of shock. What kind of cultivation could produce such a presence? Not only her, but Lu Jiujia, Su Han, and Zhen Qin were also stunned. Most outer disciples looked at Chu Xian as if he were an immortal, awestruck and reverent. The Demon Extermination Hall has captured many demon path spies over the years, but there are still demon cultivators causing harm. We will first investigate the Demon Extermination Hall. Chu Xian's voice was cold and indifferent. As his words ended, the red umbrella above him shook, emitting an eerie sound that echoed throughout the city. Lu Jiujia's expression changed drastically. Clutching his chest with both hands, he fell to his knees with a thud. Not only him, but all the surrounding demon extermination hall disciples did the same. Some even screamed in agony. "Martial Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" Zhen Qin asked urgently, extremely nervous. Lu Jiujia felt as if countless bugs were biting him all over, the pain excruciating. He couldn't respond, only signaling Zhen Qin and Su Han to stay away with his hand. The outer disciples on the platform looked towards the outer edge where the demon extermination hall disciples were, murmuring in alarm. "The magic artifact above me is the demon-suppressing umbrella. Under its light, demonic qi is cleansed, and anyone practicing demon skills will turn to blood." Chu Xian's voice echoed once more. The heavenly repair platform erupted. Could the demon extermination hall really be full of demon cultivators? The demon extermination hall had captured countless people over the years, making many despise them. Now, knowing they were demon cultivators, how could anyone not be furious? Shouts and curses rang out. Lu Jiujia was in unbearable pain, his forehead pressing against the ground, his body trembling. "Damn it! I knew it!" Lu Jiujia gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony. He couldn't mobilize his inner spiritual power, and his heart plunged into unprecedented fear. Black qi emanated from him, rising into the air. It wasn't just him. Other demon extermination hall disciples also emitted black qi that quickly ascended, converging towards the demon-suppressing umbrella. Yilan stepped out from the crowd, seeing Lu Jiujia's painful state. She hurriedly approached, taking out an elixir from her storage bag and feeding it to Lu Jiujia. This sight caused other disciples to start cursing her, but she remained unfazed. However, her elixir proved ineffective. Junior sister. Run! Lu Jiujia spoke with immense effort, each word seeming to drain him completely. After the word run, he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. "What's going on?" Yilan asked sternly, pausing briefly before quickly saying, "I can't escape now. Unless the truth is revealed and we fight with the whole sect, there's only a slim chance of survival." Lu Jiujia couldn't respond, his hand trembling as he raised his right hand, pointing towards the sky. Yilan turned her head and saw that he was pointing at Chu Xian in the sky. "Next, we will inspect the demon path spies on the platform," Chu Xian's voice sounded, causing the noisy platform to fall silent. At that moment, even disciples confident in their innocence felt a bit of panic. The demon-suppressing umbrella swayed again, and its eerie sound made everyone's hearts tremble. Yilan seemed to feel something, quickly looking down. The ground of the heavenly repair platform was covered in dense blood patterns resembling some strange script. Her feet were right on a blood pattern, an evil force drilling into her body and forcibly sealing her spiritual power, leaving her immobile. She trembled all over, and her white spirit sword at her waist rang out as well. All the disciples on the platform knelt in unison, like rising and falling waves. They, too, were on top of dense blood patterns. I never expected the demon path to infiltrate so deeply. Given that, this outer gate has no reason to exist. Chu Xian's voice descended from the sky, icy cold, plunging everyone into an abyss. In Mystic Valley, inside a pavilion, Guan was writing a book when the desk suddenly trembled, causing him to stop. His gaze shifted to the Qinghong sword placed on the desk beside him. The Qinghong sword was vibrating violently, the blade seemingly trying to leap out of its sheath, accompanied by faint bird-like chirps. Looking at the Qinghong sword, Guan's expression changed. Chapter 66. The Sword That Fell from the Sky. On the heavenly repair platform, tens of thousands of disciples knelt, blood runes surged beneath their feet, transforming into wisps of blood energy that coiled around their bodies. "Elder, I am not a demonic infiltrator. You are the demon. Traitor. You will die a horrible death." Ridiculous, so many demon spies, what a grand joke. I never thought the supreme sect could be so dark, and they claim to be the #1 righteous sect of Taizong. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before the Taizong dynasty is annihilated too. Chu Xian, even if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Such actions, do you not fear the wrath of gods and men, and the retribution that follows? Crying, begging, cursing, all kinds of sounds filled the outer gate city. In the center of the heavenly repair platform, within the stone pillars, grooves began to fill with blood from the bottom up, as if veins were flooding, a scene of eerie horror. Rolling dark clouds surged in from all directions, rapidly covering the sky above the outer gate city, plunging the city into darkness. A faint golden light shield emitted from the demon-suppressing umbrella began to manifest, enveloping the entire city. Those disciples not on the heavenly repair platform tried to flee but could not break through. Yilan trembled, trying to stand up, but she couldn't. Feeling her spiritual power being drained away, her eyes were full of terror and despair. Su Han and Zhen Qin beside her were in the same state, unable to speak, only able to wait in hopelessness for death to come. In the distance, inside the pavilion, a hunchbacked old man gazed at the figure of Chu Xian, his face heavy, saying, "I never expected him to become this powerful. The talent of the Supreme Sect is truly extraordinary. How many years has it been?" Jiang Qiong's eyes also showed signs of fear. Merely facing the pressure from Chu Xian, she dared not act rashly, the gap was too vast. "I see, the legendary Heaven and Earth Nirvana array," Jiang Qiong muttered to herself. Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man looked at her, saying, "Mistress, this array is likely to threaten us. We should withdraw immediately." Jiang Qiong nodded. Her target was not Chu Xian. His appearance was unexpected, especially the Heaven and Earth Nirvana array, which had a great impact on her. The two immediately turned around, preparing to leave the outer gate city. Boom! Thunder rolled through the dark clouds in the sky, like a roaring heavenly god, oppressive and loud. Chu Xian looked up, his expression calm. After just a glance, his gaze returned to the city. Looking at the tens of thousands of struggling disciples below, his eyes showed a trace of compassion. For the eternal prosperity of the Supreme Sect, making a sacrifice is not in vain for your lifetime of cultivation. He muttered, seeming to comfort himself. The compassion in his eyes gradually disappeared, his gaze becoming indifferent. He raised his hand, grabbing the demon-suppressing umbrella, preparing to increase the force and refine the cultivation of all the disciples on the platform in one go. Yilan was already lying on the ground. She painfully raised her eyes to look. Under the billowing thunderclouds, Chu Xian's figure was so terrifying. But at that moment, she saw not Chu Xian, but another figure. She worried that Guan wouldn't escape this calamity. Regret filled her heart. She should have sought Guan yesterday, to let him leave the Supreme Sect early. Today's actions were against the heavens and humanity. Chu Xian would surely kill all the servant disciples belonging to this outer gate city. More and more blood-colored runes covered her body, like chains, pulling her tightly, as if they wanted to drag her into the ground. An unprecedented exhaustion surged toward her like a raging tide, her eyelids trembling as they shut. The white spirit sword at her waist continued to tremble, seemingly anxious for its master. Just then, Yilan seemed to feel something, instinctively opening her eyes. Sunlight shone on her face. Not only her, the other tormented disciples also opened their eyes because the sky suddenly brightened. The bloodied Lu Jiujia could only look at the sky with his remaining vision. Under his gaze, the rolling thunderclouds above had been dispersed. From the cloud waves at the horizon, it was obvious they had been driven away by some powerful force. Jiang Qiong and the hunchbacked old man, who were quickly moving through the streets, saw it more clearly. They turned to look and then stopped. Above the demon-suppressing umbrella, outside the faint golden light shield, a sword hovered. The sword was enveloped in sword qi, obscuring its blade, but it was evident it was a long, slender sword. Chu Xian raised his head, moving the demon-suppressing umbrella, his brows furrowed. "Who?" His voice echoed, with a hint of tension. That single word brought hope to everyone in the city, those trapped on the heavenly repair platform showing looks full of hope. Boom! A formidable sword intent burst from the sword shadow in the sky, crushing the faint golden light shield over the entire city in an instant. Chu Xian's expression changed dramatically. He immediately channeled spiritual power into the demon-suppressing umbrella, which shook violently, releasing a powerful force to counter the sword qi. "Combine!" Chu Xian's eyes widened. Just as he uttered a syllable, the sword shadow plummeted with overwhelming dominance, scattering the vast power of the demon-suppressing umbrella, shattering it and piercing through his body. Like a falling star, the sword shadow descended, landing on the heavenly repair platform, its blade embedding in the stone, vibrating incessantly. The formidable sword intent burst forth, scattering all the blood-colored runes on the platform, shattering the massive stone pillar instantaneously. The sword intent swept past Yilan's body, causing her robes to flutter, giving her a sense of awakening from a nightmare. Su Han and Zhen Qin felt the same. They quickly stood up. More and more disciples broke free from their restraints, standing up and turning to look at the sword shadow in the center of the platform. To them, the sword was not fearful, for it had saved their lives. Someone looked up to see Chu Xian still floating in the air, holding the umbrella handle of the demon-suppressing umbrella, his body trembling, blood pouring from his 7 orifices uncontrollably. "Why?" Chu Xian stammered, but before he could finish, his body erupted in bursts of sword light, soon turning to ashes, not even his primordial spirit escaping. The sky followed with a dim yellow light, as if dusk had arrived. How is this possible? He was in the void-crossing realm. The hunchbacked old man's eyes widened, his tone filled with terror. Jiang Qiong's composure also faltered. Chu Xian already surpassed the divinity transformation realm. What level of cultivation was needed to slay Chu Xian with a single sword? Following her gaze, a pillar of energy fell from the sky, connecting to the heavenly repair platform, seemingly splitting the entire world in two. That was sword qi. In this world, such a sword cultivator had been born. At that moment, Jiang Qiong felt very insignificant, also very mediocre. The century of injury seemed to have eliminated her from the immortal cultivation world. Meanwhile, the third Medicine Valley. Under a large tree, Elder Tian gazed towards the direction of the outer gate city. Even from a great distance, he saw the pillar of sword qi above the heavenly repair platform. Unification, Elder Tian muttered, his voice heard only by himself. On the mountain top at the edge of the Medicine Valley, Yi Yan stood against the wind. A strong gust suddenly blew, pulling his robes backward. He held a long spear, his posture as steady as a pine, unmoved. He squinted, looking at the pillar of sword qi in the distance, filled with wonder. Dozens of miles away, Shen Zhan stood on a cliff. Behind her was the entrance to her cave. The wind blew her black robes and veil, revealing the lower half of her face intermittently. In her pupils reflected the pillar of sword qi, her eyes full of curiosity. Supreme Sect still hid such sword cultivators. She couldn't help but think of the flying leaf sword immortal, plucking leaves and killing nascent souls. How high was his realm? No one knew, not even who he truly was. Yi Lan stood at the edge of the heavenly repair platform. In front of her were tens of thousands of disciples. She couldn't see the sword shadow surrounded by the sea of people, but her eyes turned unconsciously to the white spirit sword at her waist. The sword continued to tremble slightly. Her eyes revealed a complex expression. At that moment, the outer disciples stepped back, making a thunderous noise. Yi Lan's attention was caught by a sharp sound. It was the sound of the sword blade grinding against stone. She immediately leapt, stepping on her flying sword, ascending into the sky. Not only her, but tens of thousands of disciples did the same, scattering into the air, creating an immensely spectacular sight. All who reached the sky widened their eyes, for they saw the sword shadow that had killed Chu Xian moving swiftly, the blade still embedded in the platform stone, sliding all the way, sparks flying, sword intent spreading. Elder Lu Chong of the book collection hall frowned deeply, reciting, "Righteous path." When the sword shadow finished carving the last stroke, it flew up, brushing past the heads of all disciples, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Everyone turned their heads to look at the heavenly repair platform. At its center were 2 large characters engraved. Righteous path. The strokes filled with vigor, exuding extreme sharpness and an aura of death. Jiang Qiong and the hunchbacked old man also flew into the air. Seeing those 2 characters, the 2 demon cultivators from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion were also deeply shaken. Taitsong Righteous Path committing to demonic deeds, but ultimately stopped by a mysterious sword cultivator who left behind the 2 characters Righteous Path. What did this signify? The Supreme Sect might have its dark sides, but it also had great cultivators with a heart for justice. Jiang Qiong always sneered at the name of the Righteous Path of the Supreme Sect, thinking the Supreme Sect was just deceiving the world, but now she suddenly felt the Supreme Sect might not be so contemptible. Mystic Valley. Within the pavilion, Guan sat at his desk, his brows slightly furrowed. Someone had locked onto his Qinghong sword, making it difficult for him to recall it directly. He was using sword intent to control the sword. That earlier strike was no ordinary attack. It was a move from the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. The Integration Realm Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Since you want to chase, fine. Let them understand a sword hangs over their heads within the Supreme Sect. Guan thought silently, then picked up a brush, preparing to see if he could multitask. The Qinghong sword was already over 6,000 miles away from him, and the distance was rapidly increasing. Above the sea of clouds, the Qinghong sword wove rapidly, leaving a long trail of energy waves that extended to the edge of the sky. Suddenly, the Qinghong sword stopped, suspended above the clouds. In less than 3 breaths, a golden light shot from the horizon, quickly arriving in front of the Qinghong sword, within less than 100 meters. The golden light dispersed, revealing a man in a blue Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, appearing immortal-like, only his expression was somewhat solemn. "Who are you exactly? A unification realm sword cultivator unheard of within the Taizong dynasty?" The Taoist-robed man asked, his tone grave. Chapter 67. The angry vice sect leader. The voice of the man in the Taoist robe echoed above the sea of clouds, his gaze constantly fixed on the Qinghong sword. He couldn't discern the true form of this sword because his divine sense couldn't penetrate the sword qi on its surface, which made him quite alarmed. This person's sword Dao accomplishment was absolutely the strongest he had ever encountered. However, he didn't get a response. The entire world seemed to be left with only him and this sword, with no second person present. But he could sense a trace of divine sense fluctuation on the Qinghong sword, indicating that it was being controlled by someone, which made him highly alert and on guard. At this moment, the Qinghong sword burst out with powerful sword intent. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds poured in from all directions, dimming the entire sky and earth. The terrifying sword intent locked onto the man in the Taoist robe, causing him to be moved. Thousands of lightning bolts intertwined in the thunderclouds above. Each bolt was like a group of dragons thrashing in the sea of clouds. The sword qi on the Qinghong sword surged wildly, burning like raging flames. The man in the Taoist robe immediately wielded his horsetail whisk, and streams of gang qi were released, gathering around him into a gigantic golden light mountain. On the mountain rose numerous statues, as if silently shouting. Suddenly, torrential rain arrived, and strong winds howled through the clouds. Under the flashing lightning, the Qinghong sword, wreathed in sword qi, seemed like an unparalleled demon sword, giving the man in the Taoist robe immense pressure. The Qinghong sword flew up, its tip pointing toward the man in the Taoist robe. The man in the Taoist robe immediately struck out with his palm, and the giant golden light mountain on his body burst into dazzling brilliance. All the statues simultaneously struck with their palms, spiritual power transforming into a grand light mass towards the Qinghong sword, resembling a river of stars crossing the sky. The Qinghong sword moved. Bang! With a single sword strike, it targeted the man in the Taoist robe. The sword moved, the wind and thunder roared, and the heavens and earth trembled. A cold light radiated across the sky, and the Qinghong sword was like the fastest light, the fiercest thunder, shattering all obstructing objects with unstoppable force. The river of stars was directly driven away, and the giant golden light mountain on the man in the Taoist robe shattered instantly. He immediately dodged and jumped away, but the next second, the Qinghong sword had already reached before him, relentlessly pursuing. He struck out with his palm, and the space in front of him seemed to solidify. An invisible barrier forcibly halted the Qinghong sword. Ripples spread around, giving the barrier a shape. Suddenly, the face of the man in the Taoist robe changed, darkly thinking something was wrong. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out, and the man in the Taoist robe instinctively retreated. Time seemed to slow down, and in his pupils, the tip of the Qinghong sword was getting closer and closer to him. The sword qi blossomed like a flower, so brilliant and magnificent. Bang! A strong wind came at the man in the Taoist robe, blowing off his hair crown. His black hair floated freely, and his Taoist robe was fiercely pulled backward. The sea of clouds behind him scattered, the thunderclouds above tore apart, and the sunlight poured down as if a giant crack had been cut through the sky, extending to the horizon. The man in the Taoist robe widened his eyes, looking at the sword suspended in front of him, unable to calm his emotions. This sword could completely harm him but stopped at a point he couldn't defend against. Under his gaze, he saw the Qinghong sword slowly descending. He seemed to understand something, neither dodging nor striking back. The Qinghong sword gently tapped his chest 3 times, then turned and left, its speed even faster than when he had chased. This time, the man in the Taoist robe didn't pursue because he knew it was pointless. He was simply not the opponent of the other party. His face gradually darkened. Though the sunlight shone on him, it felt so glaring to him. Inside the house, Guan wrote with one hand while raising the other to catch the Qinghong sword that flew in from the window. He had sent the Qinghong sword in several circles and only retrieved it when the disciples in the valley were not paying attention. After the earlier duel, Guan suddenly felt confident in his own sword Dao accomplishment. Killing Chu Xian in the Void-Crossing realm granted him 93 years of lifespan, and the Taoist-robed man he encountered later was also at the Unification realm. Judging by his aura, he was probably at the initial Unification realm like Gu En, at most not above the second layer, but he was still not a match for Gu An's Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. He had always thought his actual combat ability in the same realm was weak, but now he realized he might have underestimated himself. Even without much combat experience, his cultivation in spells and ultimate skills was solid and genuine, not mere fantasies. Not everyone could spend thousands of years cultivating spells, while the vast majority of cultivators dedicated most of their time to chi absorption cultivation. Of course, fighting with a higher realm against a lower realm was always more stable. Guan sheathed the Qinghong sword and placed it on the table. He turned his head to look at the outer gate city, where many great cultivators from the Supreme Sect had already gone. Tens of thousands of outer disciples survived, and Chu Xian's crimes could not be concealed. Yilan and the others were safe. He believed that the Supreme Sect wouldn't practice that demon skill again in the short term. The two big characters Guan carved at the Heavenly Repair platform became the focus of attention for cultivators, with great cultivators marveling at his sword intent, and outer disciples indignantly cursing Chu Xian, demanding a thorough investigation from the higher-ups. Because Chu Xian had used a formation to isolate the outer gate city in advance, the servant disciples of Mystic Valley didn't hear the commotion, but some disciples outside saw the turbulent sea of clouds and took notice. An hour later, more cultivators started flying over Mystic Valley, causing the disciples in the valley to talk incessantly. Guan didn't go downstairs, pretending to be unaware of the matter. Today, the Supreme Sect was destined not to be peaceful. After a night, in the early morning, Yilan, Su Han, and Zhen Qin returned. Guan welcomed them in the attic, and Wu Xin and Xiaochuan insisted on joining the fun, so Guan let them in as well. Zhen Qin began recounting the events of the previous day, her voice full of surprises, making Wu Xin and Xiaochuan experience emotional ups and downs. Yilan was uncharacteristically silent, no longer staring at Guan all the time. Guan roughly guessed the reason and pretended not to notice her unusual behavior. After Zhen Qin and Su Han finished speaking, Wu Xin sneered, "I knew long ago that the Supreme Sect wasn't as righteous as it's rumored to be outside. I didn't expect it could be so shameless, sacrificing tens of thousands of fellow disciples. Even the Thousand Autumn Pavilion hasn't done something so heinous." Feeling vexed, Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, why don't we switch to another sect? Planting herbs elsewhere is still planting." Guan glared at him and said, "Nonsense, don't say such things in the future. In any case, this matter has been interrupted. There are still righteous people in the Supreme Sect." He was reluctant to give up his foundation, especially the 8 scenic caves. Cultivators from the main city of the sect have already come to seek justice. They said they would give an explanation to the outer disciples. Let's see how the sect handles this. The commotion yesterday was too big to be hidden, and word will surely spread to the immortal cultivation world, Yilan said, still not looking at Guan while speaking. Su Han, thinking of something, hurriedly said, "Master, Martial Uncle Lu is severely injured. Even if he survives, I'm afraid." Guan had noticed Lu Jujia's tragic condition the day before but was powerless to help. Lu Jujia's cultivation had been completely drained, and even if he survived, he would be a cripple, unlikely to cultivate immortality again. He wondered if Wuxian's Daoist expansion skill could help him. "Tell him that if he doesn't mind, he can come to Mystic Valley to find me, and we can plant flowers and herbs together, living a peaceful life," Guan sighed. Mentioning Lu Jujia's fate cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. "All right, everyone, go now. I need to talk to junior sister Yi." Guan waved his sleeve. The others quickly saluted and then turned to leave. Zhen Qin, being thoughtful, closed the door. As the door was about to shut, she gave Guan a playful glance, leaving him somewhat amused and exasperated. The room fell into silence. Guan could sense Yilan's unsettled aura. He smiled and said, "Junior sister, you must be frightened. How about staying in Mystic Valley for a few days to rest?" Yilan took a deep breath and turned to look at him, saying, "Indeed I was frightened but not scared. Senior brother, I suddenly understand your previous words. I truly was foolish. The path of immortal cultivation should primarily be about cultivating. If you and I were to hide in the mountains and encounter such evil people like yesterday, with no ability to fight back, it would be the most tragic thing for us." Hearing her speak this way, Guan instead worried she was under too much pressure. Junior sister, don't overthink. It's good to work hard on cultivation, but dangers like yesterday's are rare to encounter, Guan spoke earnestly. Yilan nodded and said, although I don't know who the great cultivator who acted yesterday was, I will learn from him. When I become as strong as him, I will stand by your side, senior brother. She smiled and raised an eyebrow at Gu, and seeing her return to her usual self, Guan also smiled. Then Yilan talked about the situation in the demon extermination hall. Almost all disciples there were crippled, but the main city of the sect intended to thoroughly investigate the hall. According to her information, this incident might affect the Hall of Elders in the main city. In the Supreme Sect, it was never a one-person's rule. Everyone had opponents, and Chu Xian's opponents were no exception. They would certainly seize this opportunity to act. Guan also looked forward to changes in the Supreme Sect. If the situation remained this vile, he might one day grow tired and, once strong enough, let the Supreme Sect hear a different voice. 2 days later. In the Third Medicine Valley. Guan was inspecting medicinal herbs when he suddenly sensed 2 auras. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't turn around. Soon, Gu Zong landed with someone. This person was none other than the man in the Taoist robe who had earlier battled the Qinghong sword. Guan, come over, Gu Zong called out from afar. Guan immediately turned and walked over, casting a lifespan detection on the man in the Taoist robe. Divine sense could detect a person, but lifespan detection had to be done through the naked eye. Ji Han Tian, Unification Realm First Layer 780/3300/3500. Indeed, it was the Unification Realm First Layer. And his surname was Ji. Previously, he had seen a great cultivator in the Void Crossing Realm surnamed Ji, but he hadn't expected there to be a Ji-named cultivator in the Unification Realm hidden in the Supreme Sect. The foundation of the Ji family was truly terrifying. Guan walked up to Gu Zong and saluted. Gu Zong smiled and said, Guan, this is the vice sect leader, and he's also from the Ji family. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately saluted Ji Han Tian. Ji Han Tian nodded, smiled, and said, no need for formalities. After all, you also come from the Ji family. Come, let's talk upstairs. Guan immediately led the way. After entering the room upstairs, Guan closed the door, and Gu Zong set up a restriction. Ji Han Tian suddenly slapped the table and angrily said, outrageous! Simply lawless. Panan, you must write this down and expose the Supreme Sect's sins to the whole world. Chapter 68. Status Promotion. Searching for Panan, you want me to write it? Guan didn't dare to respond. He had no idea why Ji Han Tian was so angry. If Ji Han Tian wanted Guan to defame himself, he certainly wouldn't do it. Why are you yelling so loudly? Gu Zong said discontentedly. He then sat down, gesturing for Guan to sit beside him. Guan nodded and sat down on the stool next to him. Ji Han Tian, trying to calm his emotions, said, using tens of thousands of disciples to refine a formation, is this truly the righteous path? If not for that mysterious sword cultivator intervening, I would still be in the dark. He was truly upset. At that time, he was in seclusion when he sensed a strong sword intent, which startled him into coming out of seclusion. Traveling tens of thousands of miles, he arrived only to find that Chu Xian was beyond saving, but he heard the curses of the outer sect disciples, making him both angry and curious about the identity of that sword cultivator, so he pursued. He ended up being easily defeated by the other party. Ever since reaching the Unification Realm, Ji Han Tian felt he could walk unchallenged in the Taizong dynasty, with few able to match him. Most who could were ancient monsters in long seclusion. He hadn't tasted defeat in a long time. The most crucial thing was, the other party not only defeated him but also helped him. If that person hadn't intervened, when I came out of seclusion, wouldn't the hatred for the outer sect's destruction be pinned on the demonic sect? Ji Han Tian asked Gu Zong, staring intently. Gu Zong smiled bitterly, not answering directly, but his answer was obvious. Ji Han Tian then looked at Guan and said, you need to write down everything that happened 3 days ago. This includes the disgraceful activities of the Demon Extermination Hall, and the sword cultivator who prevented the outer sect calamity. Since he acted, it shows he is also part of the Supreme Sect, just very low-key. Promoting his deeds can help maintain the Supreme Sect's image, so it won't instantly be seen as demonic. Hearing that he could flatter himself, Guan felt relieved. However, he couldn't agree too easily. Guan put on a difficult expression, hesitating to speak. Ji Huntian frowned and asked, "What? You don't want to do it?" Gu Zong said annoyedly, "Such a big matter, if he dares to write it, he will surely offend a lot of people. You just give him a huge problem with one word." "How dare you?" Ji Huntian felt a bit embarrassed when he heard this. Guan took a deep breath and said, "I'm willing to work for the Supreme Sect, but..." Gu Zong smiled and said, "What do you want? Just say it." Ji Huntian frowned but did not say more. "I want to expand my medicine valley, making it the third medicine valley in the inner sect, controlling a 100-mile radius area for planting more medicinal herbs. I will still turn in herbs to the sect as usual and not take more," Guan said seriously. Ji Huntian couldn't help but ask, "Just that? You could ask for more and higher requirements." He thought Guan would make a big demand, but it turned out to be just this. Guan nodded and said, "I only want this. My talent is mediocre. Asking for treasures or cultivation techniques would only bring trouble. Growing medicinal herbs is my hobby, and it gives me more inspiration for writing, which also benefits the Supreme Sect." Ji Huntian couldn't help but look at Gu Zong. Gu Zong smiled and said, "Don't underestimate him. He's truly thinking this way. You may not know Pan An's reputation, but get to know him in these few days. As long as he speaks, the Hall of Elders will surely promote him to true disciple." "Oh, his books are really that amazing? Read The Investiture of the Gods. You'll absolutely like it." "All right then. I will make the decision. In that 100-mile area, you can grow whatever you want. Also, you will receive a set of the 6th grade Spirit Protection Array. Gu Zong, handle this matter," Ji Huntian said seriously. Gu Zong smiled and nodded. Guan immediately bowed to thank Ji Huntian. Gu Zong started to inquire about the sect leader's view on the matter. Ji Huntian sarcastically said he would surely feign ignorance. The sect leader and the vice-sect leader did not get along. During this, Ji Huntian also mentioned LV Baitian, namely Elder Tian, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with Elder Tian. It seemed that Elder Tian had altered his appearance and figure, making him unrecognizable and easily overlooked. Only after listening to the end did Guan learn that Elder Tian indeed suffered from deviation. Elder Tian often stayed in seclusion and did not manage the Supreme Sect much, leading to many under his name causing chaos. After his deviation, they elected Elder Chu Tianqi as the sect leader. In Ji Huntian's words, Elder Tian was already seen as dead. This made Guan have more conjectures about the relationship between Gu Zong and Ji Huntian. Only after half an hour did Ji Huntian and Gu Zong leave. Guan stood on the grass, watching them go. Suddenly, Elder Tian came over curiously and asked, "Is something happening with the outer sect?" Guan nodded and briefly explained the situation, making Elder Tian frown. "Elder Tian, what do you think? Do you believe the Supreme Sect is righteous or evil?" Guan asked casually, squatting down to look at a medicinal herb ahead. Elder Tian responded, "The line between righteousness and evil isn't easy to define. It shouldn't be judged by the present, but by future generations." These words. No wonder the Supreme Sect is so crooked. Guan stopped inquiring, not bothering with Elder Tian. He began planning how to fully utilize the 100-mile area, with Gu Zong promising that except for Shenzhen, he would move the nearby inner sect disciples' cave residences away to avoid future conflicts. Inner sect disciples were different from outer sect disciples, having both high talent and complex connections. To say the least, any random inner sect disciple would have a significant background. Through this incident, Guan came to understand that the Taizong dynasty wasn't ruled by the emperor or the sects but by the aristocratic families. The Ji family alone could have a vice-sect leader in the Supreme Sect and place family members in every sect under the Taizong dynasty. Let alone the Gu family or Zhou family. Guan believed Chu Jingfeng and sect leader Chu Tianqi also came from the same family, and the Chu family wasn't simple. However, it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't establish his own family and didn't want too many ties. Follow the path first, then act as desired. Gu Zong moved quickly. In less than 7 days, the procedures were completed, and the nearby inner sect disciples were relocated. He also brought a set of 6th grade Big Spirit Protection Array. The Spirit Protection Array was specifically used to enhance and contain spiritual energy. Though the world is vast, Spiritual energy flows. Each great sect searches for spirit lineages to establish, then seals the spiritual energy, resulting in rich spiritual energy within the sect. This makes the spiritual energy in the secular world scarce. With the array and plenty of medicinal herb resources, he could reach the core formation realm, nascent soul realm, and even divinity transformation realm, while claiming he had poor talent and relied on resources. This way, others wouldn't see him as a threat. Additionally, Guzong allowed him to have 20 servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley. Generally, servant disciples weren't allowed in the inner sect, and previously bringing 4 was an exception, given his relationship with Guzong. Guan recruited 7 people from Mystic Valley, including Tang Yu. As for Xiaofan and Wuxia, they still stayed in Mystic Valley, but Guan now permitted them to visit the Third Medicine Valley at any time. Life was about to get a lot better. Time flew by. A month had passed since the Outer Sect calamity. On this day, Guan came to the Outer Gate City. Without the Demon Extermination Hall, the city had restored its former prosperity, with disciples moving around less tensely. Walking along, Guan suddenly saw a person. Jiang Qiong. When dealing with Chu Xian, Guan's divine sense noticed Jiang Qiong, but he pretended not to know. He thought she would have left after a month, but surprisingly, she was still here. Jiang Qiong walked up to him and smiled. "Come with me." Guan looked at the hunchbacked old man behind her and used a lifespan detection. Mo, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers 970/1300/1570. Guan could sense the hidden demonic qi inside the old man. Jiang Qiong was truly bold, not only coming herself but also bringing a same realm companion, unafraid of being exposed. Seeing Guan hesitate, Jiang Qiong raised her hand and revealed a token. Outer Sect Great Elder. Equivalent to the ruler of the Outer Sect. Guan looked at her in astonishment, wondering how she managed it. Jiang Qiong smiled proudly and walked past him. He quickly followed her pace. Soon, Guan entered Jiang Qiong's residence, where there were many servant disciples, none with demonic qi. Jiang Qiong led Guan into a grand hall while Mo stood at the entrance. Guan could sense him casting a spell to isolate the area, preventing any spying. Guan watched Jiang Qiong sit at the chief seat, even crossing her legs, lacking any demeanor of the Outer Sect Great Elder. "How did you manage it?" Guan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qiong snorted. "Your martial master's divine skills are vast. Being a great elder of the Outer Gate City is nothing. One day, I might become the sect leader." Guan laughed and asked, "If you become the sect leader, will you favor the Thousand Autumn Pavilion or the Supreme Sect?" "If I become the Supreme Sect leader, I won't be a demon cultivator and will side with the Supreme Sect. Even if the Thousand Autumn Pavilion Master is offered, I won't take it." Jiang Qiong casually replied, filled with disdain for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Guan suddenly understood why there were so many Thousand Autumn Pavilion agents in the Supreme Sect, yet the Thousand Autumn Pavilion couldn't topple the Supreme Sect. To the Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion was far inferior to the Supreme Sect. Wuxia preferred being a servant disciple in the Supreme Sect over returning to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion as the young master. From now on, any Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivator who seeks you must not learn the whereabouts of the green vine tree. That tree belongs to you and me only, no longer to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Understood? Jiang Qiong said seriously. Guan nodded. "Sorry, it's only mine." Jiang Qiong smiled. "Grand Disciple, tell me, what do you need? Feel free to ask." Guan thought for a moment and said, "Can you promote Yilan from the Law Enforcement Hall? She is my junior sister. As for other requests, I don't need them for now. My medicine valley in the inner sect has expanded, so I don't need more valleys. In the future, if you have high-rank medicinal herb seeds, you can give them to me. I'll grow and cultivate them and then hand them to you." Jiang Qiong's smile grew brighter. She looked him over and said, "Not bad. I didn't choose the wrong grand disciple. Don't worry. Martial Master won't be polite with you. Of course, Martial Master won't shortchange you either. Besides, I have a task for you." Guan couldn't help but ask, "Besides growing medicinal herbs, what else can I do for you?" "Keep a close eye on Pan-an and his news. According to my information, Pan-an doesn't have high cultivation, hiding in the outer sect, but the Hall of Elders keeps his identity a tight secret." Chapter 69 Sword Venerable Fudao, renowned throughout the world. Part 4. Looking for myself? Guan wanted to laugh but restrained himself. Ji Hantian asked Guan to write about himself, and Jiang Qiong asked him to find himself. Despite the different identities, he still found it absurd. What kind of matter is this? Guan said hesitantly, my usual activity range is mostly within Medicine Valley. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to notice any news about Pan En. Jiang Qiong waved her hand and said, that's hard to say. Pan En loves writing books and naturally socializes. The book Supreme Immortal Venerable stirs the emotions of lower-level cultivators. He might often interact with outer and servant disciples. In any case, keep an eye out and tell me if you find anything. Guan could only nod upon hearing this. Jiang Qiong then discussed some other matters and had Mo, who was guarding the door, fetch a bag of high-rank seeds for Guan to take away. After leaving Jiang Qiong's residence, Guan headed towards the Heavenly Repair Platform. It was said that the Heavenly Repair Platform had become the most notable attraction in this outer gate city, attracting disciples from other outer and inner cities to visit. The grand battle a month ago had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Even Luo Hun from Tianya Valley had heard of it, indicating that he occasionally left the valley. Upon reaching the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan saw that at least 10,000 people were on the platform. Beside the words righteous path, many cultivators were meditating. Guan first noticed two familiar faces. Zhua Yijian and Zhua Lin. This father and son pair were observing Gu An's sword intent. Guan had carved words with his sword intent, naturally leaving behind his sword intent, which held a great attraction for the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Guan also saw another person, his disciple Su Han. Su Han was also a sword cultivator. Having grasped the essence of the hateful heaven divine sword, his accomplishments in sword Dao had grown rapidly, and his overall bearing was transforming. Guan watched from afar, not disturbing anyone while listening to the discussions of other disciples. The sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao is truly majestic. One can't imagine how high his sword Dao accomplishment is. It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao has strength comparable to that of the vice sect leader. Even if he faced the sect leader, he might not lose. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader? That's impossible. The sect leader himself stated that he has no idea what Chu Xian did. He also said there will be a thorough investigation of everyone associated with Chu Xian, regardless of status. Anyone who goes against the ethics of the Supreme Sect will be severely punished. Looking at these words righteous path, they truly stir my heart. I heard Pan En wants to write about Sword Venerable Fudao in his book. I wonder what kind of story it will be. Sword Venerable Fudao. This was the title given to Guan by Chu Tianqi, the sect leader of the Supreme Sect. More precisely, it was conferred upon the mysterious sword cultivator who killed Chu Xian. Sword Venerable Fudao, upholding the righteous path. If any unjust matters or people reappeared in the Supreme Sect, the Sword Venerable could act in the sect leader's stead to uphold justice, cutting down unjust sect leaders and vanquishing evil within the sect. This sounded imposing, but Guan thought it was useless. Chu Tianqi's proclamation protected himself. Ever since he conferred the title Sword Venerable Fudao, the criticism against him within the sect had significantly reduced. Instead, people praised him for his actions, believing he had the magnanimity to face responsibility. Guan also overheard people questioning the sect leader. More accurately, questioning the Chu family. Chu Tianqi and Chu Xian were hard to separate in people's minds. This indicated the undercurrents within the Supreme Sect. Those who praised and those who questioned publicly did not match the typical behavior of cultivators. It was hard to determine if they were being used as pawns. However, none of this concerned Guan. After spending some time at the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan headed to the Transmission Array Platform of the Inner Sect. He needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herb seeds from the Inner Sect. Although Gu Zong's delegation had given him many seeds, they were far from enough to cover an area of 100 miles. The thought of having his medicinal herbs cover an area of 100 miles excited Guan. A month ago, taking the risk not only saved those around him but also brought him great benefits, which made him very satisfied. By evening, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of 7 new servant disciples added some vitality to the valley. They were weeding and clearing land in various directions while the distant mountain forests echoed with the barks of spirit dogs, adding a pastoral feel. As soon as Guan returned, he sensed Shang Zhan's presence, who was once again waiting in his loft. Upon heading upstairs, Guan saw Shen Zhan standing by the bookshelf, reading. Hearing the footsteps, she returned the book to the shelf and turned to face him. Guan closed the door and asked, "Miss Shen, what brings you here today? I heard you're going to write a book about Sword Venerable Fudao? He'll be part of it, but it won't be solely about him. Mainly, it will recount the events from a month ago in the outer sect. Then you must be careful. The reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao has spread beyond the Taizong dynasty. Just yesterday, I received a letter saying that sword cultivators from the Great Yu dynasty are preparing to challenge him. Many believe that since you're writing about Sword Venerable Fudao, you must have a connection with him. They think finding you is easier than finding him." Shen Zhan laughed lightly as she spoke, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Guan sighed helplessly. How could I possibly meet Sword Venerable Fudao? To write about him, I need to gather material from the outer sect. Don't worry. I haven't disclosed your identity to anyone. Even my father wanted to know about you, but I refused. As Shen Zhan spoke, she took out a book from her storage bag and placed it on the table. Though I haven't told anyone, you should still be careful. The power of Sword Venerable Fudao makes many sects uneasy. They all want to gather information about him. Additionally, here is the book I wrote. Within a month, the book collection hall will start selling it nationwide. You can take a look first. With that, Shen Zhen walked out, brushing past him. They were already familiar with each other, so Guan did not see her off. Instead, he went to the desk and picked up the book Shen Zhan had written. Supreme Secret Records. It sounded very serious. Guan immediately started to read, but as he continued, his brows began to furrow. Really? He had thought Shen Zhen's writing wouldn't surpass Green Hero Travelogue, especially regarding matters between men and women. To his surprise, she wrote in even greater detail. This person acted demure in front of him but wrote so uninhibitedly in private? This content shouldn't be published, right? Guan hoped that the scrutiny of the book collection hall would do its job. Though he was displeased, he continued reading with great interest. This reading lasted the entire night. At dawn, Guan gathered the disciples to begin their exercises. As the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley increased, he believed tradition should be maintained, even getting Elder Tian involved. After the exercises, Guan began assigning tasks. He left 3 disciples to sow seeds while the others continued clearing the land. The dense forests around the Third Medicine Valley needed a significant amount of time and effort to transform into cultivable fields. Guan, even without using spells, did not feel tired and even told his disciples that it was also a form of cultivation. In truth, the disciples did not feel tired either and were very motivated. The larger the Third Medicine Valley grew, the more benefits they would receive, as Guan was generous in sharing the medicinal herbs, providing them with more elixirs. Life settled into a peaceful routine. Guan spent most of his time in the Third Medicine Valley, busy with clearing land and sowing seeds. 5 days later, Shen Zhan came looking for Guan again, very angry because her book had been rejected by the book collection hall. Guan almost laughed, but he held it in. Shen Zhan was very adamant. The more the book collection hall refused to publish her book, the more determined she was to publish it. She decided to print it herself and secretly spread it in the inner sect. Guan advised her to revise it, delete some content, and maybe it would pass, but she didn't listen. Either way, without the help of the book collection hall, Guan believed her book couldn't become popular, easing much of his concern. Winter snow gradually fell, blanketing the earth in white. At noon, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley. To his surprise, there was an additional person inside the valley, and they had a formidable presence. Luo Hun, sensing Guan's presence, leaped out of the forest like a flying swan, landing in front of him. You came just in time. Let me introduce you to someone. They were sent by His Majesty. From now on, let them take any medicinal herbs they need to help them break through as soon as possible. Luo Hun said, leading Guan to a distant area with lofts. Guan never coveted the herbs in Tianya Valley. He only wanted to gather them. Afterward, it was up to Li Xiandao to distribute them, as they originally belonged to Li Xiandao. When they reached the loft, the door of a nearby house opened, and a white-robed man stepped out. Ilu Yun, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers 466/1208/2850. Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers. His Majesty's forces were not weak either. Lu Yun looked to be in his early 40s, with an elegant and refined demeanor. His white robe highlighted the charming and reserved temperament typical of a swordsman. From across the wall, Lu Yun cupped his hands and said, "I am Lu Yun, a pleasure to meet you, Valley Master." Luo Han introduced, Senior Yi is the first sword servant by His Majesty's side. His sword Dao accomplishment is among the best in the Taizong dynasty. Only a few in the world can compare in sword Dao, countable on one's fingers. Guan raised his hand in greeting to Lu Yun. Lu Yun stared at Guan and asked, "Valley Master, you are also a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Do you know anything about Sword Venerable Fudao? What exactly is his cultivation level?" Sword Venerable Fudao was famed throughout the land, but everyone only knew he had slain Chu Xian of the Void-Crossing Realm. Few were aware he had also fought Vice-Sect leader Ji Hantian. Ji Hantian himself had not mentioned it, as if it had never occurred. "I am merely an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect with limited knowledge. However, there is a remnant of his sword intent on the heavenly repair platform in the outer sect. Senior could take a look." Guessing that this sword cultivator sought a challenge with Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan suggested the platform to make him realize the gap between himself and the Sword Venerable. Indeed, upon learning of Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent at the Supreme Sect, Lu Yun's eyes brightened, and he immediately leaped out of the valley, flying through the air. Guan looked at Luo Han and asked, "Can he go directly to the Supreme Sect?" Luo Han nodded. He has the Emperor's Sword Servant Order, allowing him unrestricted access to all major sections. Upon hearing this, Guan asked no further questions and headed toward a certain garden area to harvest the nearly ripe medicinal herbs. An ancient hour later, he left Tianya Valley. The new year arrived amid the winter cold. Right after the Lunar New Year, Guan returned to the outer gate. He first requested another batch of high-rank medicinal herb seeds from Jiang Qiong, and then went to the heavenly repair platform to join in the excitement. Zhua Yijian and his son were still sitting in meditation, seeking sword enlightenment. Guan also saw Lu Yun. He, too, was meditating near the righteous path words, frowning in deep thought. Guan's gaze shifted above the word path, and his brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 69 Sword Venerable Fudao, Renowned Throughout the World Part 4. Looking for myself? Guan wanted to laugh but restrained himself. Ji Hantian asked Guan to write about himself, and Jiang Qiong asked him to find himself. Despite the different identities, he still found it absurd. "What kind of matter is this?" Guan said hesitantly. "My usual activity range is mostly within Medicine Valley. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to notice any news about Pan En." Jiang Qiong waved her hand and said, "That's hard to say. Pan En loves writing books and naturally socializes. The book, Supreme Immortal Venerable, stirs the emotions of lower-level cultivators. He might often interact with outer and servant disciples. In any case, keep an eye out and tell me if you find anything." Guan could only nod upon hearing this. Jiang Qiong then discussed some other matters and had Mo, who was guarding the door, fetch a bag of high-rank seeds for Guan to take away. After leaving Jiang Qiong's residence, Guan headed towards the Heavenly Repair Platform. It was said that the Heavenly Repair Platform had become the most notable attraction in this outer gate city, attracting disciples from other outer and inner cities to visit. The grand battle a month ago had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world. Even Luo Han from Tianya Valley had heard of it, indicating that he occasionally left the valley. Upon reaching the Heavenly Repair Platform, Guan saw that at least 10,000 people were on the platform. Beside the words "righteous path," many cultivators were meditating. Guan first noticed two familiar faces. Zhua Yijian and Zhua Lin. This father and son pair were observing Guan's sword intent. Guan had carved words with his sword intent, naturally leaving behind his sword intent, which held a great attraction for the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Guan also saw another person, his disciple Su Han. Su Han was also a sword cultivator. Having grasped the essence of the hateful heaven divine sword, his accomplishments in sword Dao had grown rapidly, and his overall bearing was transforming. Guan watched from afar, not disturbing anyone while listening to the discussions of other disciples. The sword intent of Sword Venerable Fudao is truly majestic. One can't imagine how high his sword Dao accomplishment is. It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao has strength comparable to that of the Vice-Sect leader. Even if he faced the sect leader, he might not lose. Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader? That's impossible. The sect leader himself stated that he has no idea what Chu Xian did. He also said there will be a thorough investigation of everyone associated with Chu Xian, regardless of status. Anyone who goes against the ethics of the supreme sect will be severely punished. Looking at these words righteous path, they truly stir my heart. I heard Pan wants to write about Sword Venerable Fudao in his book. I wonder what kind of story it will be. Sword Venerable Fudao. This was the title given to Gu En by Chu Tianqi, the sect leader of the supreme sect. More precisely, it was conferred upon the mysterious sword cultivator who killed Chu Xian. Sword Venerable Fudao, upholding the righteous path. If any unjust matters or people reappeared in the supreme sect, the Sword Venerable could act in the sect leader's stead to uphold justice, cutting down unjust sect leaders and vanquishing evil within the sect. This sounded imposing, but Guan thought it was useless. Chu Tianqi's proclamation protected himself. Ever since he conferred the title Sword Venerable Fudao, the criticism against him within the sect had significantly reduced. Instead, people praised him for his actions, believing he had the magnanimity to face responsibility. Guan also overheard people questioning the sect leader. More accurately, questioning the Chu family. Chu Tianqi and Chu Xian were hard to separate in people's minds. This indicated the undercurrents within the supreme sect. Those who praised and those who questioned publicly did not match the typical behavior of cultivators. It was hard to determine if they were being used as pawns. However, none of this concerned Guan. After spending some time at the Heavenly Repair platform, Guan headed to the transmission array platform of the inner sect. He needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herb seeds from the inner sect. Although Gu Zong's delegation had given him many seeds, they were far from enough to cover an area of 100 miles. The thought of having his medicinal herbs cover an area of 100 miles excited Guan. A month ago, taking the risk not only saved those around him but also brought him great benefits, which made him very satisfied. By evening, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The arrival of 7 new servant disciples added some vitality to the valley. They were weeding and clearing land in various directions while the distant mountain forests echoed with the barks of spirit dogs, adding a pastoral feel. As soon as Guan returned, he sensed Shang Zhan's presence, who was once again waiting in his loft. Upon heading upstairs, Guan saw Shen Zhan standing by the bookshelf, reading. Hearing the footsteps, she returned the book to the shelf and turned to face him. Guan closed the door and asked, "Miss Shen, what brings you here today? I heard you're going to write a book about Sword Venerable Fudao?" "He'll be part of it, but it won't be solely about him. Mainly, it will recount the events from a month ago in the outer sect." "Then you must be careful. The reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao has spread beyond the Taizong dynasty. Just yesterday, I received a letter saying that sword cultivators from the Great Yu dynasty are preparing to challenge him. Many believe that since you're writing about Sword Venerable Fudao, you must have a connection with him. They think finding you is easier than finding him." Shen Zhan laughed lightly as she spoke, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Guan sighed helplessly. How could I possibly meet Sword Venerable Fudao? To write about him, I need to gather material from the outer sect. "Don't worry. I haven't disclosed your identity to anyone. Even my father wanted to know about you, but I refused." As Shen Zhan spoke, she took out a book from her storage bag and placed it on the table. "Though I haven't told anyone, you should still be careful. The power of Sword Venerable Fudao makes many sects uneasy. They all want to gather information about him. Additionally, here is the book I wrote. Within a month, the book collection hall will start selling it nationwide. You can take a look first." With that, Shen Zhen walked out, brushing past him. They were already familiar with each other, so Guan did not see her off. Instead, he went to the desk and picked up the book Shen Zhen had written. Supreme Secret Records. It sounded very serious. Guan immediately started to read, but as he continued, his brows began to furrow. Really? He had thought Shen Zhen's writing wouldn't surpass Green Hero Travelogue, especially regarding matters between men and women. To his surprise, she wrote in even greater detail. This person acted demure in front of him but wrote so uninhibitedly in private? This content shouldn't be published, right? Guan hoped that the scrutiny of the book collection hall would do its job. Though he was displeased, he continued reading with great interest. This reading lasted the entire night. At dawn, Guan gathered the disciples to begin their exercises. As the number of disciples in the Third Medicine Valley increased, he believed tradition should be maintained, even getting Elder Tian involved. After the exercises, Guan began assigning tasks. He left 3 disciples to sow seeds while the others continued clearing the land. The dense forests around the Third Medicine Valley needed a significant amount of time and effort to transform into cultivable fields. Guan, even without using spells, did not feel tired and even told his disciples that it was also a form of cultivation. In truth, the disciples did not feel tired either and were very motivated. The larger the Third Medicine Valley grew, the more benefits they would receive, as Guan was generous in sharing the medicinal herbs, providing them with more elixirs. Life settled into a peaceful routine. Guan spent most of his time in the Third Medicine Valley, busy with clearing land and sowing seeds. 5 days later, Shen Zhen came looking for Guan again, very angry because her book had been rejected by the book collection hall. Guan almost laughed, but he held it in. Shen Zhen was very adamant. The more the book collection hall refused to publish her book, the more determined she was to publish it. She decided to print it herself and secretly spread it in the inner sect. Guan advised her to revise it, delete some content, and maybe it would pass, but she didn't listen. Either way, without the help of the book collection hall, Guan believed her book couldn't become popular, easing much of his concern. Winter snow gradually fell, blanketing the earth in white. At noon, Guan arrived at Tianya Valley. To his surprise, there was an additional person inside the valley, and they had a formidable presence. Luo Hun, sensing Guan's presence, leaped out of the forest like a flying swan, landing in front of him. "You came just in time. Let me introduce you to someone. They were sent by His Majesty. From now on, let them take any medicinal herbs they need to help them break through as soon as possible," Luo Hun said, leading Guan to a distant area with lofts. Guan never coveted the herbs in Tianya Valley. He only wanted to gather them. Afterward, it was up to Li Xiandao to distribute them, as they originally belonged to Li Xiandao. When they reached the loft, the door of a nearby house opened, and a white-robed man stepped out. Ilu Yun, Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers 466/1208/2850. Divinity Transformation Realm, 9 layers. His Majesty's forces were not weak either. Ilu Yun looked to be in his early 40s, with an elegant and refined demeanor. His white robe highlighted the charming and reserved temperament typical of a swordsman. From across the wall, Ilu Yun cupped his hands and said, "I am Ilu Yun, a pleasure to meet you, Valley Master." Luo Hun introduced, "Senior Yi is the first sword servant by His Majesty's side. His sword Dao accomplishment is among the best in the Taizong dynasty. Only a few in the world can compare in sword Dao, countable on one's fingers." Guan raised his hand in greeting to Ilu Yun. Ilu Yun stared at Guan and asked, "Valley Master, you are also a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Do you know anything about Sword Venerable Fudao? What exactly is his cultivation level?" Sword Venerable Fudao was famed throughout the land, but everyone only knew he had slain Chu Xian of the Void Crossing Realm. Few were aware he had also fought Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian. Ji Hantian himself had not mentioned it, as if it had never occurred. "I am merely an outer disciple of the Supreme Sect with limited knowledge. However, there is a remnant of his sword intent on the heavenly repair platform in the outer sect. Senior could take a look." Guessing that this sword cultivator sought a challenge with Sword Venerable Fudao, Guan suggested the platform to make him realize the gap between himself and the Sword Venerable. Indeed, upon learning of Sword Venerable Fudao's sword intent at the Supreme Sect, Ilu Yun's eyes brightened, and he immediately leaped out of the valley, flying through the air. Guan looked at Luo Hun and asked, "Can he go directly to the Supreme Sect?" Luo Hun nodded. "He has the Emperor's Sword Servant Order, allowing him unrestricted access to all major sections." Upon hearing this, Guan asked no further questions and headed toward a certain garden area to harvest the nearly ripe medicinal herbs. An ancient hour later, he left Tianya Valley. The new year arrived amid the winter cold. Right after the Lunar New Year, Guan returned to the outer gate. He first requested another batch of high-rank medicinal herb seeds from Zhangqiong, and then went to the heavenly repair platform to join in the excitement. Zhua Yijian and his son were still sitting in meditation, seeking sword enlightenment. Guan also saw Ilu Yun. He, too, was meditating near the righteous path words, frowning in deep thought. Guan's gaze shifted above the word path, and his brow furrowed slightly. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Envgo. Chapter 70, Righteousness and Demons. I read Function, 5th update. Following Guan's gaze, he saw a man in plain clothes sitting cross-legged above the Dao character. His figure and appearance were unremarkable, and even his aura was ordinary. If it weren't for Guan constantly using lifespan detection, he wouldn't have noticed anything extraordinary about this person. Underworld Demon Emperor, Void Crossing Realm 9th Layer 3847/5700/14000. Turns out he's a demon. Guan knew that demons of the same realm tend to have longer lifespans than cultivators of the human race, but seeing the opponent's 14,000-year lifespan, he couldn't help but be shocked. What cultivation technique has this guy practiced to completely conceal any demon energy, so much so that even he, a great cultivator in the unification realm, couldn't see through it? And most importantly, do demons like to practice swordsmanship? Guan couldn't help but think of his sky dragon, who was also obsessed with the sword Dao. He didn't keep staring at the Underworld Demon Emperor but continued to scan the other figures on the Heavenly Repair platform. Those who dared to sit and attain sword enlightenment had high cultivations. After all, those in the energy cultivation realm and foundation establishment realm were busy with energy absorption and hadn't reached the point of prolonged meditation and enlightenment. Guan realized he had underestimated the influence of sword Venerable Fudao. Although he hadn't heard of Chu Xian before, with Chu Xian's cultivation, he must be famous among the major forces in the immortal cultivation world, especially among great cultivators who were well aware of him. The fall of a void-crossing realm cultivator would undoubtedly shake the dynasty. It seemed he had to keep a low profile for the time being. With the spread of reputation, who knew how many troublesome entities might be attracted? After thoroughly looking at all the people on the Heavenly Repair platform, Guan left. He had developed the habit of using lifespan detection on anyone he met. Without checking the other's background, he felt uneasy. For the next few years, he planned to farm in peace until the immortal cultivation world forgot about Sword Venerable Fudao. He had already written the book about Sword Venerable Fudao and the outer sect scandal. Ji Hantian had been pushing him, and he finished writing it last month. This book wasn't a long novel, just a single volume was enough. Spring warmth blanketed the earth, and everything thrived. In the third medicine valley, Guan and Gu Yu were drinking inside. Your righteousness and demons has spread throughout the Taizong dynasty. Now, no one discusses the Supreme Immortal Venerable. They're all talking about the Supreme Sect and Sword Venerable Fudao, Gu Yu remarked jealously. Guan laughed. After all, the Supreme Sect is the #1 righteous sect. With such an incident, anyone would be curious. Don't worry, in a few years, the immortal cultivation world will lose interest. By then, people will still chase after your legendary battle against the demon emperor of the exotic realm. Hearing this, Gu Ye's expression brightened instantly, and he started praising how well Guan had written it while eagerly asking about the next part of the plot. Guan wouldn't reveal anything, making Gu Yu itch with curiosity. By the way, I've recently gotten hold of a book, and the protagonist is named Guan. It's quite interesting, Gu Yu suddenly said, taking a book out of his storage bag. The Supreme Secret Records. Seeing the title, Guan's heart skipped a beat. Darn it! It actually made its way out. My reputation is ruined. Gu Yu shook the Supreme Secret Records in his hand, snickering. Brother Gu, have you read this book? Guan curiously asked. What's this book about? It's a good book. Be honest, did you write it? Gu Yu asked with a smile. How could that be possible? Let me take a look. Is it really that good? Guan snatched the Supreme Secret Records from his hand and began flipping through it. Gu Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure you didn't write it? Or did someone close to you write it? After reading the first page, Guan frowned as if he was genuinely seeing it for the first time. Seeing him frown, Gu Yu refrained from teasing him and instead poured himself a drink. As Guan's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, Gu Yu thought for a while and said, This book started circulating in the inner sect. You don't seem to know many inner sect disciples, so it must be a coincidence. After all, the name Guan isn't uncommon. Guan closed the Supreme Secret Records, took a deep breath, and asked, Does the book collection hall allow such a book to circulate? This book didn't go through the book collection hall. It's being passed around privately by the disciples, Gu Yu replied helplessly. Guan remained silent. Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Gu Yu got up to leave, consoling Guan a few more times before departing. After he left, Guan began to ponder the Supreme Secret records. He had to admit that Shenzhen had indeed studied the Green Hero Travelogue thoroughly. At least this book, in his opinion, surpassed the original. Although some content was unsightly, the character of Guan in the book was full of a chivalrous spirit, with a carefree and unfettered personality, which was quite endearing and did not tarnish his name. After reading for an hour, Guan finally closed the Supreme Secret records and then stepped out of the pavilion to continue his work. His goal was to plant medicinal herbs over an area of 100 miles as soon as possible. Today, he planned to fence off the area to prevent inner sect disciples from trespassing. Inner sect city, Ji Mansion. Ji Xiaoyu sat upright at the table, holding a book. Across from her sat Ji Hantian. How is it? How is this righteousness and demons written? Ji Hantian asked, putting down his teacup. Ji Xiaoyu flipped through the pages as she replied, it's quite good. The narration is immersive and doesn't cover up the Supreme Sect's sins, depicting Chu Xian's hideous face in great detail. But the outer sect disciples' unity is also very moving. At least after reading it, I don't think the Supreme Sect is utterly rotten. I can still feel the foundation and spirit of Taikang's #1 orthodox sect. Ji Hantian's lips curled into a smile. Do you know who Panin is? Ji Xiaoyu remained silent. It's the house servant under your command. Guan unexpected, isn't it? Ji Hantian asked with a smile. Ji Xiaoyu said quietly, actually, I already knew, but I didn't expect you to know as well. Grandfather, you didn't make him write this book, did you? It will cause him a lot of trouble. Ji Hantian feigned a cough and said, no worries, I will protect him. Thanks to this book, my influence in the Hall of Elders has increased. Overturning Chu Tianqi might not be impossible in the future. Ji Xiaoyu turned her attention back to the book in her hand, absent-mindedly saying, I actually think the Ji family shouldn't covet the position of sect leader. Things are quite good as they are, dispersed among various sects, not becoming a target. That's because you don't understand how hard it was for me under LV Baishan's pressure before. Otherwise, why would I let you join the Supreme Sect? It's to use your talent to gain face for me, Ji Hantian grumbled, getting agitated at the mention of LV Baitian. You've caused Guan so much trouble. Do you have any compensation for him? Of course I do. I've expanded his medicine valley to 100 miles. Also, you can bring Ji family's high-rank medicinal herbs to him for planting. I've investigated. This kid indeed has a knack for managing the valley. Moreover, if you get closer to him, he might beautify the Ji family in the future. I've read the Investiture of the Gods. His portrayal of GFA shows he holds the Ji family in his heart. Ji Hantian spoke earnestly, causing Ji Xiaoyu to frown. Ji Xiaoyu showed a look of dissatisfaction and said, Grandfather, dealing with people and matters shouldn't be overly calculative. Silly child, this isn't being calculative. It's a win-win situation. Why not? Ji Xiaoyu lowered her head, continuing to read, which made Ji Hantian shake his head. Ji Hantian stood up and said, the 100 Tribes Conference is approaching. You should prepare to secure the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list. After saying that, he took a step and disappeared into thin air within the room. Ji Xiaoyu didn't get up and kept staring at the book in her hand. March, the spring breeze was cool. One day in the early days of the month, someone from the Ji family came to the Third Medicine Valley, delivering a large batch of medicinal herb seeds to Guan. The lowest grade was rank 4, which made Guan very happy. Before leaving, the Ji family cultivator explicitly and implicitly conveyed that the third miss thought highly of him. These seeds were personally selected by her, and for any future needs, he could approach her. Guan naturally wouldn't refuse and expressed that he would never forget the third miss' kindness. Hearing this, the cultivator left satisfied. The Ji family, Gu Zong, and Jiang Qiong were all giving him seeds, which saved Guan quite a bit in costs. He planned to recruit more servant disciples, filling up at least 20 positions, providing each with a demon beast and top-notch treatment. That day, Guan took Elder Tian to the outer sect city. Elder Tian had volunteered to come, saying he wanted to see the righteous path characters on the heavenly repair platform. Upon arriving at the outer sect city, the two parted ways. As Guan approached the entrance of the Chores Hall, a male disciple came up to him, whispering, Taoist friend, I have a treasure here, just 2 low-grade spirit stones. 2? Why don't you just go rob someone? Guan said irritably, bypassing him directly. That disciple blocked him again, then took a book out of his storage bag, saying mysteriously, "Take a good look. Do you recognize this book? Many inner sect disciples read it after exiting seclusion. It holds great opportunities within." Guan glanced at it and saw 4 words. The Supreme Secret Records. He directly pushed the other aside, leaving with a word, "Sorry, I read the Investiture of the Gods." The disciple looked at his departing figure, cursing quietly, then sought other people to sell to. An hour later, Guan emerged from the chores hall with 11 people in tow, both men and women, all young and looking excited. Guan's ability to recruit so many servant disciples at once indicated his unusual status. Following such a senior, their path in immortal cultivation would surely broaden. He led the servant disciples grandly to the heavenly repair platform. The servant disciples had been curious about the platform for a long time. However, due to their low cultivation, they hadn't dared to come, fearing it would irritate the great cultivators. Guan quickly spotted Elder Tian, who stood below the righteous path characters, watching intently. He glanced in another direction. The underworld demon emperor in the 9th layer of the void crossing realm was still there, currently making some gestures with his right hand. Guan watched for 2 breaths and thought to himself, "This isn't the sword move of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword? This guy can comprehend sword moves just with sword intent? Too monstrous. No, I need to deepen my connection with the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Next time, I'll invest 1 or 2,000 years of lifespan to maintain my standing in the Sword Dao." Guan withdrew his gaze and walked towards Elder Tian. "Ha ha ha, I've comprehended it. I've comprehended it." Suddenly, a loud laugh resounded from the heavenly repair platform, drawing the attention of the tens of thousands on the platform. The speaker was an old man wearing a Taoist robe, although his white hair was a bit messy. He then leaped into the sky, reaching out with 2 fingers, pointing at the righteous path characters on the platform. Chapter 71, Sword Dao Holy Land, Restart the Plan, 6th Update. Seeing the old man trying to destroy his writing, Guan's expression changed. "What's the meaning of this? Comprehend my sword intent and still want to smash my writing?" Guan nearly made a move, but fortunately, there was no need for him to do so. "Presumptuous!" A thunderous shout echoed. The speaker was none other than Li Zuando's first sword servant, Ilu Yun. The 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm. Ilu Yun still had an imposing aura. A single shout made the whole city jump in fear. Not only Ilu Yun, but numerous great cultivators around the words righteous path, also stood up. Even the 9th layer of the void crossing realm underworld demon emperor raised his eyes to look at the old man in the sky, showing dissatisfaction in his eyes. Guan immediately cast a lifespan detection. Pang Yu, 2nd layer of the void crossing realm 1279/1720/1770. Already close to the limit. No wonder he's so deranged. Pang Yu in the sky glanced at Ilu Yun, sneering contemptuously. "A mere divinity transformation, dare to stop me? Divinity transformation?" The disciples on the heavenly repair platform were in an uproar and retreated, fearing to be caught in the combat of the great cultivators. "Does your excellency look down on divinity transformation, but honor void crossing?" A cold voice came from another cultivator, not the underworld demon emperor. Guan had already noticed him, a great cultivator of the 5th level of the void crossing realm, dressed in the supreme sect's elder robe. Pang Ye's face changed slightly as he pulled back his hand, flicked his sleeve, and snorted. "Fine, you supreme sect have many people and great forces, truly remarkable. I'll leave." Saying this, he turned and flew out of the city gates in the blink of an eye. "Trying to destroy my supreme sect's path enlightenment place, you think you can just leave?" A cold snort sounded. The voice was familiar to Guan. It came from Gu Zong. Guan sensed Gu Zong swiftly moving through the sky to chase Pang Yu. The great cultivator of the 5th level of the void crossing realm also disappeared from the spot. The tense atmosphere of the heavenly repair platform eased. Cultivators on the platform started discussing the recent person and marveling at the strength of the supreme sect. Guan felt that this outer gate city owed him a great debt. In the past, there were never so many great cultivators here. Now there were always 2 void crossing realm great cultivators watching over the city, giving an immense sense of security. All thanks to the 2 words, righteous path, he left behind. Then, Guan led the servant disciples toward Elder Tian. The servant disciples were very excited. Today, They were promoted to servant disciples and witnessed the great cultivator's confrontation. The mere names of divinity transformation and void crossing made their hearts yearn. "Let's go, it's time to return." Guan patted Elder Tion's shoulder and said. Elder Tion came back to his senses and stood up. As they exchanged glances, Guan felt that Elder Tion had some changes. He instinctively cast a lifespan detection. Eighth layer of the energy cultivation realm? How did he suddenly jump 2 layers? How long has it been? Guan felt astonished in his heart but showed no emotions on his face. He had long premonition that Elder Tion would make a comeback. After all, Elder Tion didn't step down due to defeat, but due to his own mistake. Such a person was likely to return to the peak. An ancient hour later, Guan and others returned to the Third Medicine Valley. He asked Xiaochuan to help arrange these disciples. After Xiaochuan visited the Third Medicine Valley a few times, he didn't want to leave. He transferred all the demon creatures he raised there. Guan cared for him greatly and naturally did not refuse. Among the peers, only Xiaochuan stayed with him. Although Wuxia was his junior disciple, he came late and was not as important as Xiaochuan in his heart. Xiaochuan had been following Guan since childhood, always obeying. Such a junior disciple he naturally cherished dearly. Guan knew that in 200 years after the old friends passed away, it would be hard for him to build such relationships with others, so he treasured it very much. After returning to the valley, Elder Tion went alone to meditate under a big tree, contemplating something unknown. The setting sun cast a glow on the mountain top, as Yi Yan waved his spear before the sunset, creating a unique scene that sparked discussions among the new servant disciples. Seasons alternated, and more than 2 years passed quickly. That summer, at the age of 46, Guan stood at the mountain top, overlooking the mountains and rivers. As far as the eye could see, medicinal fields were everywhere, and one could vaguely see the estate amidst the woods. After spending more than 2 years, Guan finally managed to plant medicinal herbs across hundreds of miles. As he looked out, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. A figure approached him. It was Xiaochuan. "Senior brother, Yi Yan has left for months. When will we recruit a new servant disciple to fill the vacancy? Our medicine valley is too big, with one less person, others need to walk a little more." Xiaochuan asked. Guan took out the valley master token and handed it to Xiaochuan. "You go recruit, let's see your judgment." Upon hearing this, Xiaochuan was thrilled, thanked Guan, and then hurried down the mountain. Guan looked towards the outer gate city, sensing a strong sword intent. Someone else succeeded in comprehending sword intent at the heavenly repair platform. In these 2 years, 4 people enhanced their sword intent at the heavenly repair platform, increasing the fame of the platform and sword Venerable Fudao. The heavenly repair platform even became a holy land for sword cultivators under the Taizong dynasty. Sword cultivators from various sects would visit, and the supreme sect also showed the demeanor of being the #1 orthodox sect, allowing disciples of other sects to comprehend sword intent. This attitude, along with the spread of righteousness and demons, not only did not harm the supreme sect's reputation, but it also rose further. Guan admired the Hall of Elders every time he thought of this. These people truly had skills, both in power struggles and crisis management. It's no wonder they could become elders. After standing on the mountain top for a while, Guan turned and descended. 2 years had passed, most medicinal herbs were still in the growth stage, but his lifespan's growth rate was not slow. He planned to restart his daily routine. Every midnight, invest 5 years of lifespan into cultivation, slowly enhancing cultivation level. The first layer of the unification realm felt somewhat insecure, with more great cultivators at the heavenly repair platform. Who knows when an old monster of the unification realm might appear? As he walked down the mountain, there were more than 20 miles to his pavilion. He strolled daily to appreciate his foundation and never felt tired. Just like now, he enjoyed the scenery along the way, feeling joyful. Half an hour later, Guan walked along the riverside. A figure descended from the sky, landing behind him. "Long time no see." Leah patted Guan's shoulder, trying to scare him. Guan pretended to shiver, as Leah practiced some energy-concealing method, landing silently. "Why are you here? How have you been these years?" Guan looked at Leah and asked joyfully. Leah proudly said, "Naturally good. After being severely injured by a demon cultivator last time, I started to cultivate diligently. Now I'm not the same as before." "Really, I don't believe it." "Wanna compete?" Forget it, the gap between our realms is too big, it's unfair.
You know it. Hee hee.
Guan smiled, thinking to himself, brother, it would be unfair to you. They chatted while walking. Leah talked about his experience in the inner sect. Upon entering, he immediately sought the Hall of Elders, but before he got any results, chaos broke out in the outer sect. He was then worried about Guan's safety. He took a day to visit the Mystic Valley to see Guan, but Guan was not there. After confirming Guan's safety, he returned to the inner sect to focus on cultivation. He didn't want to lose again, nor always fight across realms.
Why visit me today?
Guan curiously asked. Leah laughed. My father asked Li Xuanyu and me to attend the 100 Clans Grand Meeting. The meeting is not simple, it's a combat contest of talents among the great clans of the 9 dynasties, with strength rankings recorded and spread in the immortal cultivation world, and the winners gain unimaginable opportunities. It's a contest of both clan honor and personal fame. By the way, your Ji family's Ji Xiaoyu will also attend. Hearing this, Guan's mind filled with various scenes, feeling quite interested. But he had no qualifications to participate. Even if he did, he wouldn't go. Just hearing about it was enough.
Can you defeat our third miss?
Guan teasingly asked.
Couldn't before, now I'm not sure.
Leah said confidently, making Guan glance at him. This guy's chi blood didn't seem normal. Why did he feel like demon beast chi blood? They continued chatting on their way back to the valley and drank late into the night, with other disciples gathered to hear Leah talk about the 100 Clans Grand Meeting. Even Elder Tian joined in the fun. By the way, former sect leader LV Baitian once won the top of the Hidden Dragon list, Dragon and Phoenix list, and Immortal Fate list. He was invincible at every stage. It said he was the strongest sect leader in Supreme Sect's 3,000 years, but unfortunately, he deviated and perished. Leah sighed. Guan raised his eyebrows. Elder Tian was that formidable? He didn't look at Elder Tian to avoid revealing he knew Elder Tian's true identity. Tang Yu couldn't help asking, Martial Uncle Leah, can Zhou Tongyu win this Hidden Dragon List top position? The Hidden Dragon List ranked talents under 100 years old among various clans. Zhou Tongyu was already the number 1 of the younger generation. The book Supreme Immortal Venerable boosted his reputation. Many felt the Zhou Tongyu in the book was him. He had also visited Supreme Sect, sweeping the younger generation before leaving proudly. Leah glared at him, saying, What are you talking about? That top position is naturally your martial uncle's. What Zhou Tongyu, watch. This time your martial uncle will make him taste defeat. Upon hearing this, all the disciples admired Leah. Such confidence was inspiring. Elder Tian chuckled, Actually, Zhou Tongyu isn't your biggest opponent. Supreme Sect hides someone stronger, with greater talent, but remains in seclusion. Leah asked, Who? LV Xian, who formed his core at 30. What? Li Ya's expression changed. Others were also shocked. Most present were over 30. They couldn't imagine forming a core at 30. Guan's expression became peculiar. In these 2 years, Tianya Valley had a newcomer, LV Xian. He hadn't linked LV Xian to LV Baitian before. Now it seemed, were they blood-related? Li Xiandao was truly capable, even digging out Supreme Sect's hidden genius, quite outrageous. Chapter 72. Reincarnation of the Great Power, the Name of Guan, 7th Update. Elder Tian mentioned LV Xian, prompting the disciples to ask questions, wanting to know what kind of person this top genius was. Li secretly noted down the name, determined to defeat LV Xian in the upcoming competition and prove his own talent. That night, the Third Medicine Valley was lively. Even Elder Tian became talkative, laughing frequently. At dawn, Li bid farewell to Guan, I'm leaving, wait for me to become famous. Watching Li Ya's departing figure, Guan suddenly felt a bit envious. Li Ya was always so energetic and ambitious, while Guan always thought a lot before doing anything, considering all factors. But thinking of Li Ya's miserable appearance when injured, his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Envy is fine, but don't imitate. After Li Ya left, the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley continued their work. With the territory expanding, daily patrols were needed. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, checked each area, then flew towards Tianya Valley. Along the way, he found a place to secretly convert 5 years of lifespan into cultivation, then continued on his journey. Arriving at Tianya Valley, Guan walked in from the valley entrance. As he climbed the hillside, he saw Yi Lu Yun and LV Xian sparring in a magical duel. LV Xian wore a red robe, his long hair flowing. At first glance, one might mistake him for a woman. He held a gourd-shaped fan, and effortlessly countered Yi Lu Yun's sword strikes. The two of them moved back and forth in the air, evenly matched. Yi Lu Yun suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, LV Xian wouldn't stand a chance against him. Guan couldn't resist performing a lifespan detection on LV Xian again. LV Xian, Core Formation Realm, First Layer 75/480/4900. He reached the Core Formation Realm at 30, but his cultivation hadn't advanced in the 45 years since? If not for the impressive lifespan of 4,900 years, Guan would find it hard to believe he was the Supreme Sect's top genius. Except for Ji Xiaoyu, who possessed a primordial Taoist talisman, LV Xian's 4,900-year lifespan was the most impressive talent Guan had seen among the human race. LV Xian didn't seem injured. Perhaps he cultivated some miraculous skill like Wuxia? Sun Da, Sun Air, and Sun San rushed to Guan, very happy because Guan always brought them tasty treats. Although they were demons, captured by Luo Han, Guan never belittled them, so they had a good relationship. These are 5th-tier spirit fruits. You can only eat one each, don't fight over them. Guan took out 3 large, crimson fruits the size of watermelons and placed them on the ground for the 3 monkey demons to pick. He then walked towards an area of the valley. Today was another harvesting day. With his medicine valley expanding, he now had the opportunity to pick herbs daily, which he thoroughly enjoyed. After he finished harvesting, Yi Lu Yun and LV Xian also stopped sparring and landed. Yi Lu Yun began evaluating LV Xian's performance, and LV Xian remained humble. Senior Yi, when are you going to undergo tribulation? I'm waiting for you to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao, LV Xian asked expectantly. He spoke seriously, as if he truly believed Yi Lu Yun could defeat the Sword Venerable. Yi Lu Yun hesitated and said, "At most half a year. When the time comes, I will go to the Tribulation Crossing Valley of the Supreme Sect to undergo tribulation. As for challenging the Sword Venerable Fudao, let's talk about it later." Ever since he visited the Heavenly Repair platform, he had given up the idea of competing with Sword Venerable Fudao. The gap was too great. Facing such sword intent, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. LV Xian raised his eyebrows, his delicate face showing anticipation. He continued to persuade, "Give it a try, what if you win? Once you reach the Void Crossing Realm, your sword intent will naturally transform. You might have the strength to fight, and being the first to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao, even if you lose you'll become famous." Passing by, Guan wanted to retort. LV Xian really had a problem. Ever since he came to Tianya Valley, he had been persuading Luo Han to challenge the Supreme Sect's top gun, and urging the 3 monkey demons to challenge the nearby 3rd-tier Great Demon. It wasn't occasionally. Whenever he encountered someone, he would persuade them. If this guy truly loved fighting, Leah would have heard of him long ago. "I'll think about it." Yi Lu Yun frowned. LV Xian saw Guan and immediately approached, warmly putting his arm around Guan's shoulder, smiling. "Valley Master, I feel you're not ordinary either. Do you want to strive for the position of National Master? I can teach you spells. Just say what you want to learn." Guan replied, "I've said many times, I don't want to strive for anything, I just want to grow flowers and plants." "How is that possible? As long as you're human, you have something you want to strive for. Then what do you want to strive for?" "Naturally, to be the #1 in the world." "Then why not spend the time you use to persuade others on cultivating?" "I don't need to cultivate. Sooner or later, I'll be invincible." "You're impressive then. What a bragger. Daring to claim invincibility in front of me?" Guan suddenly had an idea and smiled. "I heard you want to participate in the 100 races competition. If you can win the championship, I'll learn your spells." "Really? Really?" "I didn't originally plan to participate, but since you said that, wait and see. I'll leave tomorrow." LV Xian finished speaking and walked towards his house. Guan watched his back, finding him hard to figure out. Yi Lu Yun walked over and transmitted his voice. "Don't provoke him. Ever since he formed his core, he easily falls into dreams during cultivation. Sometimes he dreams of being an emperor, sometimes a sword emperor rampaging the mortal world, and even sometimes a demon emperor. According to him, he can reach the peak of the mortal world in every lifetime. What's wrong with him? Could he be a reincarnated great power? Guan immediately stopped underestimating LV Xian. Better safe than sorry. This person might indeed have a remarkable background. The next morning, before Guan left, LV Xian had already departed, making Guan more eager for the 100 races competition. The Hidden Dragon List was a competition for geniuses under 100 years old. Who would be the top among Zhou Tongyu, Ji Xiaoyu, Li Ya, and LV Xian? Before LV Xian returned, Guan decided to elevate his cultivation level to the 9th layer of the unification realm, secretly competing with these geniuses' growth speed. By the time Guan returned to Mystic Valley, it was already noon. He sensed a familiar aura waiting in his loft. Along the way, he greeted Wuxia and then went upstairs. Entering the house, Guan saw Yilan sitting at his desk, holding a book. Oh no! Guan closed the door and walked to the desk to take the book from her hand. He said seriously, "How can a lady read this kind of book?" Ever since the outer sex disaster, Yilan rarely visited him, spending most of her time training outside. Now, she had been promoted to a deacon in the law enforcement hall, holding a certain position and power. Yilan looked at Guan and smiled. "I heard from Zhenqin that you usually love reading this Green Hero travelogue, so I wanted to see what kind of book you like." "I don't know about that Supreme Secret Records. But don't listen to Zhenqin's nonsense. It's a slander. The Green Hero travelogue was left by my master. I haven't read it nor destroyed it, just kept it as a memento."
Really?
"When has your senior brother ever lied to you?"
Humph.
Yilan took out a book from her storage bag and threw it on the table. Guan glanced at it and his eyelid twitched wildly. Supreme Secret Records. Oh no, how did this book become so popular? Yilan looked at Guan and said softly, "Senior brother, I used to think it was a coincidence when I saw the protagonist named Guan. But now, after flipping through the Green Hero travelogue, I feel it's not a coincidence. Tell me honestly, did you write the Supreme Secret Records?" "How is that possible? I don't write books. I only love growing flowers and plants." "Heh, do you think he'll believe you now?" "Senior brother, it's not that I'm telling you off, but if you want to read, couldn't you read something like Investiture of the Gods or Supreme Immortal Venerable? They're better than these kinds of books that disturb your Taoist heart." "I really didn't write it." Guan felt so wronged, it was all Shenzhen's fault. Yilan suddenly stood up, scaring him into taking a step back. She circled around the table, approached him, and raised her right hand. "Going to hit me?" Guan felt a headache. Luckily, Yilan didn't intend to hit him but to straighten his robe. She slightly lowered her head and said softly, "Senior brother, if you do like this kind of thing, I can find the dual cultivation method and accompany you." Guan saw her ears turning red. He quickly stepped back and shook off her hand, saying seriously, "Junior sister, don't joke around. If you keep joking, Yilan looked up at him, burst out laughing and covered her mouth. "Look at you, acting like I'm a flood or beast. All right, no more joking. I came because of another matter, concerning your disciple, Su Han." Yilan said seriously, her smile fading. Guan frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him? Do you know his ancestral swordsmanship called Hateful Heaven Divine Sword?" "I'm somewhat familiar. Is there a problem with this swordsmanship?" "Yes, it's not his ancestral swordsmanship but a forbidden swordsmanship of the sword sect of the Great Yu dynasty, not to be passed on. Su Han frequently used the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword to kill enemies during his training outside. Eventually, someone recognized this swordsmanship, causing quite a stir. It's said that the sword sect is preparing to capture Su Han." "That bad?" Guan was shocked. Could Su Han, with his talent, cause such a commotion like a novel's protagonist? Yilan nodded and said, "I've hidden Su Han in the law enforcement hall, but if the sword sect comes, the law enforcement hall won't be able to protect him. After all, they are also a great sect, and the supreme sect won't offend the sword sect for an outer disciple." Guan thought for a moment and said, "I'll try to come up with something." Yilan comforted him saying, "If you're afraid of trouble, just ignore him. You can't protect him forever. I'm telling you because I don't know his significance to you and fear you might regret it later." Guan nodded and praised Yilan for being considerate. Yilan didn't stay long. After she left, Guan transported himself to the Third Medicine Valley and went to visit Shen Zhen. Since Shen Zhen ruined his reputation, she had to help. Shen Zhen had invited him to her cave before, so he knew how to find her. A stick of incense time later, Guan entered Shen Zhen's cave. "What a rare guest. It's not often you come to me voluntarily," Shen Zhen smiled. In her cave, she wasn't wearing a veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, sweet and charming. She was holding a brush dipped in ink, and when Guan looked up, he saw the walls covered with paper sheets. This woman. Was she drawing? Guan quickly looked away and said, "My disciple has encountered a problem involving the sword sect of the Great Yu dynasty. Can you help?" "Sword sect? No problem. They must give face to our Daotian sect," Shen Zhen said boldly. Guan then recounted the situation in detail. Shen Zhen frowned and hesitated, saying, "It seems there's a bit of an issue." Chapter 73. Perhaps you are a genius. Mad swordsman wants to pass on magic. Is there a problem? Guan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly, "Next time, wait until I finish speaking before making a decision. Aren't you giving me hope only to extinguish it with your own hands?" Shen Zhen shook her head and said, "The problem doesn't come from the sword sect, but from the Daotian sect. The hateful heaven divine sword is not just a forbidden swordsmanship of the sword sect. It is a forbidden technique throughout the Great Yu dynasty. Every time the hateful heaven divine sword appears, there will be a bloody storm. 100 years ago, someone mastered the hateful heaven divine sword and killed tens of thousands of people. He was severely injured by our sect's elders and eventually fled the Great Yu dynasty. The hateful heaven divine sword is a swordsmanship that can break through heavenly destiny. The stronger the hatred, the stronger the sword intent. Even someone with mediocre talent can break through the limitations of their spirit roots as long as their hatred is intense enough. However, as the realm gets higher and the hatred deepens, it is easy to deviate and become a demon that only knows killing. Hence, the sword sect forbids anyone from practicing it." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but ask, "In that case, why did the sword sect create such swordsmanship?" "It was created by a genius from the sword sect. Since he was from the sword sect naturally has the responsibility to handle this matter. They have destroyed all the sword manuals, but the hateful heaven divine sword keeps appearing. Perhaps that person scattered the sword manuals throughout the immortal cultivation world before he died," Shen Zhen answered. Guan frowned. Would practicing this swordsmanship lead to madness in the end? If that were true, Guan couldn't let Su Han continue. He couldn't favor his disciple at the cost of bringing calamity to the immortal cultivation world. Shen Zhen spoke earnestly. "The various sects of the Great Yu dynasty all resist the hateful heaven divine sword. If you insist on protecting him, it will only bring endless trouble. There is another way. Make him discard the hateful heaven divine sword in front of the sword sect. But discarding the swordsmanship isn't just a matter of forgetting it. It requires abolishing his meridians and spirit root, turning him into a mortal." Guan nodded and said, "I understand." He didn't say any more, bowed to Shen Zhen, and then left. Shen Zhen watched his departing figure, slightly shaking her head, not advising further. She believed what she had said was clear enough. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at the outer sect city. Last night, he invested 100 years of his lifespan from 10,000 miles away, significantly increasing his cultivation. The trouble caused by Su Han made him increase his daily lifespan investment, striving to reach the 9th layer of the unification realm as soon as possible. On the way to the Yilan mansion, Guan was contemplating the matter of Su Han. Su Han was his disciple. He had to help, but he couldn't help irrationally. Moreover, judging from Shen Zhen's words, practicing the hateful heaven divine sword was not good for Su Han. It would eventually lead to madness. It was a painful path. Thinking it over, Guan decided to let Su Han choose for himself. He could only help him once at most. At the same time, he was pondering another issue. If he invested 10,000 years of his lifespan in the hateful heaven divine sword, could he research a way to improve it so that it no longer led to deviation? But that was a matter for the future. Even if he created it now, the sword sect wouldn't believe him. He couldn't demonstrate it himself, could he? He wouldn't fully expose himself for Su Han. Though they had the title of master and disciple, he didn't owe Su Han anything. An hour later, Guan and Yilan walked out from the law enforcement hall's gate. "Since he is determined, brother, you shouldn't interfere anymore." No one in this world should be responsible for another person's life entirely. I will arrange for him to leave the supreme sect quietly, Yilon said. Guan nodded. He had negotiated with Su Han for a long time, but Su Han refused to give up the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Even if Guan promised he wouldn't have to abolish his cultivation, Su Han still wouldn't give up. Su Han said that the hateful Heaven Divine Sword was passed down by his father. It was the only connection between them, and he wanted to use it to avenge his father. After such a declaration, Guan could only give up. Thank you for your trouble. Guan nodded to Yilon. After a brief conversation, Guan left. Walking on the street, watching the bustling crowd, Guan felt quite emotional. Lu Jiojia had strayed from the righteous path for his own way and ended up crippled, now only able to cultivate the Taoist expansion skill in Mystic Valley with Wuxia, hoping for a chance to rise again. Su Han pursued revenge, willing to be at odds with the immortal cultivation world without regret. Guan was strong, but he couldn't decide the paths of everyone around him, nor could he change their thoughts. The mortal world was full of entanglements, all because of grudges and emotions. As Guan pondered, he seemed to gain an understanding, entering a marvelous state. Unknowingly, he arrived at the heavenly repair platform. He accidentally bumped into someone, quickly coming back to his senses. Sorry. Guan quickly apologized, filled with surprise. It was his first time falling into such an engrossed state. He hadn't encountered such a state when inheriting cultivation techniques or spells before. Recalling it, he couldn't explain it clearly, but he felt a slight change within himself. Were you comprehending the path just now? The person Guan bumped into suddenly asked. Guan looked at him. It was a man in green clothes, with a weathered face, carrying a sword box with 3 sword hilts protruding from the top. Guan instinctively used lifespan detection. Han Ming, 5th level of Void Crossing Realm 587/1902/2780. This person also cultivated the energy concealing technique. The immortal cultivation world was full of tricksters. Guan asked in surprise, "What is path enlightenment?" "I was just thinking about something." He thought to himself, it's better not to think about things while walking in the future, it might cause trouble. Han Ming fixed his gaze on him and said, "Path enlightenment is indeed thinking about something. In deep contemplation, one resonates with nature and the universe, entering a marvelous state. You don't need to apologize. I deliberately blocked your way. If you continued forward, you would have bumped into those great cultivators." Is path enlightenment amazing? But I didn't feel any change in my cultivation level, Guan asked, half true and half false. He pretended to be ignorant, but in reality, he didn't understand path enlightenment. Han Ming turned around, looking at the words righteous path in the distance, and said, "Path enlightenment is very rare. It cannot be taught or predicted, relying entirely on one's comprehension and blessing. Some break through realms through path enlightenment, some create astonishing ultimate skills through it. I once comprehended the path and created my own swordsmanship. Although I don't know what you were comprehending, you will feel its benefits in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I ask your name?" Guan raised his hand and asked respectfully. Han Ming answered, "I am Han Ming, from the Great Yu Dynasty. I came specifically to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao." Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but ask, "How does Senior plan to challenge?" Han Ming gathered his breath and suddenly shouted, "I am Han Ming, a sword cultivator from the Great Yu Dynasty. I have come to challenge Sword Venerable Fudao's Sword Dao. 1 month from now, I will have a sword competition outside the city. If Sword Venerable Fudao wins, I am willing to carve my Sword Dao on the city walls for the disciples of the Supreme Sect to cultivate. If Sword Venerable Fudao loses or doesn't dare to come, I will add 2 more words next to the righteous path." This voice was earth-shattering, echoing throughout the city and spreading far, reaching even the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley, who all looked up. Countless gazes from the heavenly repair platform focused on Han Ming. Guan instinctively retreated, not wanting to be associated with Han Ming. However, Han Ming walked towards Guan. "Don't come over." Guan was very helpless. "Young friend, may I invite you to your residence to discuss path enlightenment? We can exchange enlightenment experiences. To be honest, I also want to comprehend the path again. Regardless of success, I will teach you my swordsmanship," Han Ming asked with a kind smile. In the distance, Zwilin, meditating beside Wei Jian, saw Guan and his eyes lit up. With his cultivation level, he could naturally hear Han Ming's words. Indeed. This kid is not simple. My previous intuition was correct. Zuelin wanted to get up but was held back by Zhua Yijian. Don't go looking for trouble. That Han Ming is not simple. He once killed a great cultivator in the divinity transformation realm with the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, shaking the world, and is known as the Mad Swordsman, Zhua Yijian said in a deep voice, staring at Han Ming with sharp eyes. Zuelin was stunned upon hearing this. Under the gazes of many, Guan could hardly refuse and nodded, then quickly left, followed closely by Han Ming. The cultivators on the heavenly repair platform started discussing Han Ming's name, and many had heard of him. His deeds began to spread quickly. The elders in the void crossing realm on the platform just glanced at Han Ming without stopping him. Guan thought for a moment and decided to take Han Ming to the Third Medicine Valley. Curious to see what would happen when Han Ming met Elder Tian. In silence, Han Ming followed Guan, not knowing what he was thinking. When they reached the Third Medicine Valley, Han Ming couldn't help but ask, "Does this 100-mile area belong to you?"
Yes, why?
Guan asked back. Han Ming was silent for a moment, then said emotionally, "I wanted to take you as my disciple, but seeing such a vast medicine garden means the Supreme Sect values you highly. I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. You just challenged me and now want to take me as a disciple?" Guan complained in his heart but smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I don't like fighting and killing or pursuing high cultivation levels, so I won't be your disciple." As they landed, attracting the attention of many disciples. In the distance, Elder Tian, napping under a tree, opened his eyes. Seeing Han Ming, his expression changed slightly, clearly recognizing him. Han Ming, however, didn't recognize him. They went upstairs and sat down. Han Ming began to talk about his path enlightenment process, and Guan listened attentively. Han Ming comprehended the path at the age of 200. At that time, he couldn't break through to the 9th layer of the core formation realm and thought his life would end there. He sat under a waterfall in a low mood for 7 days and nights. Then he enlightened the path. After one night, his sword heart enlightened, and his sword intent transformed. Listening to his words, Guan thought about the extreme lifespan concept. He wondered if path enlightenment could change the extreme lifespan. So far, Guan hadn't seen anyone break through the extreme lifespan, although current lifespan often changed. Cultivators of different realms had their current lifespan increase with higher realms, but each major realm didn't have a standard lifespan limit, since lifespan was related to state, cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and so on. Like Li Xiandao, clearly in the divinity transformation realm, but some in the nascent soul realm had similar lifespans as him. Or Ji Xiaoyu, who had over 800 years of lifespan in the 9th layer of foundation establishment, comparable to Li Xiandao in the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm. If a person was seriously injured, their lifespan would change accordingly, like Elder Tian and Lu Jiujia. People weren't just data. Their values weren't fixed. He could only observe more. After Han Ming finished, he asked Guan to talk about his path enlightenment experience. This time, Guan didn't hide anything and honestly shared his worries, only leaving out the hateful Heaven Divine Sword. When he finished, Han Ming pondered and said, "Worrying about your disciples' safety, realizing you can't control others' destinies, that's your path enlightenment. You might be a genius. In a month, I will compete in a sword contest with Sword Venerable Fudao, and I might die. How about I teach you all my sword Dao within this month? What do you think?" Chapter 74. Breaking through the 9th layer of the Unification Realm Sword Transmission? Guan instinctively resisted. He had already mastered the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword, with Spirit Sword technique, and even the hateful Heaven Divine Sword existed on his panel. There was no need to waste time and lifespan practicing other swordsmanship. After all, he could promote and upgrade his sword techniques through lifespan deduction. Why bother learning so many? Guan pretended to be in difficulty. "Senior, I am not interested in sword Dao, to be precise. I am not interested in combat techniques at all. I don't even practice much in my daily life. Cultivating flowers and plants is my interest." Han Ming was momentarily stunned and then frowned. Guan pretended to be panicked, explaining, "Senior, I did not mean to disrespect you. You can go out and ask around. All the disciples in the valley know my character. My spirit root qualification is limited, and rather than wasting my limited lifespan on the illusory goal of immortality, I might as well live comfortably and enjoy my 200 years. Han Ming looked at him in silence. Guan did not say more. Could he possibly beg him not to teach? After a while, Han Ming sighed and said, I finally understand why you easily comprehend the path. Your mindset has surpassed most cultivators. You have let go of obsessions and appreciate the myriad phenomena of the mortal world. Perhaps this makes it easier to perceive the true meaning of heaven and earth. The two continued discussing the Tao. Han Ming no longer insisted on teaching swordsmanship. They talked for a full day and night before Han Ming left. He planned to wander in the supreme sect to find a suitable inheritor. Guan then recommended someone. Zhua Lin. Coincidentally, Han Ming also knew Zhua Yijian, so he agreed to assess Zhua Lin. After he left, Guan began patrolling the Third Medicine Valley. Elder Tian caught up, curiously asking, Valley Master, that cultivator just now didn't seem ordinary, but his attire clearly indicated he was from the Great Yu dynasty. What was he looking for? He wanted to take me as his disciple and transmit his sword Tao to me. Did you agree? How could I? If I agreed, wouldn't that be a betrayal of the Supreme Sect? Although my strength is lacking, I am loyal to the Supreme Sect. Guan casually dismissed the idea, speaking so nonchalantly that Elder Tian could feel his sincerity. He didn't think Guan was acting. He had been in this medicine valley for many years, and Guan always took his tasks seriously, treating servant disciples earnestly. Apart from not loving cultivation, Elder Tian couldn't find a flaw in Guan. Elder Tian began to accompany Guan on patrol, inspecting the medicinal herbs along the way, as they chatted sporadically. During this time, Guan inquired about Elder Tian's views on the master-disciple relationship. Elder Tian had lived for over 700 years. Guan was interested in his life insights. Though he might not necessarily follow them, listening was always beneficial. Meanwhile, the news of Han Ming, the mad swordsman of Great Yu, challenging sword Venerable Fudao spread quickly through the Supreme Sect cities, sparking anticipation among everyone who heard it. Han Ming was a renowned sword cultivator, while sword Venerable Fudao was the most famous cultivator of the Supreme Sect at present. Who wouldn't want to watch their sword competition? Most importantly, the disciples of the Supreme Sect also wanted to witness the true appearance and grace of sword Venerable Fudao. Half a month later, when Guan arrived at Tianya Valley, he heard Luo Han and Yi Lu Yun discussing this matter. This made Guan start to hesitate. Originally, he did not intend to participate. After all, the Supreme Sect had plenty of experts, and they would never allow Han Ming to destroy the heavenly repair platform. But now that the matter had escalated so much, if he did not go, wouldn't it tarnish his own reputation? No way. He needed to speed up his path to strength. Han Ming was a genius who killed enemies across realms. With his cultivation level at the first level of the unification realm and his ability to control a sword from afar, what if things went wrong? He had to reach the 9th level of the unification realm in advance. Seeing that Han Ming seemed like a decent person, Guan decided to give him a thorough defeat. Maybe Han Ming would have another epiphany after losing. In the dead of night, Guan kept flashing through the forest, covering 100 miles with each step. He was quickly distancing himself from the Supreme Sect, using the infinite traceless mystic heaven step. He felt guilty about constantly drawing on the Supreme Sect's spiritual energy. This time, he decided to break through in a place rarely visited by people. He aimed to break through to the 9th level of the unification realm in one go. Alas, the world was unpredictable. There were always interruptions to his plans and his pace of becoming stronger. After traveling nearly 20,000 miles, Guan finally stopped. Here, deep in the mountains, the forest was filled with dense demon energy and ghost energy. Guan sat down to meditate under a tree, immediately activating the lifespan barrier. He couldn't walk any further. Who knew where he might end up? Guan began investing 1,000 years of lifespan into his cultivation, successfully reaching the 2nd level of the unification realm, with earth spirit energy pouring into him. After that, he continued to invest another 1,000 years of lifespan. 1,000 years after another. By the time he reached the 9th level of the unification realm, he had invested a total of 18,000 years of lifespan. After reaching the 5th level, each level required 3,000 years of lifespan to break through, which was related to the spiritual energy in his environment. It was acceptable to him, considering that advancing from the 9th level of the void-crossing realm to the 1st level of the unification realm had cost him over 12,000 years. Seeing that he still had over 200,000 years of lifespan left, Guan felt joyful and began to enjoy the elevation of his realm. The forest trembled, and strong winds blew from all directions. Green waves of qi arose from the ground beneath him. Roar! A deafening roar resounded from afar. It was a demon beast howling. Guan was secretly alarmed. The aura of this demon beast was no weaker than the divinity transformation realm. Such a terrifying demon creature was hidden in this area. Fortunately, he hadn't come this far for his previous breakthroughs, lest he be eaten by a demon monster, which would have been extremely unfortunate. Soon, more demon beasts began to howl, one after another, their voices growing in number. The combined roars seemed to be capable of overturning the night sky. The night sky was filled with swirling dark clouds, obscuring the stars and the moon, making it unclear whether it was clouds or demon energy. At that moment, Guan felt as if he were in a demon domain or a magic realm. The howls and cries of demons and monsters surrounded him from all sides, chilling and horrifying. The forest ahead shook violently, as if it might uproot at any moment. In the darkness behind the mountains, a colossal mountain began to move. With his sharp vision, Guan could see it was a giant demon, at least 300 feet high, resembling a turtle carrying a mountain on its back. As it moved forward, dust flew everywhere. Guan saw numerous wandering ghosts circling around the mountain, like a following army. No wonder the Taizong dynasty couldn't eradicate all the demons and ghosts in the world despite having cultivators. Along the way, Guan's divine sense had picked up the sounds of villagers in the mountains, confirming he hadn't yet left the Taizong dynasty. The Taizong dynasty was vast, seemingly even larger than Earth in his previous life. With such expansive territory, it was teeming with countless demons and ghostly creatures. The other 8 dynasties were probably not much smaller than the Taizong dynasty, but as Shenzhen said, the lands of the 9 dynasties together only occupied a small corner of this continent. This world was indeed immeasurably vast. Inexhaustible earth spirit energy flowed into Guan's body, continuously enhancing his cultivation. No wonder advancing from the 1st to the 9th level of the unification realm had consumed 18,000 years of lifespan. The amount of spiritual energy required for this process was enormous. Guan suspected that this disturbance would affect an area of tens of thousands of miles, possibly even impacting the supreme sect. The 9th level of the unification realm was already like this. If he aimed for higher realms, would he alarm the entire dynasty? The main issue was compressing the spiritual energy absorbed over 18,000 years into a short time span, drawing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy in this area was depleted, he would have to draw from other places, as heaven and earth also needed time to replenish it. Whatever. He thought he would break through first and talk later. Nobody could stop him from becoming stronger. Guan closed his eyes, ignoring the disturbances around him. In a spacious cave, the firelight flickered violently, casting the shadow of a large cauldron on the walls. It was a large iron cauldron, over a yard in diameter, with a blazing fire underneath. The soup inside was boiling, with white bones bobbing up and down. 2 human children were tied up against the cave wall. They appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, a boy and a girl. The boy was rubbing the hemp rope on his wrists against a protruding rock, his wrists bleeding profusely, but he didn't frown. His actions only became faster, barely showing the white bones of his joints. The girl knelt on the ground beside him, nervously watching the cave entrance, as if terrified of something. The cave shook violently, and a horrifying demon wind blew in from outside, as if numerous demons were crying out, making their scalps tingle. The extreme terror turned their lips white, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Finally, the boy managed to break the rope binding his wrists. He quickly removed the ropes from his body and then turned to untie the girl. However, the girl's ropes were tied too tightly, and with his lack of strength, he couldn't loosen them. Ugh! A deep, resonant breathing sound came from outside the cave, resembling the croaking of a toad. The boy's movements stopped abruptly, a look of despair in his eyes. He looked toward the curved path ahead and saw a huge bloated shadow appearing on the cave wall. The 2 children's faces turned pale at once. Suddenly, the bloated shadow seemed to be pulled away by something and disappeared in an instant. Soon after, the sound of crisp, loud chewing came from outside the cave. The boy leaned against the wall, quickly covering his mouth, afraid to make even the slightest noise. The bound girl closed her eyes tighter, not daring to look at the cave entrance. The earth spirit energy sank, causing the demons to flee in all directions. The night was destined to be anything but peaceful. 2 hours later, Guan reached the 6th level of the unification realm. He predicted it would be dawn by the time he reached the 9th level. Compared to his previous breakthroughs, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had increased several times, yet the breakthrough time had still lengthened. Normal cultivators in the unification realm never made such a large commotion while breaking through because they accumulated energy slowly, and did not devour the spiritual energy required for future centuries and millenniums in a short time. Guan waited patiently. Time passed quickly. As dawn broke, the first ray of sunlight pierced the sky. The sky was full of demon clouds, and the forest was shrouded in demon energy, like a dense fog. Guan sat beneath the tree in meditation and suddenly opened his eyes. The 9th level of the unification realm. Complete. Reaching this level, he clearly felt a significant enhancement in his divine sense and senses, even feeling his heart condensing spiritual power, as though something was about to grow. The rate at which he devoured earth spirit energy began to slow down. Guan felt 100 times stronger compared to before. The 9th level of the unification realm was not something the 1st level could compare to. Guan didn't believe any cultivator at the 1st level of the unification realm could kill him across realms. At that thought, he broke into a cold sweat. Almost ruined his Taoist heart. He couldn't think this way. Those who were killed across realms probably had this kind of mindset. He couldn't underestimate anyone and had to be mentally prepared for the possibility of being ambushed. Only then could he give it his all. Chapter 75. Exaggerated Limit Lifespan. Guan takes a disciple. Once his cultivation level was completely stabilized, Guan closed the lifespan barrier. This time, the lifespan barrier consumed over 8,000 years. At this rate, activating the lifespan barrier would sooner or later become a huge expenditure. He still needed to work hard to earn more lifespan. Although he appeared wealthy now, if he wanted to make a comprehensive improvement, the lifespan would not be enough. Guan stood up, stretched lazily, and then touched his chest. The unification realm seemed like a transition, unlike the previous stages that had phases, but this transition was a great test of his cultivation accumulation. Guan could feel that the next realm was related to the heart, and the thing condensing on his heart was a sign. It was just that he couldn't determine what it specifically would be for now. He began to move forward. It was still the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, and he moved continuously, covering hundreds of miles with each step. Meanwhile, he spread out his divine sense, carefully feeling the differences in the 9 layers of the unification realm. Suddenly, Guan stopped walking. His eyes turned in one direction, and his brows furrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still moved towards that direction. By a small river in the mountains, a boy covered in blood and mud stood in front of a mountain wall. He held a large stone in his hand, and behind him stood a girl in a similar state of disarray, looking at the front in terror. On the opposite side of the river, a 2 zhang tall wolf demon emerged from the forest. It walked upright, its deep black fur glistening. Despite the morning light, its eyes shone with a terrifying gleam. The wolf demon opened its mouth, exhaling a thick breath while staring fixedly at the two in front. The boy trembled in fear but still bravely took a step forward. Neither of them noticed a figure appearing on the mountain top behind them. It was Guan and had temporarily changed into a white robe and wore a specially made mask. This was something he crafted in his spare time, containing restrictions to isolate divine sense probing. The breeze blew Guan's robe as he looked at the two people below, casting a lifespan detection upon them. Gooden, non-rank 12/99/9999. Little Flower, non-rank 12/78/230. A lifespan limit of 9,999 years? Guan doubted his eyes. This broke Ji Xiaoyu's record among the human race. Could it be that this boy also had a primordial Taoist talisman within him? At that moment, the wolf demon suddenly pounced on the boy named Gooden. Guan waved his hand, and a beam of sword chi fell between the wolf demon and Gooden. Stones flew and water splashed, terrifying the wolf demon into immediate retreat, turning around and fleeing. Dust blew in their faces, causing Gooden to shut his eyes and cough. When the dust settled, he opened his eyes wide to see a half-zhang wide, 100-zhang long crack by the riverbank as if slashed by a giant sword. Footsteps came from the side, frightening Gooden into a shudder. He turned around quickly and saw Guan. Although Guan appeared human, the mask he wore led Gooden to retain his grip on the stone. "Are you a human, or a demon?" Gooden cautiously asked, his voice weak and still trembling. Guan spoke. Naturally human, otherwise why would I save you? He changed his voice to sound old and weary, as if in his 40s or 50s. Upon hearing this, Guden let out a sigh of relief but did not put down the stone, making Guan's eyes flash with admiration. Where is your home? I will take you back. Guan continued. Guden fell silent immediately upon hearing this. At this moment, Little Flower behind him suddenly burst into tears. My parents were eaten by the demon, she said intermittently, sobbing. Her emotional outburst made Guden's eyes turn red as well. Then, Guden recounted their experiences. A group of demons attacked their village, devouring all the adults and taking the children to this area. They saw their companions turned into soup every day. Last night, it was supposed to be their turn, but the mountains suddenly shook, and the demon guards ran out. At dawn, they escaped the cave but found no trace of the demons and started fleeing. Not long after, they were targeted by the wolf demon on its way. Guan listened in silence. It was his first true encounter with the hardships of the mortal world. He was born in the Ji family, never experiencing the threat of demons, and later went to the Supreme Sect, smoothly advancing by seizing lifespan. Compared to him, these two children had it incredibly tough. Guan felt a sense of compassion, but Guden's exaggerated lifespan prevented him from taking them back. Such an extreme lifespan, if they pursued immortal cultivation, would definitely bring endless troubles. Guan even suspected that Guden possessed a great fortune. Thus, his entire family perished, except for him. Just as he was about to be eaten, Guan broke through this area. Just as the wolf demon was about to catch him, Guan saved him. All these coincidences coming together meant it was no coincidence. A child of fate? Seeing that these two were already orphans with no kin to rely on, Guan couldn't bear it. After thinking it over, Guan decided to first take them to a safe place. He appeared behind Guden in a single step, picked him up, then went to Little Flower and lifted her as well, moving quickly. Frightened by his movement technique, they stopped crying and stiffened. After 10 breaths of time, in a forest, Guan stopped and gently placed them on the ground. He took out a bottle of elixir from his storage bag and poured half into each of their mouths. The sudden feeding made them choke, but as the elixir went down their throats, they felt a warm flow spreading through their meridians, which was a wonderful sensation. They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Guan then sat down cross-legged before them and asked, "Do you want to cultivate immortality?" He dared not take Guden back directly but could teach them the cultivation method and let them someday join the Supreme Sect on their own, keeping it unrelated to him. He intended to send the Supreme Sect a top-tier genius, compensating for multiple offenses of drawing spiritual energy over the years. "Are you an immortal?" Guden exclaimed, his face full of excitement. "I am not. I am merely striving to be an immortal. Since you have nowhere to go now, I shall teach you the cultivation method. In the future, you can join the Supreme Sect, finding a home there." Guan replied, still using the altered voice to avoid being recognized later at the Supreme Sect. Guden nodded eagerly, even kowtowing to Guan, calling him master. He turned to the dazed Little Flower, pressing her head downward. "Call him master." Little Flower instinctively called, "Master." Guan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing their hopeful faces, he couldn't. Damned. Was this the effect of great fortune? Guan felt it wasn't his compassion but Guden's fortune influencing him. Immortal cultivation emphasized fortune and karma, trusting in those intangible existences. "Fine. Now I will teach you the mental method formula. Listen carefully and remember it well," Guan said seriously. The two immediately sat upright, focused on him, fearing he would get angry. Guan passed on his Yangwood primordial skill to them. He wasn't afraid Guden would fully comprehend it. Even with 1,000,000 years of lifespan, continuous improvement would be necessary. Honestly, he also wanted to see how far Guden could develop the Yangwood primordial skill. So far, he wasn't sure what tier his cultivation techniques and ultimate skills ranked within the immortal cultivation world. Time flew by quickly. Guan spent half a day teaching, mainly to Little Flower. He taught the first layer of the mental method. Guden memorized it after hearing it once. The extreme lifespan indeed didn't lie. Guan let Guden go to the side and cultivate while he instructed Little Flower alone. "Master, I feel something inside my body. Is it spiritual power?" By afternoon, as Little Flower pondered carefully, Guden suddenly shouted in excitement nearby. Little Flower, hearing this, opened her eyes wide in disbelief, followed by a look of gloom. Guden calmly said, "Don't make a fuss. Where are your manners? Do you want to attract demons?" Guden quickly shut his mouth. As night approached, Little Flower finally memorized the first layer of the Yongwood Primordial Skills mental method. Another night passed. Guden had already fully embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, while Little Flower had yet to cultivate any spiritual power. Typically, with a 5 spirit root qualification, it took a month to cultivate spiritual power, so Guden wasn't disappointed with Little Flower. At dawn, Guden prepared to leave. "Guden, I am going out. I will return by evening. Take good care of your junior sister," Guden instructed. Guden opened his eyes and quickly stood up, nervously asking, "Master, will you really come back? Don't leave us. I promise not to shout anymore." Little Flower also opened her eyes upon hearing this, stood up and rushed over, holding Guan's waist to prevent him from leaving. Guden found it amusing but maintained a stern tone. "I am going to slay demons. Do you want to burden your master by coming along?" Hearing this, Little Flower immediately let go. Guden's eyes darted, and he said, "Master, we are also cultivating immortality now. How about giving us new names?" He believed that having new names was significant, and being named by their master would strengthen the relationship. Guden hesitated for a moment. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger towards the ground, inscribing words with sword chi. Guden quickly ran over to watch by his side. Although from a mountain village, a teacher there had taught them, so he could barely recognize the words. After Guden finished writing, Guden couldn't help asking, And what? Master, what's the last word?" "Your name is Hao. Hao means sky. Hoping you could become the sky for your junior sister and pave your own path to the heavens. As for Little Flower, her name is now an Xian. I hope she can live in peace and be content with what she has." Guden said calmly and disappeared into thin air after speaking. Renamed Hao, Guden looked up, already unable to see Guan's figure. He immediately squatted down, gazing at his new name, muttering, How. He seemed intent on remembering the word how. An Xian squatted beside him, accompanying him in looking at the words on the ground. On the other side, Guden hurried towards the Supreme Sect. When he returned to Mystic Valley, Wuxia was still leading disciples in training. He walked from the valley entrance and saw many cultivators flying across the sky. Evidently, the disturbance the previous night had alerted the Supreme Sect. Chapter 76. The World Watches. What is a sword cultivator? Seeing Guden walk towards the valley entrance, Wuxia quickly ran over. Lu Jiujia was also practicing with the servant disciples. Now, he was Wuxian's right-hand man. He merely looked at Guden from a distance without approaching. Even though it had been several years since his return, Lu Jiujia still did not dare face Guden whenever he could avoid seeing him. He would, because he felt he had let Guden down. Guden had given him so many elixirs, yet he had strayed onto the wrong path and ultimately became a cripple. Every time he thought about it now, he felt regret. He even felt that he deserved his fate. After all, he had indeed committed many wrongdoings in the Demon Extermination Hall and deserved the punishment. Guden did not specifically try to guide Lu Jiujia. This allowed the young man to reflect and contemplate. Senior brother, last night there was another incident of spiritual energy descending. Although it wasn't as severe as the previous times, you still need to be careful when you go out. Wuxia came up to Guden and reminded him. Guden nodded and said, I felt it too, which is why I came back. How's the situation in the Medicine Valley? It wasn't affected. By the way, senior brother, are you going to watch the duel between the mad swordsman of Great Yu and Sword Venerable Fudao? Has Sword Venerable Fudao agreed to participate? No, but the rumors are rampant, and Sword Venerable Fudao should show up. As they chatted, they walked towards the pavilion. Currently, the Mystic Valley had recruited another batch of servant disciples. These disciples frequently looked at Guden as they practiced. They were very curious about the true master of the valley. It was said that every few years, an outer disciple would emerge from this Medicine Valley. How could they not look forward to it? After chatting with Wuxia for a few moments, Guden went upstairs. He planned to make some new clothes for an Hao and an Xian. An hour later, he went to the third Medicine Valley to inspect his valley. The third Medicine Valley was vast, and he had to personally check it to avoid any oversights. Even losing one medicinal herb would cost him his lifespan. The disciples in the Third Medicine Valley were also discussing the incident of spiritual energy descending last night. Various speculations were made, and Guan chatted with them briefly. It wasn't until dusk that Guan finally left. The sky was crimson, and the forest was dark. And Hao stood on a tree branch, gazing into the distance, hoping to spot Guan below the tree, and Xian asked nervously, "Will Master not come back?" "He will definitely come back," Master said he would, and he always keeps his word. And Hao said firmly, his tone resolute. In truth, he was unsure himself but tried to appear confident. The thought of Master possibly not returning made him feel wronged and brought him to the verge of tears. But with an Xian below, he absolutely couldn't cry. His father had once told him that boys could cry, but never in front of girls. Suddenly, a hand fell on Nzin's head, startling her into a scream as she instinctively jumped back. And Hao heard it and quickly turned around, only to see the figure he had been waiting for all day. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Master!" He jumped down and rushed towards Guan, hugging his waist just like an Xian had done that morning. Seeing that it was Guan, an Xian also became very excited and rushed over to hug him. Even though they've only known each other for 2 days, Guan had already become irreplaceable in their hearts. Guan placed a hand on each of their heads, gently pushing them away. He softly said, "Train diligently. If you don't train hard, I will leave you behind. If we excel in our training, will you stay?" And Hao asked. Guan took out 2 sets of clothes from his storage bag and said, "Didn't I tell you before? You will eventually go to the Supreme Sect. I won't be with you forever. Once you can protect yourselves, I will leave." Upon hearing this, and Hao's face fell immediately. An Xian bit her lip, her eyes turning red. Ignoring their emotions, Guan handed them the clothes and led them toward the river in the forest. An hour later, an Hao and an Xian had changed into their new clothes and tidied their hair. These two looked like a perfect pair of golden children in their new outfits, which was probably why that demon kept them for last, being reluctant to eat them. Guan decided to spend every night with them from then on, returning to the Supreme Sect during the day. The area within 1,000 miles had no presence of strong demons, only numerous villages and towns, so it was very safe for them to train here. And so, the days went by. A month passed in a flash. The outer gate city was crowded, and even the mountain areas outside the city gate were filled with cultivators in meditation. Many disciples from the other 7 outer gate cities, 4 inner gate cities, and the main city of the sect came to watch the battle, as well as disciples from other factions. The Supreme Sect did not prevent this from happening, causing the entire immortal cultivation world of the Taizong dynasty to discuss the event. In front of the South City Gate, Han Ming stood proudly. He had his eyes closed, his sword box placed in front of him, and his hands resting on the top of the box, while the warm end of summer wind blew through his robes. Many cultivators stood on the city walls, watching him and discussing. "I wonder if Sword Venerable Fudao will show up. I think it's better if he doesn't. If he does, his true identity will be exposed, causing endless trouble in the future. He will surely come. He is so powerful that even if his true identity is revealed, who could defeat him?" It's said that Sword Venerable Fudao is actually the sect leader. He remains hidden to build another powerful force comparable to the sect leader within the Supreme Sect. I heard the mad swordsman of Great Yu has been surpassing the divinity transformation realm for years. If this fight truly takes place, it will be legendary. Zhua Lin and his father, Zhua Yijian, also stood on the city walls, looking down at Han Ming. Zhua Lin's face was full of worry. He had already taken Han Ming as his master, so he naturally worried about his master's safety. Jiang Qiong and Hu Mo, who had a cultivation level of 9 layers of the divinity transformation realm, stood on top of a huge gourd, also discussing the upcoming battle. Yi Lan stood on the top of a tall building, gazing into the distance towards the South City Gate. The sky was blue, not a cloud in sight, while the mountains outside the city were rugged. There was no sight of Sword Venerable Fudao. Standing beside her were more than a dozen disciples of the law enforcement hall, all her subordinates, including Zhan Qin. They were all very excited. 5 miles away, Shen Zhen, wearing a black veil, stood on the top of a treasure pagoda, also watching the South City Gate, his eyes filled with anticipation. This duel between sword cultivators, which had been brewing for a month, had captured the attention of the entire Supreme Sect and even the immortal cultivation world. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, Han Ming remained patient, keeping his eyes closed. Meanwhile, 15,000 miles away, in a vast forest, Guan was instructing An Hao in sword practice. An Hao had reached the second layer of the energy cultivation realm in just 3 days of energy absorption and was now at the third layer. Today, Guan started teaching him the techniques of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword so that he could have combat skills. Meanwhile, an Xian was still cultivating, concentrating on gathering her first wisp of spiritual power. The difference in their talent was like a chasm. Guan only needed to demonstrate the moves once for An Hao to remember them, making teaching him very easy. So this is what it's like to mentor a genius? No wonder the great cultivators favored geniuses. He was starting to favor An Hao too. While practicing the sword, An Hao asked curiously, "Master, what is the name of this sword technique?" He wielded a wooden sword, but even so, his sword strokes already produced a sharp wind. "Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. You are the only one who has learned my sword technique. Do not disgrace it in the future," Guan said. Given An Hao's talent, he would certainly be revered if he joined the Supreme Sect. Adding that he was the inheritor of Sword Venerable Fudao's technique would make him even more extraordinary. In the future, the Supreme Sect would have to think twice about oppressing An Hao, considering whether it was worth going against Sword Venerable Fudao. "Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword," An Hao murmured, his eyes shining. He could feel the brilliance of the sword technique. Every time he practiced the moves, he had new insights, which made him deeply captivated. The sound of the sword cutting through the wind echoed continuously in the forest. Guan stood to the side, watching quietly. The wooden mask covered his face, preventing An Hao from seeing his expression. In the distance, an Xian looked on with envy in her eyes. She also wanted to practice the sword. An hour later, An Hao unexpectedly produced sword qi. As he swung the sword qi grazed past Guan and struck the tree trunk behind him, leaving a fine sword mark. After producing sword qi, An Hao seemed to have opened his meridians, becoming faster and more fluid in his movements, swift as a startled swan. The spiritual energy in the forest began to converge towards him. Guan watched with a tense mind. What kind of monster is this? He felt he had created a significant upheaval. If he hadn't saved An Hao would have been devoured by that demon, and the world would be without such a prodigious talent. He started to feel sorry for the likes of Li Ya, Ji Xiaoyu, LV Xian, Zhou Tongyu, and other peerless talents. "Sorry, the position of the world's #1 now belongs to my disciple." Guan himself wasn't interested in being the world's #1. Once attaining invincibility in the world, one might face enemies from heaven. He pursued the end of the immortal cultivation path, believing that there were more realms beyond this one. At noon, Guan said, "Stop now." An Hao immediately withdrew his sword upon hearing this. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, but his face was glowing with vitality, and his eyes were bright as torches. "Master, how did I do?" An Hao asked with a proud smile. At 12 years old, he was beginning to show confidence. Guan said, "You focus too much on the sword in your hand. Remember, the sword is not in your hand but in your heart. Whatever your mind envisions, anything can become a sword. Go pick a leaf." Upon hearing this, An Hao scratched his head, then walked over to a tree. Guan motioned for an Xian to come over. Seeing this, an Xian smiled and quickly got up and ran over. "Sheener, you also pick a leaf," Guan said softly. An Xian immediately complied. A few seconds later, the two stood before Guan, curious about what he intended to do. Guan took the leaf from An Hao's hand first and said, "A true sword cultivator can demonstrate the power of a divine sword even with an ordinary leaf." He held the leaf between 2 fingers of his right hand and lightly swiped it toward the distance. The leaf flew out, and An Hao and an Xian followed it with their eyes. Boom! A strong wind erupted, messing up their hair. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The leaf suddenly burst forth with terrifying sword qi, shattering the forest in front of them and cutting through the air with unparalleled force, disappearing in an instant. A 10-foot-wide clearing appeared in the forest ahead. Dust was flying, and the scene was breathtaking. That direction, incidentally, was towards the outer gate of the Supreme Sect. Chapter 77. 2 Leaves decide the outcome. Outside the Supreme Sect, in front of the South City Gate. Sword Venerable Fudao, if you do not show up within 30 minutes' time, then I will carve 2 more words on the heavenly repair platform. Han Ming's voice resounded, loud as rolling thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth for a long time. His words stirred the cultivators into a flurry of discussion. Although the disciples of the Supreme Sect frowned, they did not dare to curse him, as he had observed the formalities first. Having eagerly awaited for a month, the fact that Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't appeared left even the disciples of the Supreme Sect somewhat disappointed. Zhua Lin on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. Though he felt Han Ming was no match for Sword Venerable Fudao, having spent a month together, he sincerely didn't wish for anything untoward to happen to Han Ming. Zhua Yijian, on the other hand, looked into the distance, instinctively feeling that Sword Venerable Fudao would surely come. The commotion in the city grew louder. On the gourd magic artifact, Jiang Qiong whispered, "Could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao is really the sect leader?" "It's possible," Huemo mused. "Although Han Ming is not much stronger than Chu Xian, Sword Venerable Fudao would need to reveal his true form to defeat him, so he wouldn't dare show up. If Sword Venerable Fudao truly is the sect leader, it's going to be interesting, and it will be seen as a self-directed play." His expression was mocking, his tone laced with disdain. The gourd under their feet glowed faintly, a restraining force isolating them from the surrounding space. Jiang Qiong was about to speak more, but suddenly, a powerful sword intent erupted from the South City Gate. Immediately following, an unimaginable force surged from the southern horizon. She jerked her head up, and Huemo beside her did the same. In front of the South City Gate, Han Ming lifted his sword box and stepped out 100 zhong. He planted the sword box into the ground, its base sinking into the soil. The sword box opened, and 2 treasure swords sprung out to the sides. His right hand pressed on the top of the sword box, his body bursting with vast sword intent, alarming all onlookers. Before most could track his movements, a streak of sword chi shot from the distant horizon, sweeping through forests and mountains, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, this streak of sword chi collided with Han Ming's vast sword intent. Han Ming's sword chi formed a blue light curtain, nearly 200 zhong high, immensely grand. However, when struck by the mysterious sword chi, his blue sword chi tore apart, seemingly shattered in an instant. He widened his eyes, looking up, his pupils reflecting a leaf. Boom! The leaf swept over his head, sending his black hair fluttering, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Every cultivator on the city wall paled, Zhua Yijian instinctively raising his arm to protect his son, barely discerning what lay within the sword chi. Another loud rumble, and the city wall shuddered, but did not break. When the violent sword chi dispersed like a gale, a leaf was embedded in the wall, surrounded by spiderweb cracks. Han Ming steadied himself, advancing again, drawing 2 treasure swords from the sword box, looking up into the distance. The flying leaf passed, the gale roaring from the horizon as if to uproot everything in its path. Han Ming stood firm, his robes flapping backward, accentuating his robust physique. He fixed his gaze on the horizon, poised for battle. Cultivators from all directions, as well as those within the Supreme Sect, held their breath in anticipation. Sword Venerable Fudao had arrived. "Wow! Master, you're amazing. What swordsmanship is that? I want to learn." And Hao, after a brief moment of daze, jumped up in excitement. Guan picked up the leaf from Nzin's hand, startling her into looking up at him. "This is the swordsmanship I taught you earlier. Once you've mastered it, you too can be like me." However, true mastery of the sword path is about returning to simplicity, achieving overwhelming power without grand displays. Guan said softly, then tossed Nzin's leaf away. And Hao and Nzin's eyes followed the leaf as it floated 10 steps away, then suddenly accelerated like a streak of lightning. This time, the leaf didn't create the deafening display from earlier, appearing rather unremarkable, only its speed was fast. And Hao chuckled, "I like it when it's dramatic, it looks more impressive." Guan placed his hands on their shoulders, and they vanished into thin air. 15,000 miles away, in front of the South City Gate of the Supreme Sect's outer sect, Han Ming, holding 2 swords, stood in readiness. Silence reigns over the world. Everyone awaited the next move of Sword Venerable Fudao. Suddenly, Han Ming's pupils contracted sharply, immediately releasing his swords and casting a spell. The remaining sword in the sword box unsheathed, and 3 swords circled around him. With a gesture of his right hand forward, the 3 treasure swords rose and charged forth. The 3 swords interwove and swirled, releasing terrible sword chi that transformed into 3 dragons of sword chi racing forward, uprooting trees along the way, raising dust, and shaking the earth and mountains. The cultivators in the sky were flung away by the spectacle. A glimmering light streaked from the horizon. It was a leaf shrouded in sword chi. It had come. Han Ming sharply focused on the leaf, which, though less oppressive than the previous one, felt even more dangerous to him. The leaf suddenly accelerated. Turning into a glimmering light, it pierced through Han Ming's sword chi, sending his 3 swords flying. Before they could settle, the leaf was already before Han Ming. So fast. Damn it! Han Ming was horrified, instinctively pushing out his palm. His robes erupted with a golden light, forming a golden bell shadow. Boom! The leaf shattered the golden bell shadow, piercing Han Ming's right shoulder. The powerful force left him unable to resist, dragging his body along, splitting the ground beneath him. Han Ming crashed into the city wall, shattering the wall behind him but not bringing it down. The reason it didn't collapse wasn't due to the wall's sturdiness but because Guan had controlled it deliberately. Han Ming was pinned against the wall, spitting blood, his head hung low as if dead. Master! Zhuo Lin atop the shaking wall, called out anxiously. Countless cultivators gasped. The mad swordsman of Great Yu had been defeated by sword Venerable Fudao with just 2 leaves? How great was the gap? Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. Sword Venerable Fudao is the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. A supreme sect disciple excitedly shouted. No need for him to spell it out. All spectators realized this. On the gourd magic artifact, Huemo opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Yi Lan gazed at the remnants of sword chi in the sky, eyes full of envy. How advanced must one's cultivation be to wield such near-godlike power? Shen Zhun flew over the city wall, landed on the ground, and swiftly pulled out paper and pen to sketch Han Ming pinned against the wall. Under the blue sky, amidst the mountains, a small town sat by a large lake. If anyone asks, do not mention me. Just say you are children from this town. Gu An's voice transmitted. And Hao and an Xin landed, instinctively turning around, but Guan was already out of sight. At this moment, they stood in an alleyway, with moss-covered mud walls on both sides. As an Xin was about to speak, and Hao covered her mouth and said, Sister, let's go catch frogs. He gave an Xin a look, and when she nodded, he released his hand. Then, they walked out of the alley one after another, drawn by the bustling street, smiles naturally spreading across their faces. After all, they were still children. On the other side, removing his mask, Guan donned a blue Taoist robe and stepped into an inn. Having a rare chance to come out, he intended to enjoy the mortal world sights. He went up to the 2nd floor of the inn, sat at a window-side table, ordered the inn's signature wine and dishes, then gazed out at the street below. Street vendors peddled their goods on both sides, with travelers passing by. Guan even sensed the aura of other cultivators, though their numbers were not abundant. Patrons in the inn chatted about the grievances between Jianghu heroes, giving Guan a feeling of having traveled through time again. Before his food and drink arrived, Guan sensed a strong divine sense sweeping across the town. As expected, someone was coming. The divine sense swiftly vanished, not appearing again. Guan was in no hurry, ready to relax for the day. When his food and drink arrived, he began to drink alone, admiring the old-fashioned street bustling with people below the window. The sun set, the moon rose. As night fell, the town remained lively, red lanterns hanging on the buildings, with small rivers crisscrossing the town, glowing faintly. Guan stood atop a stone bridge, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed a wisp of demon energy entering the town. Not very strong, just a 2nd-rank demon creature, equivalent to the Foundation establishment realm. Guan initially planned to return to the Supreme Sect the next morning to enjoy victory's accolades, so he wasn't in a rush, curious to see what the demon creature intended. Though no cultivators openly resided in this town, the 2nd-rank demon creature was still cautious, suggesting a particular reason. Guan slowly walked toward the direction of the demon energy. As he passed by a courtyard, a voice called out to him. Junior brother Gu. The voice was old, tinged with surprise and hesitation. Guan turned his head, seeing an old man watching him from a courtyard. The old man had white hair and a stooped back, appearing in his 70s or 80s. Guan frowned, suddenly thinking of something, hesitantly asked, "Senior brother Zhang?"
Zhang Chuanqiu.
It had been so long, Guan had nearly forgotten Zhang Chunqius' aura, and Zhang Chunqius' appearance had changed significantly. The old man quickly walked out, excitedly saying, "It's really you. I felt like the person on the bridge looked like you from upstairs, but I didn't dare to believe it. Junior brother Gu, what brings you here? Are you on a mission as an outer disciple?" Guan nodded, something like that. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" "What a coincidence." Zhang Chuanqiu smiled. "This town is the wealthiest near the Supreme Sect. I'm here to spend my retirement."
That made sense.
Guan chose this place because of its safety and vibrant population. Zhang Chuanqiu took Guan by the wrist, smiling. "Come in and chat. You're not in a hurry, are you?"
Not at all, Guan replied, sensing no one else in the courtyard.
He was curious about Lotus' whereabouts. He had once eavesdropped on Zhang Chuanqiu muttering to himself, learning Zhang Chuanqiu had come down the mountain for a girl named Lotus. Chapter 78 Demon Guan. Renowned throughout the world, the end of summer moon was very round, but the clouds were too many, and the bright moon was quickly obscured. Guan and Zhang Chuanqiu sat inside the house, chatting leisurely. Zhang Chuanqiu spoke of his experiences over the years while Guan listened attentively. Zhang Chunqius' story was like one written by a scholar. He left the Supreme Sect for a woman he loved. Only, that woman was a demon. Years ago, Zhang Chuanqiu went to the Supreme Sect seeking immortality. On the way, he was attacked by demons, and was luckily saved by a female demon named Lotus. Eventually, he safely entered the Supreme Sect. He always remembered Lotus' kindness. Every year, he would go out to visit her. Their feelings for each other grew rapidly. Many years later, having no hope of reaching the Foundation establishment realm, he chose to descend the mountain and spend the rest of his life with Lotus. After they met again, they came to this town, bought a mansion, got married, and had a son. After being with a demon for a long time, Zhang Chunqius' spiritual power was drained, along with his chi blood. Lotus couldn't bear to drag him down, so one morning, she left without saying goodbye. Hearing the story up to this point, Guan wanted to say something but held back. "You might think I was deceived by her, but that's not the case. A human and a demon together end up this way. The reason I came down the mountain was also because there was no hope on the path of immortality. I do not regret it. Her lifespan is longer than mine. I don't have many years left. It's better she left earlier to avoid the pain of parting." Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile, appearing kind. His cloudy eyes seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life in the mortal world. Looking at him, Guan couldn't help but think back to when he first entered the Mystic Valley. How young was Zhang Chuanqiu then? Truly, things had changed. He detected that Zhang Chuanqiu only had 3 years left to live, which made him feel a bit sad. An hour later, the demon energy that Guan had previously sensed entered the courtyard. It was Zhang Chunqius' son. Zhang Buku, Foundation Establishment Realm Second Layer 22/460/2300. At 22 years old and in the Foundation Establishment Realm Second Layer, he was absolutely a genius. Could it be easier to give birth to geniuses from the union of humans and demons? Guan suspected it might be because Lotus' aptitude was exceedingly high.
Buku, this is your martial uncle Guan.
Zhang Chuanqiu called out to Zhang Buku, who had climbed over the wall. Zhang Buku looked like a boy of 16 or 17, with rather dense hair on his cheeks. "Greetings, martial uncle Gu." Zhang Buku walked over, greeting shyly. Guan smiled and nodded, then took out a bottle of elixirs from his storage bag, saying, "This is a top-grade spirit energy elixir, just a little gift for our first meeting." "How can we accept this? Senior brother, are you refusing out of disdain?"
"How could I?
I just think it's too precious." After pushing back and forth for a long time, Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't argue against Guan and had no choice but to let Zhang Buku accept it. Zhang Buku curiously observed Guan. It was the first time he had received a gift from someone other than his parents. Making him feel good about Guan, Zhang Chuanqiu began asking about the situation in Mystic Valley, and Guan did not hide anything. Upon hearing that Chang Xiandan and Meng Lang had died, Zhang Chuanqiu was not sad but rather a bit emotional and reminded Guan to be careful in the future. Then, Guan mentioned that Li Ya had already reached core formation. Zhang Chuanqiu exclaimed in wonder, saying had always seen that Leah would soar to great heights. The two chatted for a long time. Until Zhang Chuanqiu could no longer hold on, Guan finally said his goodbyes. Before leaving, supported by Zhang Buku, Zhang Chuanqiu turned around and said, "Junior brother Gu, you've already reached foundation establishment, which means your aptitude isn't terrible. Keep cultivating diligently. See how the world changes after hundreds of years for me." Guan stood at the door, looking back at him and nodding slightly. From beginning to end, Zhang Chuanqiu did not ask him for anything, just reminisced. As Guan walked out of the courtyard, he couldn't help but look back. He could hear Zhang Chuanqiu whispering to his son, asking where he had been causing trouble today, while Zhang Buku said he encountered a young boy and they fought. The boy he met was in Hao. Earlier when they fought, Guan felt it. Although there was a gap in cultivation level, Zhang Buku did not have the intention to kill. After several exchanges, he left. This could be considered fate. Zhang Buku had the potential for a lifespan of 2,300 years, likely becoming a famous great demon among the demon clan. As for Hao, there was no need to mention that he had the potential to be the best in the world. Many years later, when they meet again, will they recall their childhood battle in this small town? Guan smiled, then disappeared into the night. At dawn, in the wilderness, at the edge of a cliff, Hao and Xian sat in meditation on either side of Guan, facing the rising sun and practicing together. The sunshine poured down on them, making a harmonious picture. 3 blood marks on Hao's left cheek were left by Zhang Buku. He had been searching for Zhang Buku all night but couldn't find him. Even after leaving the town and arriving at this desolate place thousands of miles away, he was still indignant. Guan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and said, "I have to go out for a while. I'll be back by evening. Hao, take care of your junior sister." With that, he disappeared from the cliff. Hao and Xian opened their eyes, looked back, and saw that their master was gone. "Do you think our master is really who he says he is? Why does he only accompany us at night?" Xian asked curiously. Touching his chin, Hao thought, "Remember the storyteller who came to our village 2 years ago and mentioned the tales of the martial world? I think our master is one of the top demon lords in the world. However, his reputation as a demon lord should be misunderstood. Otherwise, why would he save us? It's because of this that he doesn't want us to be implicated by his reputation." And Xin's eyes widened and she asked, "If master really is a demon lord, then what is he going to do now?" "I don't know. But no matter what, he is our master. Anyway, he treats us very well, and we must remember his kindness." Guan, who was referred to as the Great Demon Lord by his disciples, returned to Mystic Valley and directly used the teleportation array to travel to the Third Medicine Valley. Sure enough, after the big battle ended, someone came looking for him. Guan walked into his loft and saw Shenzhen drawing at the desk. "I say, holy daughter Shen, have you made my place your home? Coming and going as you please. Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Guan said helplessly. Without lifting her eyes, Shenzhen said, "Come quickly and see." Guan immediately walked over, looked at her drawing, and frowned. "Is this Han Ming?" "Yes, how is it? Did I draw well?" "Aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge against you? Would he dare? My father isn't someone to be trifled with." Shenzhen huffed, making Guan fall silent. Having backers is indeed impressive. Guan took a closer look. He had to admit that Shenzhen's painting skills were extraordinary. The scene of Han Ming being nailed to the city wall was depicted very clearly, including the cracks on the wall. "How is it? What do you think?" Shenzhen asked proudly. Guan grabbed her brush and added a few strokes to the paper. Shenzhen squinted at it. Then her eyes widened. Guan had added some wind and shadow effects, making the scene more dynamic. This was a drawing technique from Earth's comics. Such a technique did not necessarily mean it was better than Shenzhen's, but the key was that Shenzhen had never seen this style before. Although it was just a piece of paper, it made her feel the movements, as if painting the process of Han Ming smashing against the wall. She turned to Guan and couldn't help but say, "You know how to draw?" "A little." "What about poetry and song?" "I know a bit of everything." There was admiration in Shenzhen's eyes, which made Guan lift his chin slightly. "Showing off, are we? Well, after all, you did write Investiture of the Gods." Shenzhen sighed. Guan then asked, "Why did you draw this picture? Could it be that Shen Zhan had a grudge against Han Ming?" "To tell the truth, I'm very interested in Sword Venerable Fudao. I always felt he would be a handsome and aloof swordsman. So many people came to watch the battle, yet he didn't show himself. He really has charisma."
Shen Zhen's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Guan's lips twitched. What if he isn't a handsome young man but an old man?
"That's not impossible. Besides writing books, he'll be investigating Sword Venerable Fudao. I must find him."
"Why?"
"To become Taoist friends, of course. Panin, don't think I keep coming here because I like you. Even though I don't love cultivating, my Taoist friend must be the top great cultivator in the world. Just in case I offend someone while writing or drawing, he should be able to handle it." Shen Zhan rolled her eyes at Guan, then tidied up her drawing and walked towards the door. Guan shook his head with a smile, not following her. After Shen Zhan left the medicine valley, he went downstairs to check on the medicinal herbs. The servant disciples were still discussing Sword Venerable Fudao, each with a look of fanaticism on their faces. Listening to their praises, Guan felt very happy. Despite his recent display of power, Guan couldn't afford to be complacent. He still had to accumulate his lifespan steadily and diligently. The 9 layers of the unification realm were not enough to satisfy him. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, and another summer arrived. By now, Guan did not visit An Hao and An Xin daily, but only twice a month. An Hao's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm and could protect An Xin well. Last month, An Hao passed the test Guan arranged, personally killing the wolf demon that had previously chased them. Guan had let the wolf demon go to leave it for An Hao to kill. All right, he admitted, upon first seeing An Hao's aptitude. He had already thought of a plan to nurture him extensively. The reason they hadn't gone to the Supreme Sect was that An Xin's cultivation level wasn't sufficient yet. Besides, the two were still young and could learn more from Guan. One day at noon, Guan went alone to the outer sect, first heading to the Heavenly Repair Platform. There were more and more sword cultivators on the Heavenly Repair Platform, and many were not from the Supreme Sect. The news of Sword Venerable Fudao severely injuring the mad swordsman of Great Yu with 2 leaves swept the immortal cultivation world. Now, Sword Venerable Fudao had become the most revered figure among the Supreme Sect disciples. Even though a year had passed, every time Guan came to the Outer Gate City, he could hear the disciples talking about it. After the fame of that battle spread, more and more sword cultivators came to visit. The Supreme Sect did not refuse them but increased the defensive forces in this part of the Outer Gate City. This also resulted in Jiang Qiong's authority rising significantly since she was the great elder of the city. Guan looked from afar and saw Han Ming standing by Zuolin, scolding him impatiently, while Zuolin sat on the ground with a sullen face. Guan laughed. He wanted to see this scene, which was why he recommended Han Ming to take Zuolin as a disciple. Zuolin was a genius in every aspect, except for his exceedingly poor understanding of Sword Dao. Yet he loved Sword Dao the most. Guan chuckled to himself, then shifted his gaze to the others on the platform, looking for any unfamiliar great cultivators. As he scanned, he really found one. Chapter 79. Ghost Mother of Ephemera, LV Xian returns. Ghost Mother of Ephemera, 2nd level of Unification Realm 3750/8090/54000, 2nd level of Unification Realm. This exaggerated lifespan. First the Underworld Demon Emperor, now the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Why do they all seem like characters from the underworld? Guan lamented silently. Even ghosts have lifespans, which means that even if they die, they can't exist forever. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If ghosts could exist forever, wouldn't this world be ruled by ghosts? Only tales of 1,000-year-old evil ghosts are heard, never of million-year-old ghost emperors. Of course, it could also be that Guan's level wasn't high enough to encounter such beings, but at least this mortal world was still dominated by the human race. Perhaps there was a force in the dark that suppressed the existence of ghosts, maintaining balance in all things. The lifespan of the human race might be short, but they cultivated quickly, each had its pros and cons. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera disguised herself as a female disciple of the Supreme Sect, looking very young, her cultivation level suppressed to Foundation Establishment Realm, making it difficult for others to detect her abnormality. Guan didn't look any further, afraid of drawing her attention. The Supreme Sect had countless demons and monsters. As long as they didn't threaten him, he didn't bother.
Little friend Gu.
Han Ming suddenly walked over, with a smile on his face. Despite experiencing a crushing defeat, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he felt fortunate. Sword Venerable Fudao had pinned him to the city wall with a leaf, and the sword intent contained in that leaf benefited him greatly, indicating a lesson in disguise. With Fudao's ability, had he wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't have survived. Guan looked at the approaching Han Ming, and immediately saluted. Han Ming came forward, warmly grabbing his hand, and said, "Little friend Gu, since you're here, you must practice swordsmanship with me. The disciple you recommended to me is really too dull. It's driving my Taoist heart restless with anger." As he spoke, Han Ming pulled Guan in the direction of Zuolin. Guan, unable to break free from his hand while hiding his cultivation level, could only walk helplessly. Han Ming had Guan sit next to Zuolin, then started teaching swordsmanship techniques. Zuolin, seeing Guan, was very pleased and kept pulling him to talk endlessly, making Han Ming very irritable and scold Zuolin again. Zhua Yijian sat on one side, smiling as he watched his son being scolded, while also scrutinizing Guan. Besides being good-looking, his cultivation level seemed ordinary, and Zhua Yijian couldn't understand what caught Han Ming's eye about this child. Zhua Yijian closed his eyes, while feeling the sword intent within the words righteous path, and thinking back to the scene of Han Ming being defeated, he seemed to catch something in the dark, yet it felt like an illusion. This complex feeling made him bewildered. After a full ancient hour, Guan finally managed to escape Han Ming's entreaties. Han Ming's swordsmanship. Guan had memorized it after hearing it once, but to keep a low profile, he had listened to it 6 times, really exhausting himself. Guan hastily left under Han Ming's disappointed gaze. From now on, he had to avoid Han Ming when visiting the heavenly repair platform. This guy was too troublesome. Guan thought to himself, and then went to the elixir hall and the book collection hall in sequence to report in, and finally visited Jiang Qiong at the Great Elder's residence. In the main hall, Jiang Qiong threw a storage bag to Guan and said, "These are all high-rank medical herbs I have collected. Once they mature you can take 20%. Hasn't your martial master treated you well?" Guan scanned it with his divine sense and was elated. So many seeds, and the lowest grade was 4th rank. "Thank you, martial master," Guan said sincerely. Jiang Qiong could have asked someone else to nurture them. She was the great elder now, holding significant power. Hearing this, Jiang Qiong smiled contentedly. She enjoyed seeing Guan's gratitude towards her. Try not to sell the green vine fruit. It greatly enhances qi blood and root bones, making it a treasure beyond the measure of spirit stones, Jiang Qiong said earnestly. Clearly, she had found out about Guan's record of selling green vine fruit. Guan nodded. He no longer needed spirit stones to buy seeds, so naturally, he wouldn't sell them. Next, I plan to strive further upward. Your medicine valley can partly be credited to me. Cultivate it well. In the future, I will find a golden core from a core formation realm cultivator and use secret techniques to help you become a core formation realm cultivator, Jiang Qiong continued. Guan quickly thanked her again. Then, Jiang Qiong waved her hand, indicating he could leave. Guan turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Jiang Qiong's voice floated from behind. "Guan, do you write books?" This statement made Guan's heart tremble. What did that mean? Was he discovered by Jiang Qiong? Or was it a test? Guan turned back and asked confusedly, "Write books about what?" Jiang Qiong looked at his face, which didn't appear guilty, and then shook her head. "Nothing, go back." Guan scratched his head and left with a puzzled expression. Jiang Qiong sat in her chair in thought. After a while, she took a book out of her storage bag and started flipping through it. The cover had 4 words. Supreme Secret Records. Summer was blistering hot. The 13-year-old and Hao lay by the river, facing the sky, his head immersed in the water, bubbling as he blew bubbles. Not far away, an Xian was sitting under a tree, meditating and cultivating. Her brows were furrowed, obviously finding her cultivation difficult. A figure covered in Hao's body, making him open his eyes subconsciously. When he saw who it was, he quickly got up. "Master!" And Hao quickly got up, rubbed his wet hair, and then cultivated energy to dry his hair with spiritual power, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from his head. Guan wore a mask and spoke in a hoarse, low voice. "I won't teach you swordsmanship today, I'll teach you leg techniques." Hearing this, and Hao's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Finally, He didn't have to learn swordsmanship. And Hao was not only strong in spirit root qualification, but also had exceptional comprehension. After practicing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword for a year, he had fully mastered its moves and mental methods. Now, he only needed to cultivate his own sword intent. Guan lifted his leg, standing on one leg. This posture immediately stunned An Hao, and even an Xian, who was absorbing energy, got drawn in. This leg technique is called Gale Shadowless Leg. Watch carefully, Guan said with a deep voice. Currently, only Yilan inherited this move, while others practiced the residual wind leg. Although the residual wind leg was the basic leg technique of the Gale Shadowless Leg, it was hard to see their close connection when put together. He was not afraid that Yilan and An Hao would recognize each other's leg techniques in the future. If they could recognize it, it meant they were fighting, just in time for An Hao to show mercy. After spending more than a year together, Guan had already treated An Hao like his own child. An Hao was not inherently bad and even had a chivalrous spirit deep down, only a bit carefree in personality. Guan's leg shot out, and in an instant, countless leg shadows burst forth, a gale arose, splashing water, and the trees in front of him toppled. The mountain wall 100 feet away cracked, with dense footprints appearing, very spectacular. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. An Hao was dumbfounded and trembling all over, while an Xian was also watching with wide eyes. What a domineering leg technique. I want to learn. I want to learn. It feels more impressive than the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. An Hao shouted excitedly and even kicked a few times in place. Guan said, the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword is stronger than the Gale Shadowless Leg. I just didn't show you its full power. Hee, I get it. I won't forget to practice the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword in the future. An Hao quickly promised. Guan started teaching him the moves. As always, An Hao memorized the moves after seeing them once and then began practicing on his own. Again and again, he became more proficient. Guan suddenly felt it was time to arrange for An Hao to go to the Supreme Sect. This child's talent was terrifyingly high. If he could join the Supreme Sect earlier, he might establish a better foundation since Guan could only teach him cultivation techniques and ultimate skills. However, Guan thought of an Xian. Her qualification was too mediocre. Never mind, let them go. Qualification wasn't something he could change for now, so why worry for her? Guan decided to wait another 6 months before sending the 2 children to the Supreme Sect. In 10 years, An Hao might become renowned. He wondered how long it would take for him to catch up with Li Ya and Ji Xiaoyu. Guan even began to look forward to the duel between Li Ya and An Hao. Li Ya, being naturally competitive, would certainly clash with An Hao one day. There were internal combats within the Supreme Sect. Although the two were over 30 years apart, they could be considered the same generation. The summer heat was intense, and Hao soon became drenched in sweat, yet he continued practicing legs tirelessly. Despite his young age, once his clothes were soaked with sweat, his body showed strong muscle lines, full of strength. Guan just stood there, quietly watching. Tianya Valley. Guan was planting seeds, with Sun San following close behind, carrying a basket. To prevent being seen through, Guan didn't just harvest. Occasionally, he did other tasks. I'm back. A voice came from the valley entrance. Guan didn't have to look to know it was LV Xian. LV Xian walked in from the valley entrance, wearing a blue robe and holding a folding fan, looking more masculine compared to his previous red attire. How did it go? Smoothly? Sitting on the mountaintop, Ilu Yun asked, his voice echoing through Tianya Valley. Luo Han appeared in front of the pavilion with a long spear, welcoming LV Xian's return. Guan also had to show his respect. Compared to LV Xian, Guan was more concerned about Li Ya's situation in the 100 Races Assembly. LV Xian wore a faint smile and said, naturally smooth, although there were some twists in the middle, I took the first place without any surprises. Hearing this, both Luo Han and Ilu Yun smiled. They all served Li Xiandao and would experience life and death together in the future. The stronger LV Xian was, the happier they would be. Ilu Yun asked again across the Medicine Valley, did the talents from the Ji family, Gu family, and Zhou family pose any threat to you? LV Xian replied, a woman named Ji Xiaoyu from the Ji family gave me some trouble. Unfortunately, she withdrew halfway, and without defeating her head-on, I felt some regret. Other than that, there were less than 5 opponents who could contend with me.
Was there anyone among His Majesty's children who satisfied you? Luo Han asked, with some expectation in his tone. LV Xian shook his head and said disdainfully, although I greatly admire His Majesty, his children are really not up to par, not even close to him. By the way, there was a prince named Li Ya who showed surprising ferocity. To win, I had to break his limbs. He'll probably need a year or two to recover. This statement caused Luo Han's face to change dramatically. Guan couldn't help but frown as well. Chapter 80. Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm, shockingly revealed Heavenly Spirit Root. Guan felt annoyed when he heard about Li Ya's injury. This guy was too harsh with his moves, and now he was belittling Li Ya. Previously, Guan thought that even if LV Xian defeated Li Ya, he would show some mercy for Li Zuando's sake, but he hadn't expected such arrogance, with a tone that showed no regard for Li Xiandao. Lu Yun appeared out of nowhere in front of LV Xian and frowned as he asked, "Why did you injure His Highness? Couldn't you just knock him out?" Clearly, Li Xiandao frequently mentioned Li Ya in front of him. What's the matter? He can't be injured? He's not the Crown Prince, and compared to the Crown Prince, he's far inferior. LV Xian frowned and retorted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Even if he's not the Crown Prince, he's still a prince that His Majesty cares about. Iluyin's tone was somewhat heavy. Luo Han remained silent, but from his expression, it was clear he was also displeased. LV Xian snorted. Is it forbidden? Then you beat me up and break my hands and feet. At this moment, he saw Guan approaching, immediately became excited, and walked up to him. Valley Master, I've already won the championship of the 100 Clans tournament. How about training with me? LV Xian said, taking a golden token from his storage bag with the words Hidden Dragon List Champion inscribed on it. Guan nodded. Then let's learn. Upon hearing this, LV Xian immediately pulled him aside. Lu Yun looked at Luo Han and asked, do we need to inform His Majesty about this? Luo Han thought for a moment and said, no need. His Majesty surely has people watching over His Highness Li Ya. Lu Yun sighed, shook his head, and then disappeared from the spot. Guan followed LV Xian to an open space, with 3 monkey demons following and watching curiously from the side. What kind of spell do you like? LV Xian asked, rubbing his hands, eager to teach. Anything but swordsmanship. Guan replied. This had been agreed upon earlier. He didn't want to break his word. However, the matter of LV Xian injuring Li Ya couldn't be overlooked. Then I'll teach you the hand technique, alright? I have a powerful hand technique, the very one I used to break Li Ya's hands and feet. LV Xian said with a proud smile, glancing at the distant Lu Yun, clearly meant for him to hear. Guan nodded, then teach it. Let's see how powerful it is. LV Xian immediately began teaching the hand technique, demonstrating the moves while explaining the mental method. Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm. The name alone sounded domineering. Guan watched intently. He was ready to thoroughly torment LV Xian. The sun shone brightly and gradually set in the west. By the time evening fell, LV Xian, looking frustrated, asked, are you really that forgetful, or are you deliberately messing with me? His loud voice startled Luo Han and Lu Yun, who hurriedly flew over, fearing he might get violent. Guan sighed. I already said my aptitude and comprehension are very poor, but you didn't believe me and insisted on teaching me. Now you're getting impatient. No. No one could be this dumb, right? LV Xian couldn't understand. Yet Guan didn't seem to be faking it. Lu Yun said, the Valley Master's cultivation was all piled up with elixirs, understandable. I've told you before, don't always try to persuade others. Everyone's situation is different. Luo Han reminded, what His Majesty values is his cultivation ability. He emphasized the phrase values. LV Xian took a deep breath and said, I don't believe it. I must teach him. Guan hastily said, next time. I need to go back. You can't leave. Hearing this, Guan turned to leave, and Lu Yun and Luo Han quickly stopped LV Xian. Damn it, Valley Master, you must come back. Once you master the Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm, you'll have the power to protect yourself, and you might even compete for heavenly destiny, reaching higher levels. LV Xian watched Guan's retreating figure and shouted loudly. Guan didn't understand him. Cruel to opponents. Yet he enjoyed teaching people to cultivate?
Was he having split dreams? Guan thought as he flew away on his sword, quickly disappearing into the twilight. In the days that followed, every time Guan visited, Xian would try to teach him spells. No matter how he taught, Guan couldn't learn, but Xian never gave up. If he couldn't teach one spell, he'd move on to another. Time flew by. The end of the year arrived. Heavy snow covered miles of mountains and forests. Guan, dressed in white and wearing a mask, walked out of the forest, with an Hao and an Xian following behind him. The usually lively and Hao was now silent as well. Guan stopped and looked at the snowy mountains ahead, then said, "A few hundred miles ahead, you'll reach the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. Once there, unleash your spiritual power, and they will bring you into the city to test your spirit roots." And Xin's eyes were red as she couldn't help but ask, "Master, when will we see you again?" "I saved you because I happened to pass by. This is a fate that shouldn't have been. We will not meet again, and you must not mention me to anyone," Guan said, turning his back to them. He had taught an Hao and an Xian to cultivate without any ulterior motive. It was just a whim. He didn't need them to repay him and hoped their relationship would end here. And Hao suddenly knelt down, and an Xian followed, kowtowing to Guan. This time, Guan didn't stop them and accepted their 3 kowtows. And Hao's forehead was directly broken, blood and flesh mingling, but he felt no pain, staring firmly at his master's back. He could never forget the terrifying experience in the demon cave and the despair when facing the wolf demon. "Master, no matter who you are, I will always remember your kindness. I will strive to cultivate, make a name for myself, and become the greatest person under the heavens. When you hear my name and need anything, disciple would die 1,000 deaths without hesitation." And Hao said solemnly. Though he had just turned 14, there was a determination in his eyes fiercer than that of an adult man. Guan waved his sleeve, and the wind and snow swept in from the horizon, causing an Hao and an Xian to instinctively raise their arms to shield their faces. "If you want to help me, live for 1,000 years first." Guan's voice drifted away in the wind. When the snow passed, the 2 raised their eyes, and he was already gone. An Xian couldn't help but look at an Hao, waiting for his decision. He stood up, looked toward the horizon and said softly, "An Xian, we must not disappoint Master." An Xian nodded firmly. The siblings stepped forward into the flying snow that seemed ready to swallow them. Guan returned to Mystic Valley. He first inspected the medicinal herbs in Mystic Valley and then returned to his loft, keeping his divine sense focused on an Hao and an Xian the entire time. Although they were less than 300 miles from the Supreme Sect, he still worried, as the Supreme Sect was now a mix of fish and dragons. For the next few days, no matter where he went or what he did, he kept part of his divine sense watching over an Hao and an Xian until they safely reached the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. When the young an Hao revealed his Qi cultivation realm 9 layers cultivation level, it immediately shocked the elder of the Outer Gate City, who personally attended to them. The reason he chose the nearby Outer Gate City was mainly because there were many great cultivators in the city, and an Hao wouldn't be easily plotted against or possessed. As the new year arrived, during the spring festival, Mystic Valley, Guan, Yilan, Zhenqin, Wuxin, Xiaochuan, Tang Yu, and others sat around a long table celebrating. Other servant disciples sat at another table, clinking glasses together. "Have you heard? Recently, the outer sect recruited a disciple with heavenly spirit root. Even the elders of the sect's main city were alerted. His name is An Hao, and he's only 14 years old, almost at foundation establishment. It's unbelievable. Compared to him, I feel like my cultivation has turned me into a pig." Zhen Qin marveled while holding a wine bowl. Heavenly spirit root. Everyone was intrigued, and Wuxin couldn't help but ask, "Is that true? The Taizong dynasty hasn't had a heavenly spirit root for hundreds of years." "It's true. Our law enforcement hall even guarded him for a few days until the sect leader took him away." Yilan nodded, much calmer than Zhen Qin. Everyone continued discussing the heavenly spirit root, with Wuxin sharing many legends, making Yilan frown. How does this kid know so much? Is there something suspicious about him? Yilan thought silently as she looked at Wuxin. Although she had known him for years, people could change. No, she had to check Wuxin's entry records. Listening to everyone talk about An Hao, Guan couldn't help but smile. From now on, there would be another interesting aspect to his farming life. watching how high and how could grow. After a long discussion, the topic shifted to the immortal cultivation world. It was said that a demon disaster was occurring in Chongluo, Zhangzhou, with a demon attempting to assassinate the emperor. The emperor narrowly survived, resulting in anger and a pursuit of those responsible, with entire families being executed. Guan knew that Li Xiandao hid the 9 layers of divinity transformation realm, so he wasn't worried, listening with great interest. The New Year's celebration, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, lasted until dawn. When the sun first rose, Yilan and Zhen Qin left. Guan did not immediately leave Mystic Valley but quietly entered the 8 scenic caves to bring delicacies to Sky Dragon. Under the green vine tree, seeing Guan arrive, Sky Dragon was very happy, swimming quickly around him. Now it was nearly 2 zhang long, with dragon horns fully grown, looking like a real dragon, its black dragon scales gleaming with cold light. Master, when can you take me outside? Sky Dragon rubbed Guan's face, asking pitifully. Guan stroked its head, smiling. Didn't I tell you? When you grow up completely. Outside, many people are eyeing your flesh, just like you look at mutton. How big counts as grown up? I feel I'm very strong now, even stronger than you, Master. Sky Dragon said aggrievedly. Although Guan had practiced swordsmanship under the tree, he had never shown his true strength, so even Sky Dragon didn't know his real abilities. Hearing its words, Guan thought he couldn't continue like this. I'll think of a way. Guan pondered. He decided to find Jiang Qiong to see if she understood transformation skills, to turn Sky Dragon into a snake so that it could follow him outside. Upon hearing this, Sky Dragon immediately became happy, even cheering, making Guan laugh. After staying in the 8 scenic caves for an ancient hour, Guan left, leaving quickly because he sensed a familiar presence approaching Mystic Valley. Guan returned to his loft, pretending to read a book. After a while, a figure leapt in through the window, and before landing the voice rang out, "Junior brother Gu, guess what treasure I brought back for you?" Chapter 81 Ancient Gold, Swallowing Insect. Demon Path besieges Supreme Sect. Guan looked at Li Ya, who climbed in through the window, and said helplessly, "What treasure could be better than my windowsill?" Li Ya, dressed in green, walked to the table, took a bag from his waist, placed it on the table, and said with a smug smile, "This treasure, you will definitely like." Guan probed with his divine sense, frowned and asked, "Why are they just bugs?" "These are ancient gold-swallowing insects. Their jaws can bite through any gold, iron, or ore in the world. If fed with golden attribute spirit energy, they can grow even stronger. There are 16 in total here. One of them is a queen. They are quite good for guarding the house and can also help you dig the ground," Leah said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guan became interested and asked curiously, "How do you make them recognize their master?" "There is a special recognition ritual. You have to drip your blood essence onto the queen insect to establish a soul connection," Leah said, following by handing Guan a thin secret book from his storage bag. Guan took it but did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "How did the 100 Clan assembly go?" Leah pulled over a chair from the side, sat opposite Guan, and sighed. "It wasn't smooth, but it was enlightening. The world is truly full of experts and talents. My talent was nothing at the assembly of the 9 dynasties and 100 clans. I barely made it into the top 100, and Zhou Tongyu only made it into the top 10. Seeing how optimistic he seemed, Guan felt slightly less worried. Liya began to recount what he had seen and heard at the 100 Clan assembly, and Guan listened attentively. Halfway through, Guan even got up to pour some wine, listening while drinking. Liya kept talking until dusk and still had more to say. Guan lamented. "So it seems only our family's third miss can pose a threat to LV Xian? Her Qilin step is indeed formidable. She was the only one able to wound LV Xian. Unfortunately, she encountered a heavenly tribulation after taking 9 steps, temporarily halting the combat. She hasn't been seen since." Liya nodded. "Heavenly tribulation? What does that mean? Is the Qilin step that powerful?" Guan was surprised. He had taken countless steps over the past 2 years and hadn't encountered any heavenly tribulations. Liya shook his head. "How would I know? Maybe she has some hidden secret within her body." Innate Taoist talisman. Guan sighed in his heart. Is she cheating? Compared to Ji Xiaoyu, LV Xian's strength was what shocked me the most. He is my next target and I will challenge him and win next time, Liya said with fighting spirit. Guan asked, Didn't you just say he broke all your limbs? Don't you hate him? Li Ya shook his head. It was a normal sparring match, nothing to hate. Besides, I refused to admit defeat at the time. I heard from a senior that he's also a pitiful person. He has other remnant souls within him that want to seize his body. That's why he sometimes acts friendly, sometimes violent. Other remnant souls? Guan breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then he was reassured. He had been worried that LV Xian was an immortal reincarnated. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. What do you mean by other remnant souls? Guan asked in confusion. Not sure. It might be related to some treasure or maybe he was possessed. Anyway, he will be tormented until he clears those souls. No wonder he was never mentioned in the Supreme Sect before. Perhaps the LV family kept him protected. By the way, his father was the previous sect leader, LV Batian. LV Batian went into deviation while cultivating, and his son is tormented by residual souls. Is it just a coincidence? Li Ya frowned as he spoke, then sighed and said, if LV Xian were not affected by the residual souls, he might have already formed his nascent soul. His power would be unimaginable. Guan laughed, amused that he was starting to sympathize with LV Xian. By the way, who was that senior you mentioned? He sounds amazing, Guan asked, feigning curiosity. An unnamed senior. Sorry, I can't reveal more, Li Ya replied. Heh, must be the old master inside you. Guan could sense the growing presence of a soul within Li Ya. He suddenly thought of something. Before reaching the unification realm, he could sense the soul within Li Ya. Those great cultivators in the void crossing realm should be able to detect it too. Judging by Li Ya's words, it seemed no one had discovered this. Was it because Gu An's cultivation technique was too strong, or was there another reason? Even though it was getting late, Li Ya showed no sign of leaving. He kept chatting with Gu En, describing the landscapes he saw during his travels. They talked until the next morning when Li Ya finally left. After he left, Guan picked up the secret book left by Li Ya and began studying how to make the ancient gold-swallowing insects recognize him as their master. Under a clear sky, in the third medicine valley, Guan stood in front of Elder Tian, raising his right hand. On the back of his hand was a golden insect resembling a beetle but with larger mandibles. Ancient gold-swallowing insect, this creature is very rare. Hard to find even within the Taizong dynasty, Elder Tian praised. This was a gift from my senior brother, Li Ya. He placed in the top 100 at the 100 Clan Assembly and brought this insect back for me. It can help patrol the Medicine Valley in the future, Guan said with a smile. He had mentioned Li Ya to Elder Tian several times. If Elder Tian ever regained his position as sect leader, hopefully, he would remember Li Ya and cultivate him with care. Elder Tian nodded. It seems this Li Ya is indeed talented and devoted. A single ancient gold-swallowing insect is invaluable, let alone 16. Guan opened the insect bag at his waist, and the ancient gold-swallowing insects flew out. One of them, twice the size of the others, landed on his shoulder while the rest hovered around him. Passing by, Xiaochuan couldn't help but come over and Guan began showing off the insects. By the evening, all the servant disciples in the Third Medicine Valley had witnessed the ancient gold-swallowing insects. Guan wasn't just showing off. He wanted to prevent the servants from attacking the patrolling insects in the future. Seasons passed, and 3 years went by quickly. Guan crossed the 50-year mark. These 3 years had been peaceful and fulfilling. His lifespan had exceeded 300,000 years and continued to increase annually. One day, Xiaochuan arrived at the transmission array platform with Yilan. Guan was playing with a white spirit rat as big as a dog. When he saw Yilan coming, he immediately got up to greet her. Yilan's face looked troubled. Facing Guan, she said, "Senior brother, let's talk inside." Guan nodded and led Yilan upstairs. Xiaochuan went towards the white spirit rat, but it turned and ran away. Angry, Xiaochuan picked up a stone to throw at it but missed. Meanwhile, Guan closed the door after entering the room. He had just turned around when Yilan spoke. "Senior brother, Wuxia is a spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Gu An's expression changed slightly. He frowned and asked, "Nonsense, what evidence do you have?" Yilan took out several sheets of paper and said, "These are all records left by the Demon Extermination Hall of the Disciples. The person who brought Wuxia into the sect was not a demonic spy, but his subsequent connections were all demonic spies. Besides, the Thousand Autumn Pavilion has been searching for the son of a pavilion master, who happens to be a monk with indelible scars on his head. Guan took the papers and examined them closely. The papers outlined the interactions of the spies, including visits Wuxia had made to the outer gate city to see them. Careless. Why didn't he act more prudently? Guan silently cursed but didn't panic, as Yilan was the one who discovered this. After reading, Guan looked up at Yilan and asked, "How many people know about this?" "Just me for now. The law enforcement hall usually doesn't investigate servant disciples. We discovered that there's a valley master in the outer sect's medicine valley working for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but we haven't identified who it is yet. We wanted to investigate further, but someone above us ordered us to stop," Yilan said angrily. "Who ordered you to stop?" "Outer sect Great Elder, Jiang Qiong. But her people said it was an order from the inner sect." Guan suddenly thought that Jiang Qiong being the outer sect Great Elder might actually be beneficial, as she could shield him. Although Guan had never worked for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the green vine tree made it impossible to wash his hands clean, and he didn't want his peaceful farming life disturbed. Guan stepped forward, grabbing Yilan's shoulders and took a deep breath saying, "Junior sister, this matter must be suppressed. Even if Wuxia is from the demonic path, after so many years together, I believe he is not a bad person." Blushing, Yilan lowered her eyes and said, "Senior brother, are you also from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? If you are, I'm willing to go with you." "How could that be? I was born as a person of the Supreme Sect, and I will die as a ghost of the Supreme Sect. I don't care, wherever you go, take me with you." "Can you suppress this matter then?" "Yes, the other evidence has been destroyed. Only what's in your hand remains." Guan released her and threw the papers into his storage bag. "Better keep it just in case." Yilan then said, "This is actually a minor issue. I know you will protect him. I came to tell you something bigger. The demonic path is preparing to attack the Supreme Sect, and this time, it's real. Someone in the Hall of Elders in the main city has betrayed the Supreme Sect. This information came from a law enforcement hall spy within the Wanin sect and has been reported upwards. The 4 inner sect cities are preparing for war. There are many cultivators from other sects and dynasties in the outer sect. They have been there for years and can't be expelled easily. If the demonic path attacks, the outer gate city might be very dangerous, with demonic spies possibly aiding the enemy." "Demonic path attack?" Guan frowned and asked. "The Supreme Sect's disciple count has skyrocketed over the years. How dare they attack?" "They've allied with the Demon Clan, planning to destroy the Supreme Sect and then divide up the Taitsong dynasty," Yilan replied with a serious expression. "Allied with the Demon Clan?" Guan was puzzled. Didn't these demonic sects know about the upcoming 100-year demonic calamity? After sharing more information, Yilan left in a hurry. Guan personally escorted her to the transmission array platform to send her to the Mystic Valley, and then the outer gate city to follow protocol. Returning to his room, Guan suddenly noticed Elder Tian sitting under an old tree. It had been a while since he last checked on Elder Tian. The old guy had his cultivation level increased by 2 layers at the heavenly repair platform, but had been quiet ever since, which was strange. As he thought about this, Guan cast a lifespan detection spell. Chapter 82 The Battle Between Good and Evil, Protecting Medicine Valley, LV Batian. Core Formation Realm 3rd Layer 754/1050/3200. Core Formation Realm 3rd Layer? Seeing Elder Tian's cultivation level rising so high, Guan was secretly alarmed. He had better keep an eye on Elder Tian frequently. What if one day he surpassed him, and he didn't even know? Guan realized that the higher the realm, the more cultivators practiced the energy-concealing sorcery. It was very difficult to judge an opponent's cultivation level based solely on sensory perception. In other words, the immortal cultivation world was all about who could conceal themselves better. Fortunately, he concealed himself deeply enough. He was confident he could continue to do so. Elder Tian seemed to sense Guan's gaze. He opened his eyes and looked at him. Guan gave a slight nod, then returned to his room. The demon path was about to attack, but he did not panic at all. He went about his usual business. The Supreme Sect was not a soft target, especially with Elder Tian, this hidden sect leader, secretly gaining power. What Guan needed to do was protect his medicine valley. At the end of summer, The weather was cool. Guan walked within the outer gate city and found that the number of disciples from the law enforcement hall in the city had increased significantly. There were also many divinity transformation realm auras on the city walls in all directions. The whole city exuded a tense and murderous atmosphere. The demon path was really coming. As usual, he first went to the heavenly repair platform to take a look. The underworld demon emperor and the ghost mother of ephemera were still there. The two seemed like ascetics, sitting alone in meditation, with no other hidden demons around. Guan always felt that the underworld demon emperor might be related to the demon path, but he was reluctant to report it for fear of being dragged into the whirlpool. His goal was longevity. Would the supreme sect still exist after 10,000 years? He was never someone with great noble aspirations. He was just an ordinary person. After scanning the surroundings, Guan did not see any powerful unfamiliar faces. It seemed that the supreme sect had recently been strict in controlling outsiders, only permitting them to leave while barring them from entering. Afterward, Guan visited Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was not in her residence. Her servant asked him to wait in the hall. Standing in the main hall, Guan observed the surroundings. He could feel the presence of very intricate restrictions here, which could not be seen with the naked eye. The Ziwei Array Chronicles Jiang Qiong gave him, he had often read, and he had built a considerable understanding of formations. So now he could see some of it. While observing, Guan suddenly felt something, and his expression turned strange. There was a large space beneath this residence, just like the 8 scenic caves below the Mystic Valley. An ancient hour later, Jiang Qiong finally returned. When she entered the hall, she waved her right hand, and the door closed with a bang. Guan stood up and looked at her. She walked to the main seat and sat down, saying, "No need for formalities. Sit down." Her face looked somber, clearly having encountered unpleasant matters. Guan took a storage bag from his waist and placed it on the table beside her, saying, "This is the first batch of mature medicinal herbs. Please check them." The grade and rank of Jiang Qiong's medicinal herbs were all quite high, so the first batch of medicinal herbs had just matured now. Jiang Qiong did not take the storage bag but instead asked, "You must have other matters. Otherwise you could have let Huemo do the checking." Guan nodded and said, "I have received news that the demon path plans to besiege the supreme sect. Is it true?" This was something best to ask the demon path about. Jiang Qiong nodded and said, "That's correct. Within half a year at most, the righteous and demonic war of the Taizong dynasty will break out. The reason is that the supreme sect has been continuously growing, making the demon path uneasy. Additionally, with the help of the demon clan, the two sides joining forces indeed have a chance to defeat the supreme sect." Guan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I heard that 100 years later, demons outside the 9 dynasties will invade the 9 dynasties. Shouldn't we be striving for peace and working hard on cultivation at this time? And how can the demon clan be trusted?" Hearing this, Jiang Qiong glanced at him and snorted softly. "Do you think the demon clan is of one mind? The demons outside the 9 dynasties are not purely demon clan. If they break in, the demon clan will also face slaughter. As for the human race, when have they ever truly united? The more dangerous the situation, the more they fight. The resources in the immortal cultivation world of the 9 dynasties are limited. The stronger the supreme sect becomes, the more it squeezes the cultivation resources of other sections. Historically, the so-called righteous and demonic struggles have actually been battles for resources. They just need a justified cause. This time, the demon path is launching a war under the banner of the supreme sect's evil deeds. Soon you will hear about it. When the supreme sect's morale wavers, the demon path will launch an attack. If they succeed, the righteous and demonic stances will reverse. If they fail, the supreme sect will have no strength left to eradicate the demon path." After hearing this, Guan remained silent. He was the one who could feel this the most. Each time he broke through, he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, thereby affecting the supreme sect. If all the spiritual energy and spirit stones of the entire dynasty were concentrated in one sect, the chances of breakthroughs for the authority holders in that sect would be much greater. So even if the calamity of the demons was only 100 years away, they still contended for it. Or rather, what the great cultivators cared about was not the common people but their own cultivation levels. As long as they were strong enough, they could even venture south to the sea to seek immortal destiny. Guan thought for a moment and asked, Martial Master, which side are you on? Jiang Qiong smiled and said, I stand on the side of the victors. Don't worry. I can ensure that our outer gate city remains safe. Moreover, there are too many great cultivators in this city. The demon path will not attack from this direction. Upon hearing this, Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. As long as it doesn't endanger my medicine valley, that's enough. Scared now? I told you to cultivate more often, but you didn't listen. Cultivation is not something that can be rushed. Humph. You are just lucky to have a martial master like me. Before you go, find who Mo. I have already prepared a batch of immortal cultivation elixirs for you in advance to help boost your cultivation level. You are already 50 years old, still not in core formation realm. What a waste. Don't ever say that you are my disciple's grandson. Thank you, martial master. Guan said with a smile, but inside, he was grumbling. A 50-year-old at Unification Realm 9th layer. Have you ever heard of it? It would scare you to death if you knew. Next, Guan inquired about the cultivation level of the strongest member of the demon path. But Jiang Qiong didn't know. She candidly said that if LV Baitian were still present, the demon path would certainly not dare to invade. But now that the sect leader was Chu Tianqi, the battle between the strongest of the righteous and the demonic factions would be difficult to determine. These words made Guan feel sympathy for the demon path. LV Baitian was not dead yet. By the way, Martial Master, have you ever heard of the underworld demon emperor? Guan suddenly asked. Jiang Qiong thought for a moment and shook her head. I've never heard of him. Why? It's nothing. I just read about him in a book. He's supposed to be very powerful. Since you don't know, then never mind. I should take my leave. Guan answered, then stood up, saluted, and turned to leave. Jiang Qiong watched his back, lost in thought. After talking with Jiang Qiong, Guan's worries about the righteous and demonic war eased significantly. His days returned to being as peaceful as before. 3 months later. At the end of autumn, the third medicine valley was still covered with many withered yellow leaves. In the early morning, Guan was leading his disciples in exercises, with Elder Tian also participating. Only Guan noticed that his body was sturdier than before. This guy's cultivation level had already reached core formation realm 9th layer. Guan had no idea how he managed to cultivate. Whenever Guan was around, he never caused a spiritual energy disturbance. After the exercises, Guan dismissed the disciples and headed towards the pavilion. 16 ancient gold-swallowing insects circled him, making him appear surrounded by golden stars. Just as he reached the bottom of the building, he stopped. He saw 2 figures swiftly approaching from the horizon. It was Vice Sect Leader Jihan Tian and Elder Gu Zong. Checking the medicinal herbs in the garden, Elder Tian glanced back and then turned away. After Gu Zong and Jihan Tian landed, they called Guan upstairs to talk. Upon entering the room, Gu Zong, as usual, laid down a restriction. Bang! Jihan Tian suddenly slammed the table, causing Guan's heart to race. Damn it! Every time they came, they had to slam the table? Guan really wanted to use the great yin-yang transform into a demon cultivator, and beat Jihan Tian violently. The furniture in this room was made of the finest wood. If it got damaged, he would feel a pang of heartache. Chu Tianqi has gone too far. I didn't expect the entire Chu family to be rotten to the core. Panin, you must write a book about this and show it to the world. The Supreme Sect is the orthodox sect of the world and must be supervised by the world. Jihan Tian said furiously. Again. Guan remained silent. He shouldn't have shown mercy back then. Gu Zong sat down and said impatiently, What's the rush? It seems you are completely unaware of his actions. I think you just want to be the sect leader. This time, don't use Panin as a tool. Panin is the banner of the Supreme Sect's disciples. This banner cannot become a weapon in the sect's power struggle. Guan looked at Gu Zong. At least he made sense. Jihan Tian sighed and said, It's true, I want to be sect leader. I believe that if I become the sect leader, I can lead the Supreme Sect to greater heights. Look at the mess Chu Tianqi has made. His men are manufacturing demons of greed, and someone even plans to sacrifice an entire outer sect. I once thought he was the sword Venerable Fudao and trusted him, but he is not. Now the demon path is aggressive. Anti-Chu Tianqi sentiments have spread within the sect, morale is shaken, and the Supreme Sect is in grave danger. Manufacturing demons of greed? Guan was astonished. He had thought it was the Chu family's enemies creating the demons of greed per Chu Jingfeng's words. It seemed there were deeper secrets. Was it a clan feud, or a self-directed act? Chu Tianqi is indeed disappointing. When he punished Chu Xian's descendants back then, I thought he was sacrificing kin for the greater good. Now it seems it was just self-preservation. However, taking down Chu Tianqi is not easy. Many in the Hall of Elders were promoted by him, and he has good relations with the Daotian sect. Gu Zong shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Guan was confused. What were these two playing at? What was the point of discussing such matters with an outer disciple? They were probably putting on an act to stir his feelings, trying to make him outraged and willing to expose the dark side of the Supreme Sect. The two continued to criticize Chu Tianqi, listing his various wrongdoing deeds. As Guan listened, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. If Chu Tianqi had truly done all this, he was indeed unforgivable. However, Guan remained rational and unmoved. Gu Zong looked at Guan and said, "The Supreme Sect may face calamity soon. Your third medicine valley has too many medicinal herbs. It needs protection. We plan to send 50 core formation realm cultivators to guard the third medicine valley. What do you think?" Ji Hantian added, "The Gu and Ji families will each send 25 people. By the way, Xiao Yu is among them. This way, not only will she help you guard the medicine valley, but she will also stay away from the war." Chapter 83 Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. You are mine, 50 core formation realm cultivators? Guan naturally did not refuse. After all, he couldn't always guard the third medicine valley himself. He immediately bowed to thank the two from the ancient sect. An hour later, the two from the ancient sect departed, and Guan saw them off outside the building. After they left, Elder Tian walked over curiously asked, "Valley Master, what did they come to see you for?" In the past, Elder Tian would not have asked. Now, not only was his cultivation level rising, but he also dared to inquire about the Valley Master's important matters. It seemed he was indeed making a comeback. Guan feigned hesitation and then divulged what he had learned. Chu Tianqi's crimes were exposed by the demon path and spread like wildfire through the Supreme Sect. The 5 great sects of the demon path prepared to join forces with the demon clan to besiege the Supreme Sect. Various incidents came out of his mouth. Paired with his worried expression, it seemed as if the Supreme Sect was facing imminent disaster. Elder Tian comforted him. "Valley Master, no need to worry. The Supreme Sect has stood on this land for thousands of years, enduring countless dynastic changes. Historical records show several instances of being besieged by the demon path, yet they have always survived the danger." Upon hearing his words, Guan indeed felt reassured. True, if the sky were to fall, there would be taller people to hold it up. "I am just here to plant medicinal herbs well and provide alchemical materials for the sect. That is the only contribution I can make." Guan shook his head and laughed. Elder Tian nodded with a smile. He appreciated Guan's temperament. Still, since the demon path is coming, danger is inevitable. "Valley Master, I have a set of finger techniques, sharp and cunning. If the enemy is careless, it may even allow you to kill opponents above your level. Let me teach you." Elder Tian continued. Guan had never learned any finger techniques before, so naturally, he was interested. He asked curiously, "Elder Tian, why do I feel like your background is not simple, knowing and capable of so much?" "Haha, an old man who has lived long, naturally has some knowledge." Elder Tian laughed heartily. No longer had the timid demeanor of the past. Guan felt a sense of authority from him, fit for the head of a sect. Then, Guan followed Elder Tian into the nearby forest. According to Elder Tian, this technique should not be transmitted. He was making an exception to teach it to Guan. After entering the woods, Elder Tian began to explain the prowess of this finger technique. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. This finger technique could gather spiritual power and spiritual energy onto the fingertip, storing power to be released. The longer the compression time, the greater the destructive power. In theory, it had no limit. After listening, Guan became even more interested in the Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The ancient sect and Ji Hantian moved quickly. 2 days later, 50 core formation realm cultivators arrived, including Guan's son Gu Yu. Gu Yu was the first to come to Gu An's pavilion to look for him. Your connections are truly vast, being able to have the Gu family and Ji family each send 25 core formation realm disciples to protect you. These people are not just supreme sect disciples, they're all noble family offspring. Gu Yu sat down, teasingly remarked. Guan replied, "It's probably not to protect me, but to protect this Medicine Valley." Is there another such large Medicine Valley in the Supreme Sect? There is, but not as large, and definitely not in the outer or inner sections. Mainly, it's because your identity as Pan and makes the higher-ups take notice. If it's because of Pan An's identity, such ostentation exposes me, doesn't it? True. In truth, Guan believed that the Supreme Sect was not protecting the Medicine Valley, but the 7th grade spirit tree within it, the mystic pure tree. Gu Yu did not dwell on this. He mysteriously took out a book and said, "Guan, you must read this book, it's too wonderful, and even has illustrations." Guan glanced at it, feeling speechless. Supreme Secret Records. Gu Yu had changed. He no longer pursued the latest updates on the Supreme Immortal Venerable. Guan felt a surge of frustration, restraining his displeasure. He took the Supreme Secret Records. After flipping through a few pages, he was captivated. Goodness, Shenzhen had actually stolen techniques. The illustrations used comic-like action strokes, allowing one to imagine an entire sequence of movements, sparking endless thoughts. He faked a cough, closed the Supreme Secret Records, and tucked it into his chest, saying, "I'll read it later. With the demon path about to invade, I don't have the mind to read right now." Gu Yu secretly despised him, but outwardly said, "True, but keep this book safe. The Supreme Sect has been conducting strict inspections lately, making it hard to get this book. Rest assured." After a few more words, they went downstairs. Gu Yu flew to his designated post, while Guan began patrolling the medicinal herbs along the way. The 3rd Medicine Valley was vast, and now he could harvest almost every day, but he preferred to collect once a week. After all, even if the herbs matured, leaving them for a week wouldn't affect them much. An hour later, as Guan walked through the forest path, he sensed Ji Xiaoyu's presence. After some hesitation, he decided to pay a visit. Ji Xiaoyu had saved him, given him talisman treasures, formations, and a batch of medicinal herbs. It wouldn't be right not to greet her. After another half-hour of wandering, Guan arrived at a mountaintop. Ji Xiaoyu, in a purple robe, was meditating at the edge of the cliff, facing away from the 3rd Medicine Valley, with formations set around her, making Guan hesitant to cross the boundary. "Greetings, 3rd Mississippi." Guan cupped his hands in salute. He directly cast a lifespan detection. Ji Xiaoyu, Core Formation Realm 5th Layer 50/1400/8900. Core Formation Realm 5th Layer. Truly quick. With her back to him, Ji Xiaoyu said, "No need to come visit me in the future. You are the Valley Master of this Medicine Valley. Formalities are unnecessary. If 3rd Miss needs anything, you can always find me, or tell the disciples in the valley," Guan replied. Ji Xiaoyu responded. Guan suddenly didn't know what to say, so he prepared to take his leave. Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Ji Huntian is my great-grandfather. If he makes unreasonable demands on you, you can come to me. After all, you belong to me." Guan hurriedly replied, "The vice sect leader hasn't troubled me. I know him too well. Since childhood, he used me to build momentum. Knowing you are Pan En, he certainly won't miss the chance to use you. In the Supreme Sect, you can use my name to refuse any request you find difficult to turn down." Ji Xiaoyu's words brought a smile to Gu An's face. "Another patron. Write another investiture of the gods. I find your writings the most enjoyable." Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said. "So, she was also a reader?" Guan replied, saying he was already preparing it. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Guan immediately saluted and departed. By evening, Guan arrived in Tianya Valley for the harvest day, expecting to collect 5,000 or 6,000 years of lifespan. Upon entering the valley, he felt a long-missed presence. Li Xiandao. Why was he here? Was there not a demon rebellion in Chongluo, Zhangzhou? "Valley Master. His Majesty is here. Quickly go meet him inside." Luo Hun called from halfway up the mountain. Guan nodded and then hurried toward the cluster of pavilions. Li Xiandao was staying in his pavilion, with LV Xian and Yilu Yun accompanying him. Upon seeing Guan enter, Li Xiandao smiled, motioned for LV Xian to be silent, and then smiled at Guan. Guan, long time no see. How is your cultivation progressing? After respectfully saluting, Guan replied, It's progressing well. Thanks to your majesty dividing so many herbal materials for me, I have now reached the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment realm. The 3rd layer is not enough. You must work harder. As long as you reach the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm, I can help you form a core. Thank you, your majesty. I will certainly work hard. As Guan answered, he deliberately avoided looking at LV Xian. LV Xian glared at him, as if wanting to devour him, his expression both angry and resentful. Having taught Guan for so long, Guan had learned nothing. If it were not for Guan only coming once or twice a month, he would have suspected Guan was deliberately messing with him. Li Xiandao gestured for Guan to sit at the table, and Guan did so without hesitation. LV Xian and Yilu Yun remained standing, making LV Xian even more dissatisfied. Li Xiandao looked at Guan, examined him briefly, and softly asked, Has anything significant happened in the Supreme Sect recently? Guan frowned, hesitated and said, I heard the demon path plans to besiege the Supreme Sect, and there are unfavorable rumors about the sect leader within the sect. He recounted what he had heard in detail, but did not mention his 3rd Medicine Valley. After Guan finished, Li Zuando's smile deepened, he laughed. Chu Tianqi is proud and arrogant, looks down on everyone, even his kin are seen as pawns. It's not surprising he did these things. My informant in the demon path also sent word. At the end of the year, the demon path will launch a full-scale attack on the Supreme Sect. Guan began to ponder Li Zuando's attitude toward the Supreme Sect. He asked confusedly, Doesn't the demon path fear Sword Venerable Fudao? They say Sword Venerable Fudao is the world's foremost sword cultivator. Li Xiandao shook his head. Of course they fear him, that's why they have waited until now to act. The true identity of Sword Venerable Fudao has been revealed within the demon path. While that person is strong, he is not invincible. That person? Guan was astonished. Someone was impersonating Laozi's fame? Li Xiandao again looked at Guan, earnestly said, A great battle between righteous and demonic forces is about to erupt. By rights, I should have you withdraw, but with Li Yi still there, I need you to keep an eye on the Supreme Sect for me. I will arrange for a nascent soul realm cultivator to protect you. How about that? Guan thanked him repeatedly, then said, Uncle, there's no need. I am just an outer sect disciple, unknown to the demon path. Assigning me a nascent soul realm cultivator would instead attract high-level attention from the demon path. Don't worry. This person is adept at concealing their energy. Even if their cultivation level is far above, they won't be detected. Li Xiandao waved his hand dismissively. Can't refuse? Guan looked at Li Xiandao, weighing his options. Li Xiandao continued, You are my man, I naturally can't let anything happen to you. Besides, this person has a very good relationship with Li Yi. You could introduce them to Li Yi later. With it said to such an extent, Guan certainly couldn't refuse. Half an hour later, Guan took his leave and began to harvest the mature medicinal herbs. Li Xiandao, from within the pavilion, could see Guan working diligently. He sighed. This youngster is steady in his work, very much to my liking. You must take good care of him. LV Xian couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, are you hinting at me? I just want to ask, who is more important to you among Li Yi and the Crown Prince? Yilu Yun frowned but did not stop LV Xian. Li Xiandao chuckled. They are both important. What are you worried about? Li Yi isn't staying in Chongluo, he poses no threat to the Crown Prince, unless... Unless what? Unless Li Yi masters the Emperor-level sword technique.